colonized by the generalized Homo sapiens population, which inhabit the East Asia in the late Pleistocene. Hey, this is me. I'm back. This is a resume Monday. I mean, not resume Monday, but response Monday to my streams that I did this week. Like this one, like prehistoric, and I'll get in the ones that I did on panels in a minute, so y'all can enjoy this one. And let me configure the settings. All right, let's continue. Before the definition of the classic Mongoloid morphology. Above the skull belonged to the roughly 20-year-old Australoid woman. They say Australoid woman, 20-year-old Australoid woman that was unearthed in Brazil by the French archaeologist Annetta Ampère in 1971, nicknamed Lucia. Since Lucia's discovery, at least 50 similar un-Mongoloid Paleo-American remains have been found in Lagoa Santa, area near where Lucia herself was found, and they also seem to have been buried within the small area that may have been a cemetery. This raised intriguing questions whether that the Lagoa Santa population at this earliest time was perhaps already settled in a specific area, and perhaps were even no longer just hunter-gatherers. So I know y'all know the story in the documentary this years ago when they first came out of Brazil, and this showing you the piece of her right here. And you already know they did a clay on this. It's online on YouTube. I remember this years ago, about 9 years ago, when they first came out with it. At the time, people went against it. Now it's like people still learning about it. I mean, I'm doing a piece on the live stream about it, just Mesoamerican. So this has already been done. I mean, you can find this on other parts of it. Eva del Nadiran, woman of Las Palmas, Chanhoy, and Main El Templo. Okay. That's still in Brazil, probably. Or Argentina. My fault. Argentina or Chile. We're getting hard up. Okay. Deep inside the underwater cave in Mexico, archaeologists may have discovered the oldest human skeleton ever found in the Americas, dubbed Eva del Nadiran. Of Eve of Del Nadiran, the female skeleton have been dated at 13,600 years old. If that age is accurate, the skeleton, along with three others found in underwater caves along the Caribbean coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. The remains have been evacuated over the past 4 years. The town of the Tulum, about 80 miles southwest of Cancun, by the team of scientists led by Arturo Gonzalez, director of the Desert Museum in Sausalito, Mexico. Clues from the skeleton skulls and hint that the people may not have been Northern Asian descent, which would contradict the dominant theory of the New World settlement. That theory holds that the ancient humans first came to the North America from Northern Asia. VA, I'll say, hold on. Let's look at this right here. Okay. VA now submerged land a bridge across the Bering Sea. The shape of the skulls that had led us to believe that Eva and the others have more affinity with people in the South Asia and North Asia, Gonzalez explained. The three other skeletons, okay, evacuating the caves have been given a range of 11,000 to 14,000 years ago, based on the radiocarbon dating. The remains were found some 50 feet, 15 meters below sea level in the caves of Tulum. But at the time, Eve Nadiran is believed to have lived there. Sea levels were 200 feet, 60 meters lower, and the Yucatan Peninsula was wide and dry, peri to the polar ice caps, and melted dramatically 8,000 to 900 years ago, causing sea levels to rise hundreds of feet and submerge in the burial grounds of the skeletons. On the Salites and the stalagmites then grew around the remains, of preventing them from being washed out to sea. Gonzalez have found has also found remains of elephants, giant sloths, and other ancient fauna in the caves. So, we get another part of the history too. Fells Caves. Fells Caves is a rock shelter in the valley of the Chico River, now far from the Strait of Magellan and the Chilean part of the Terra del Fuego archipelago, and was initially occupied by hunters in 10,000 BCE, who have left behind an impressive layer of refuse, which was sealed by hundreds of pounds of debris from the fall and what the shelter overhang. But the hunters refused to indicate fire plots with the broken bones of the native horse, sloth, and guanaco, as well as the stone bones tools. And among the stone tools were fishtail spirit points. In a form of stone point found in many places in South America, fishtail points are flaked and bifacial, that is, worked on both sides, and have pronounced shoulders above. Clearly, the shape and the stem. Some are fluted with small channels removed from the bottom. In 1936 to 37, discoveries in Fells Cave represented the first evidence of the earliest humans in South America, since the old sites, much as Monte Verde, have been identified. So there you go. The sites are Argentina, Chile, and Argentina, as you can see right up in here. That's how they look like in the Strait of Magellan. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it looks like Fells Cave seen from across to the Rio Chico. Yeah, there you go, in those caves. And it's in Argentina as well. And that's what the people would look like in indigenous wise, and the baby on the back. That's what they look like. And that's what the tribal in Chile and things like that. That's a whole nother piece. Monte Verde, Chile. I ain't gonna read none of this. Like, I'll give y'all the whole meat of it. I skimmed through that. Yeah. I'll give y'all the whole thing in a minute. We're gonna analyze the date. Analyze available suggests the chronology of the migration of the Americas goes something like this: 200,000 BCE, well before the Australoids were coming in from the south. 2000 BCE to 7000 BCE, Polynesians were coming in from the south, which is true. Amerindians, 7000 BCE, that's now, were coming in from the north cross of the Bering Strait, with the Eskimo being the last of these migrants. Olmec. We're going to go with the Olmec. Hold on. Olmec. There's still no definitive word as to when the Olmec got here. 8,000 to 4,000 BCE. Interesting. They still searching that to this day. That's the problem right here. They're part of the Australoid people as well, the Olmec people. We haven't seen what they bodies look like. We've seen the head, but we got to see the bodies. While all these new evidence established the Australoids and Polynesians were the first inhabitants of the Americas, it does not explain how they got there. In northern route in the Bering Straits, blah, 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 work for there. They're more logical. Yeah. Polynesian stick chart. These are the canoes. I did a piece on the history of Hawaii. I did a stream on it, talked about the Polynesians and things. I already done covered this. I done covered this too, and talk about New Zealand and all this stuff. The Maori people navigated by the canoes. Yeah, I already covered this. They added this too, because this site has it all. Another possibility, open sea distance, the Java. I'm going to talk about North America in a minute. This is going to be in the live chat. Y'all can read the rest for yourself. I explained the prehistoric America. We talked about the, what's that called? The bee tree raptor, all the way through these indigenous people that's Australian Polynesian descent. It's another piece where we're going to try to piece it. And that's just what it is, at this point. So we're going to go here and do that. And what's going on, Mike V? What's going on, bro? So, you know what I'm saying? We're going to go in here for a minute. So we're going to go North America right now. So, yeah. And we're going to get into it. And that's what basically we're we're gonna have right here. So we're gonna go all this other stuff. So yeah, we're gonna and yeah, let's see. I appreciate it, College Jane. Yeah, we're gonna go ancient Black Americans, ancient man and his first civilization, preferring fantasy over science. Yeah, I ain't gonna get into that. They going against the white man. You know, I already know how I feel on that. That's a different genetics. Indigenous Americas, North America during the 16th century brought many more European men to France, Ireland, Great Britain, who have took North American Indian women as wives, and their children became known as the Métis. But yeah, that's a whole yeah, I'm not gonna read much of that. We know the history. We'll get into the proof right here. The bone structures. Let's get into the bones. Let's get into the DNA bone structures. Um, shit. Yeah. There's something wrong with my phone. There's something wrong with my phone. There's something wrong with my phone. Something wrong with my phone. Yeah, I gotta restart it. Yeah, I done froze it. Yeah, something wrong with it. Okay, proof of the common blackness of ancient humans. I'm gonna go right through it. My phone was freezing up. I don't like that. Modern human skulls of the black person constructed from fragments from Peachtree. Okay, the cave, which bones, Carpathian Mountains of Romania in 2020. Yeah, and that's talking about in Europe. Okay, we got to skim through that. We're going to talk about that. Okay, Clifford the Master, the original Indian tribal lands location. Yeah, the Paleo Americans and the Black U.S. Indians. Yeah, they could be from a different stock. That's what they looked at. I believe that's young woman Lucia. We talking about that's 99. They actually found pics of this, and there's in Mexico another woman. So they've been doing research on these. These could be the out of that Polynesian Australoid stock, Central America, South America. Interesting. So we're talking about these skulls. They did it in clay. I think I seen this 9 years ago. They talked about it. And this is the Kennewick Man we just talked about earlier, reconstructed, nicknamed the Kennewick Man. That's North America. That's what those people look like. Yeah, that's in North America. And in South America, that's what these people look like. These are Australoid people in the skull, what they would look like. And that's the skulls they found. Yeah, it's a lot of problems. Yeah, man. Hold on. Get this off the screen. So we're gonna get into that in a minute. Hold on for a minute, because I'm gonna see what's wrong. Because it was a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems on my end. Yeah, I don't like when things get wrapped up and freezed up like that, because it was a lot of frozen. Yeah, make sure my phone is working, because it usually freeze up like that. Okay, note the skulls found in warm Mineral Springs, Florida, circa 10,000 years ago, has not been constructed for the obvious reasons, race issues in southern USA. However, scientific analysis was done by a 2005 study published by the National Academy of Science, Brazil, which found them constant with other earliest American settlers. They describe that the remains thusly, the earliest South Americans tend to be more similar to present Australians, Malaysians, Sub-Sahara Africans. See excerpts from the study below, as well as a link to the full study. Yeah, they talk about the full study right here. Yeah, the Gettysburg skulls originally found while tilling the garden of the historic Banner Farm in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania in 1949. It was thought to be of a Civil War soldier. However, the analysts determined that it was a skull of a Native American man, black by nose. Yeah, I was getting to the hard part of the North America and things like that. I'm gonna skim through right this, and I'll be right with y'all. Cause give me a second. I'm doing something in the background, so I'm gonna get to the meat of it. I'm gonna get it right here. I'm gonna get right here. Here you go, and enjoy. I'll be back because that time they spoke a variety of languages. Ohlone languages belong to the Custodian subfamily of the Utah language family, which itself belonged to the purpose of the Penobscot language of phylum. The term Ohlone has been used place of the Custodian, and since the 1970s by some descendants groups and by the most ethnographers of historians and writers of popular literature in pre-colonial times, but the Olean lived up in more than 50 distinctive landholding groups did not view themselves as a distinct people. They lived by hunting, fishing, and gathering in the typical ethnographic California pattern, but the members of these various bands interacted freely with one another as they built friendships and marriages, trade tools, other necessities, and partook in cultural practices. But the Ohlone people practiced the Cusco religion. Before the Spanish came, the Northern California region was one of the most densely populated regions north of Mexico. However, in years in 1769 to 1833, the Spanish missions in California have had a devastating effect on the Ohlone culture. The Ohlone population declined steeply during this period. Yeah, that's what these people looked like back in those days. And you saw the Spanish did. And the Spanish wasn't a strong empire. It was just a period of people that was on conquest. They didn't have enough power. France kind of fucked that up, if you want to get technical. That's what those people look like by Louis Corus in 1860, and that's what they look like. That's what the people look like. The ancient, now extinct. They said ancient, but now extinct Ohlone people of California show clear phenotype affinity with certain modern African tribes. Yeah, those people extinct. So we already know. Extinction was inevitable. The Indians playing a game at California Mission by, yeah, they didn't last long. It was killed off, and they show you right there. San Francisco Bay. I showed you that earlier. I'll show you that earlier in what you call it, in the prehistoric American. Indians of the Bay Area of San Francisco, California. That's what they look like. Yeah, they died off. Yeah, Spanish breed them out. That's why you got a lot of ancestral, you know. June 26, 1579, ceremony of St. Francis Drake being crowned with a headdress by California indigenous people. There you go. So Francis Drake, yeah, he was a traveler. And that was 67. Yeah, he explored. There's a lot of people explored this land. Indigenous people had this land on lock. Show you the pictures. They don't teach you this in history. Pieces of that. So depictions of them, the Americas, and pictures like that. So California Indians and things like that. Columbia University. New Netherlands appeal from New England. Yeah. Early depiction of the new Netherlands. So we ain't gonna. I'm just gonna skim through. It's a long read because I don't know how many hours. Yeah, I'm gonna skim through this and probably end this. Yeah, that was just my presentation to come on. This response, I'm just looking through, see how I did. Okay, let's get to this part right here. Yeah. Words of Black people of North America, the indigenous folk right here. So we talk about the raptor, the bee tree raptor, and that's just the thing, so that's what you want. So I'm not trying to worry about what's going on. So yeah, you just have to just look forward to it. But I'm gonna skim through it and just end it. All right. So this week I did some streams. I'm live right now. Sorry. And I did a lot. So I was talking about the update on the FSM, and I said some shit like 43 minutes. But yeah, I did a Friday Madness. I gotta watch this replay. I regret watching it because it was a good stream, and I think was it Ism was on this stream and Big J was, yeah, he was on it, and he was on this one. That's along with these two. I'm gonna have to watch. Since I gotta watch one on Thursday, I'm gonna watch this one Thursday. I gotta watch this one probably tomorrow, because this one I might watch it tonight if I have to. Well, I would say Thursday or whatever, because I don't know if I'm gonna stream that long, because I just did a long 11 hours this morning from last night around 9:04, and that's Eastern time. I did that, so I don't know how long this was go. I'm just making a response to what I did. Yeah, I got a lot of views on this. I was in my bag on that one. I wouldn't say in my bag, but I was in my spiel, like I like to call it. I was in my spiel. Once I was in my spiel and my little rant, I gained subscribers off of that. So this is me being back in the algorithm. But over time in the years, those numbers will be up, so I'm not worried. And Sunday chill, yeah, I did that. That's the last one. It's number 9. That was 9 hours. I gotta see that replay as well. I think I've seen that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I believe I've seen that. Yeah, half of these I've done seen replays on. The dereliction is day to day. What else? Yeah, I might as well play this. Hold on. The dislike, the hate's real. I'm in the algorithm. Appreciate y'all. What's going on, y'all? I update on my next live stream tomorrow. It's called Friday Special Madness. I done made some points. Like I said in that live stream I did with the meetup bullshit, I'm going to expound on what's been said. So for me, I'm going to talk about a few things, but I don't have a seat over here. Let y'all get a glimpse of what's talking about. I'll talk about, I have like 4 points and the final point, and I'm going to ask a system like this. So as we can tell, I already got it listed. My Friday Special Madness number 5, I'm bringing it back from a long await. Last month I did a lot of Thirsty Thrills and, kept it that. That's going to be on hold till like next month. I'll bring it next month. I'll do the Thursday shows like I normally do. But the Friday Special Madness will be in full effect. I just want a few. And then the Friday Special Madness number 7 will be probably the end of the next month. I ain't going to promise you that, but here it goes. Number 7 will be probably the end of the month. I'll think about it. But the Thursday Thrills, I will bring it back, because I might not stream as much in November. I'm gonna try to do a pre-record or something. I'll give it a test go, but we'll see. Truth about the Matrix Pill. That's part 1. I'll say part 1 or number 1. That's on the list. I'm gonna talk about what me and Cerulean talked about. I will say in a 10-hour live stream. I think I believe it was the second one. I believe it was the second one we talked about. He said, if you watch The Matrix again, he said most people is like red pill, the science behind red pill, right? He said, but the people that don't want you to be red pill are Agent Smiths, which is true. I'll break some of that down tomorrow night. That's part number 1. Greetings, Carly Jane. Number 2, the meetup or sting up. Now, this is a reference of my live stream that DeAndre gave me some sensitive information that's classified. I'm not going to go into it. I'll go into number two briefly, but I've heard that this guy Theo Walk is paying everybody. You just got to show up in somewhere in Buckhead in Atlanta. I heard that from over at Wacky World of O's stream yesterday. And shouts out to Big Gay. All salute, Bruce. Big Gay was not Big Gay. What I say? Not Big. Big J. My fault. Big J was on the panel, and I don't know if he gave Wacky the information. It was classified, and I hope he kept his mouth shut. Cause I can't believe I said that shit. My fault, Big J. I had a tongue twister in my brain. I was scatterbrained. That was my fault right there. Apologize for that. Yeah, I mean, I was going off the rails on this one, but yeah, I was, man, I don't know what I think was spazzing up with. I was so excited to do a Friday Special Madness stream. I meant to say, Big J was on the panel and tried to check Complex about that information. I think DeAndre told me, and we talked about it off air. So I ain't gonna go into it, but you already know. And everybody did a 180, so we discussed that probably. I think was in the Friday Special Madness, and I believe we discussed it on the we discussed it on the 11-hour live stream I did. Yeah. I said what's really good. We talked about a lot of things. I mean, we didn't go in depth. I mean, we had fun. We was throwing shots at niggas, but we do what we do. But at first, I didn't want to stream that Sunday. Because I felt like it's one of those things that I was bored. Now I said I could have said fuck it, but for me, I understand why that was gonna happen. So you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not worried, and that's just how I'm gonna be. And yeah, man, like I'm just over here like that. So yeah. And I'm gonna go back to my boy Rashawn for a minute, but y'all give me a second because I'm bouncing around streams and stuff. I'm gonna support him, but yeah, he may come through later. He may not. You know what I'm saying? Because this is kind of like a response what I did all this week. Yeah, I was talking about doing a Friday Special Madness, and I have another one next week. I'm gonna talk about something totally different. I don't know what it is. Might come up with some things to do to move forward, or talk a little bit about political stuff and things like that. I ain't got that much to talk about on that Friday, but we'll see what's going on and just laugh at dudes and little light roasts and things like that. But yeah, and it is so funny that people's talking about KS or suspicious standards, like my boy Cerulean would be calling them. But yeah, man. Yeah, I was trying to bring that back. And the thing was, when I did this self live stream, see, I was supposed to do a self live stream that Sunday. Let me tell you something. I was supposed to do a self live stream that Sunday, that around that afternoon, and I would have talked to y'all and then respond to y'all from that 7-hour I would say live stream. And something told me to do a panel stream, and I was scratching my head. At first, I didn't want to do that, but see, I was on the panel with Auntie, right? I was talking about Auntie, what happened over at Mace. Shouts out to Mace. Mace has a great channel. I didn't know that shit was going on, and then Casimir. So I was cool with her in the chat. But for me, I just had to hop on this panel, and we had the discussion because I've been on Auntie's panels. I think about 3 times. That's probably the 4th time I've been on. So I had to return him a favor. See, I don't be in his channel like that. I'll be in the chat mostly, but once I got on his panels, I said, I got comfortable. He's probably like my 3rd person I go on panels, because see, at one time I was cool with certain individuals. I used to be on the panels a lot, but I said fuck last year because it got political, people got emotional. I don't really care. Now BGS, I've been on his panels like twice. I've been on arts panel multiple times through email, so I experienced that. But after Oh Boy and Me split, I've been on Kuda's panels for probably this year. I would say probably that March, and since now. It's off and on now, but it's been consistent. But I'll tell you this. I was doing pre-records, and when I was coming back to YouTube, I would say January to February. But see, March, I had a dead period. I was trying to figure out what type of content I was going to do. But when I did self live streams in that April, I'm start doing now. I'm getting good at it now. It's second nature. It's been months since it, and I started in April, and I decided to do it and go in on topics that I want to talk about. See, I got all the esoteric knowledge out of the way, and start putting certain things into practice and start destroying points. That's what I love to do. I like breaking down shit and study to a molecule. That's what my channel is based off on, getting the knowledge and understanding people, what they're coming from. And I done seen this before, and I just pick people apart. I'm more of an analytics type person. I'm doing my analysis on people, and the numbers are how they come in and things like that. But when I talk about other things, besides history and the philosophy, we'll see what's the general discussion is talking about. I could talk about various topics on open discussions, and it's usually like that in tech and things like that. But when it's like historical streams, they don't get that many views because I'll tell you why, it's the truth. A lot of people try to say it ain't the truth, but it is. It's not popular. And I'll tell you why. It becomes evergreen over time. So I get views like that all the time because based off my channel, people, it's a certain sector I'm appealing to. That's what I did with this stream, because self live streams can be very difficult. Yeah, you can cam up and be bold all day long. If you have a mild rant on something, people watch your shit. But that's just Google and YouTube. They can hold you back. And I noticed that about live streams. Live streams is very uncanny. And I don't give a fuck that people don't watch me or not. I'm already know I'm heard. So at that point, I don't give a shit, because you got a lot of bots on here. And I've noticed that while I was mentioning Friday Special Madness, and I meant like the truth about the Matrix pills. Same thing. Everybody's more blue pilled than you think. The meetup is bullshit. It's a disaster. And I don't think it's going to happen. But if it does happen, I'm going to laugh, because I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm not part of that circle. But the in denial dereliction in the space is very real. It's a day-to-day process. I mentioned it on that 11-hour live stream I did from 9:04 until, I would say, about 9 a.m. I think 9 a.m. when I ended. It was like 11 hours, right? And praising their idols, same thing. I talked about that, broke that down in that stream as well. But this is a preview of what I was going to say in that stream. I thought it was going to be a rant, but it was a light, mild rant, right? And my final point, what I was trying to say was, what's the value in a system like this, or is it worth it? Protests against. Oh, I put protests against Raw Emanuel. Yeah, I put that on here. I got to scratch that out. American nigga factory mindset. That was the whole point of the Friday Special Madness number 5. Number 6, I don't know what type of mindset I'm going to talk about. It may be off the cuff. If I'm written down, is I might create an idea. What is scholarship? Because I've been hearing that a lot. I'm going to do a stream on that, because I get tired of these certain females asking a man scholarship. That's a fucking problem. And I noticed that over at Sheila's panels, and I'm studying shit what people say, the retarded shit they be saying. Scholarship. I hate when niggas say that, but oh well. But we're gonna continue with this. I'm gonna let this play and see who's gonna be in the chat in a minute. Hold on, I gotta get something in. Let's see who's up in here. Oh damn, I got 9 people up in here. Okay, what's going on, Mike V? Okay, lovely. Appreciate you. Who else in here? What's going on, Mace? Salute to you, bro. Appreciate you. You always been good. Keep up the great work. Who else? Yeah, man, like 9 people in here. Okay, we're good. Okay. I'm going to, y'all show LaShawn some love, man. Yeah, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna play this probably. I'm gonna play this now. Hold on. Because there was some sensitive information that DeAndre gave all us on the panel. I think it was that panel when Cerulean came. I believe it was like a 9 to 10 hour panel. I'm not sure. I think when we did the Thursday Thrills, I think it was the Thursday Thrills. I don't think it was like 9 hours or whatever. I think it was like 8 hours. I believe he gave us that information with me,
Juan G's and Mike V was on there. And I believe we got the information. I think Gino has it as well, but and then they gave the rest to Kuda or whoever. It's crazy, right? I'm not gonna go into the information that it's classified, but just wait and see. Like I'll say, beginning of, I'll say not next month, but the next month after. It could be this month, whatever, but we'll see. Because that meetup is gonna be cut short. So I'm going to expound on most of it Friday, but I'm not going to go in depth on it. I'm just going to explain what Wacky said about the meetup with Theo Webb. It's kind of divided space. I'll talk about the division part, but what he said yesterday, how they set it up, I'm not surprised. I mean, we all predicted that, but we're going to say it's going to cause a division, but it's going to be cut short. But I'm glad Big J said that, but I'm not going to go in what he said. Probably going to go in on Friday, talk about what he said. He was cryptic, which is very good. Number 3, same old shit, in denial, dereliction in the space. It's too much in it in the 2.0, 3.0 sectors because you got guys believing the state shit. They still disrespecting the brain trust. You know, it's the division. Like I said, it's dead. Okay. Y'all already claiming this whole meetup thing, wherever they 4.0 is that it? It's going to be cut short because nobody's not a part of that shit. You already got the division. Good morning, UD. Salute to you. But I'll talk about that Friday as well. Then second of all, we're going to talk about why it's important. It's a day-to-day fight. I did a stream on it too, and Cerulean said to me, he said, even yours truly, it's a day-to-day fight, and a lot of Negroes don't acknowledge that. What's going on, AB? Salute. And I'll talk about that Friday and go in why it's like that. Certain dudes just need to just keep their mouth shut. But that the Bernard Riley shit, or excuse me, Bernie Povich, the guy that brought that GC guy, Glendon Cameron asshole, that's what's going to divide the space. I mean, shout out to there, and thank God I don't co-sign that shit. I'm going to talk about that as well. That's going to be in number 3, in denial of dereliction. Now they're insurgents. That's what I'm going to say. So, number 4, praising their idols. Always going to be a goddamn follower. And I'm just going to say, their idols, we're seeing. But I co-sign what certain people saying because a lot of people saying that they just love their idols. And shouts out to Cerulean. Again, I saw what he did to David Johnson. He told him the truth. He did not want to hear that. He told his ass up. They love their idols. And you get sick of it. Because a lot of these will end up to be 50-minute to an hour mile rants or conjunctures, and I'm going to do all that. And those are the topics. Final point. I'm going to say, what's the value in the system like this? I'm just basically asking the question, what's in a value system like this? To me, it sounds like a lost value system. I mean, shout out to DS1 and TVA gave for it, you know, and they want that cosign. But we're going to talk about it. So me, that's my little presentation of it, of the 4 things I'm going to talk about. But then we're going to talk about the final part. What's the value in a system like this? That's really the topic. The meetup is part of it. But what's the value? And then there's a lot of division prior to that. I can take this shit back to March. And that's just what it is. I mean, what's the value of a system like this? It sounds like a lost value because a lot of these dudes want to divide. See, DS1, he pushed that shit forward. I mean, they showed you what a meetup was. I didn't see the video, but I had to capture it.
Yeah, I was going in on explaining my views on the whole meetup thing. And Kuda got me tight when he trying to say, like, I did that stream. I got annoyed when he said it was our fault and things like that. I get tired of hearing it. Like, who gives a fuck about that meetup, man? We already know the space has been dead since probably last year, because when Wacky got upset when Agent F let a specific white boy fucked up his panel, and then Zero Hate, aka Zero, try to help their ass, but Zero shouldn't have helped him. He should just let them get a rope and hang themselves. What hurt that moment right there? And I think Brain Trust got wind of it, right? Jay Shine, you know, he's pro-black and B1, right? Shouts out to the brother. what hurt Jay Shine was pretty simple. He did not like what happened, and those guys got super emotional. I think Wacky made a response, and he blamed all the fellas got emotional. Now he shouted out Zero, and I don't know why he shouted out Agent F. He did a poor job. I blame him for instigating that shit, and that's what happened, and called him dumb and stuff, right? And Zero, checked his that he's the only one who broke him down to a science, similar to what Nagone did with the other white boy. And that's twice that's happened in the history in these spaces. And then Brain Trust made an analysis on they was trying to be passive aggressive on that bullshit, but Jay Sean said, no, we're going to address this shit right now. Now, Agent F tried to get upset and got emotional and tried telling y'all misconstrued today, man. He was saying that on the Brain Trust, and I was scratching my head at the time. That's what it reminded me of. And that's when Wacky was saying the space was dead on that stream too. That he was on that strange stream with him. And EA, the Juggernaut, aka Edward Anderson, trying to say the space is not dead. He's on that bullshit. Another yes man, right? A lackey. And he got bodied by Wacky anyway in that stream. So, Big J was on that stream as well. But that was a wild stream. That was on Zoom. If y'all watched that, what happened, that situation, that was last year. And I was subscribed to Agent F at the time because I was in the chat and just being my fucking self and trying to get back as a content creator. But at the time, I didn't have the equipment. I didn't have the focus and the drive that year because I was focused on that political shit. I was too busy distracting and doing work. So me doing this, I got time. So I'm breaking down to molecules right now. But yeah, that's when I was talking about this meetup is a waste. They could have did this prior to that. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, they're doing it now. But shouts out to the brothers. I'm actually cool with around Little Big Nate. Wish them well. But what is the purpose of being conservative in 2021 or during the midst of the 21st century? I don't see the point. So for me talking about this on here, breaking down the Friday Special Madness, because I might skim through this, I was just talking about a lot of things in these spaces and things like that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just looking at it from an angle. So yeah, what's going on? Keep it tacky, Malik X, salute, Mike. But yeah, man, I was breaking down this to a molecule, but it was an update. So what I was trying to do is so many words. I was trying to get some off my chest on that day because I was jotting down, and I wanted to talk about certain topics that I've seen lately. You know what I'm saying? After that Sheila incident with SKC, I started doing this and start doing my presentation this way. I could sum up what I'm talking about. And yeah, it's called the American Nigga Factory Mindset. ANF. That's what I'm gonna call it. Mindset. The ANF mindset. That's what I'm gonna call it. And that's the truth. Is it worth it? And to me, when I say it on the stream, it's not worth it. I was just breaking down to a syllable. You know what I'm saying? And people had their little spiel and things like that. So I may skim through this because I don't know who I was talking to at the time. I was walking around. Let's check right here. Break this down. See what I was saying right here. Who was saying in the chat in here? Yeah, you do was encouraging. Absalon. Yeah. Not much. He said, hate to keep asking. He said, well, JW, why he mad at you? And I responded. He said he got it. Yeah, he's a clown. He's a guy that's a hater. He's a flip flopper. I don't take him seriously. He's a bottom of my shoe. He's a piece of shit. It's a lot of them like that. He'll disappear in 5 years. I'll say next year because he ain't got no content. He's up out of there. He's on that watch because a lot of bitches gonna turn on him. Watch. He'll be the next one to be exposed. Watch. Mark my words. In 4 months, he's gone. See, China and what's her name? China White and whatchamacallit Beast gonna get him up out of there. Watch. That's my prediction. If he ain't careful, he messed with Bala X. It's a wrap. Because see, GMT was smart. And he stopped messing with your boy Hangry, aka Angry Man, with that shit, that trolling shit. You can't always win. He's got to learn to tap out and just take a L and move on. You can't do that shit long term, and that's what's fucking with you the whole time. But a lot of people just need to stop doing the bullshit and just step away. And I was trying to tell people in this chat right here, he's not even worth it. He's irrelevant. He was relevant last year when everything was locked down, but he's irrelevant because he ain't got no real content of himself. You know what I'm saying? He can't produce shit. And a lot of people ain't shit that follows him. I'm just saying. Let's just keep it 1,000. Because I built my shit from the ground up, and it took years to get 1,000, nigga. This nigga ain't built like that. Stop it.
I'm so blacklisted. Why I'm so shadow banned over the years. Yeah, he did. Shango will tell you that. Yeah. I try to tell you he's a fuck nigga, man. I try to tell you. Man. Nobody likes that dude. He has no credibility. Okay. I can. Yeah, he has no content. So yeah, I can do that, you do. Yeah. Just I looked at his content and kind of laughed, man. Like I said, I don't take him seriously. If you see him, knock his ass out of bounds. He's in the chat. I treat him what he is. And I will not respond to his bullshit. He will remain hidden on this channel. We cut heads off over here. I'm an executioner. I don't play this shit. I understand this YouTube shit. I understand what they do. Because they suckers. They're all Oblivionites. Basically, he's mad because I don't like Oblivion. That's the truth. Fuck Oblivion. And fuck him. He's a knight. You get it. Anybody to represent that nigga, I'm knocking your head off. Seriously.
Oh, so petty in this damn video, man. Let me stop. I'm so damn petty. I admit it. See, what it is, when trolls get mad at you and you don't respond to them, you know you got them. And I can do it on my channel too. But see, what's the point going they shit and they got weak ass mods that can't mod? I'll show you how to mod. Because see, if I was on a big YouTuber's channel, and if I become the best mod and, you know, support him, whatever, and he give me a wrench, I'm knocking shit down, man. I'm not one of these weak niggas in the space like that, because a lot of these dudes, they can't mod worth of shit. I'm just telling it like it is. And a lot of people don't like him because you see, I'm glad the big homie JX took his shit. And she exposed his and pulled his whole card a long time ago. I'm glad Third Ward told me about that shit, because I don't pay attention to them dummies like that. Them roaches, man. They're cockroaches, man. It's just, you know what's gonna happen? They're gonna be so fucking obsolete, like these cars, but they ain't no fucking Hellcats. You know what I'm saying? And I was on my shit right here. I love this shit. I love the confidence I have. Self live streaming, talking my ish. It's so easy to do. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I don't like doing that. I just do it just to piss certain niggas off, you know. But what I do is I'm gonna be mild mannered next time, but next time I ain't always gonna be mild mannered. If someone brings in my attention, I'm just gonna clown his ass. I might not even try to go extreme with him. You know what I'm saying? Because I like toying with my victims, torturing them mentally, and knock them out of bounds like I'm in the Coliseum somewhere, right? It's blood. It's blood in the arena. It's like in a Roman Coliseum. That's how I treat this shit. I treat this YouTube shit like the Roman Coliseum all day, because they always want to put you on a pike, right? And they can't do it because I don't put myself extremely out there and be goofy like the Cuckamayor, Mr. Boo Boo Head, Mr. Clown ass Coonbuck. You know what I'm saying? That got popped the back in the head by them niggas up north, man. They ain't playing with you. But I'm just saying, like I told Absalon, look, that nigga's a clown, man. He's a flip-flopper. He challenged Agent F on Platinum Elite stream that March. I was there in the fucking chat, and I thought he had enough nuts to go after him, right? And he scheduled it on May 1st of this year, before my birthday. But that Sunday, he was confronted over at Auntie's. You know why? What happened? He folded. And that's probably not him in that picture. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm just gonna leave it alone because things reveal themselves in time. Because it's always a counter troll. It's always a counter troll, and he don't get that. His trolling is trash. I've seen better. I've seen fucking better. Trust me. I've been around these internet interways for years. I've been doing the MySpace thing since 2003 with my same Yahoo account. Was my username I used on YouTube. I was flagged in 2012 with that channel. I had like 128 subscribers. I can tell you how many subscribers I lost. Regained some of them back on this channel in time. And I didn't get 1,000 until 2019, not doing fucking content. I was in YouTube, but I wasn't in these spaces like that. But I pay attention who was popular in these spaces, but I didn't know the individuals and the followers like that until like 2020, and then learn about the whole space that whole year in the pandemic. And then also I learned about this year doing content this way. Even though pre-records is cool, I just need a different setup and different pictures to add in my points. I'm not gonna always show my face on pre-records. I may do some joints like that. I just ain't got a system to plug it in. But you know, I figured it out over time. But pre-records, it's not as required as much. I mean, it's required, but 9 out of 10, YouTube is trying to get away from that shit. You know, you can have that as an option, but it doesn't get any views. You gotta be spontaneous right now. You gotta be that beast. But I was in my spiel right here. I'm just trying to tell you, when I'm in my spiel, I get in this spiel mode and tell you what's going on with the update. And I may update you on that stream, what I'm gonna talk about, my presentation and things like that. Sometimes I may not do it, but I'll do those streams, those open discussions with y'all. That's why I like talking to my subscribers and see what's going on with them. You know, just check in, the daily check in. That's what I do with these. I do these to see where we at, and I just listen. You know what I'm saying, and provide a voice. Because I used to be a panelist and I studied this shit last year, so this year is kind of like I can talk about different things with open discussion with people if they give me disagreements and whatever, and I pull out my shit, pull out my links, and here we are. But if you're doing one man show streams, that's super easy. Anybody can do that. I get my views off the playback. You know what I'm saying? I can talk people in the chat that way, and people just come like second nature. You know what I'm saying? Because most of them just come through. But for me, I have my spiel. But yeah, guys like him, they're dime a dozen. I don't take them dudes seriously. But shouts out to Absalom Bianchi for responding in this stream, because I did good, man. Like I try to be good. But once you're in the algorithm and they got you, but I'm gonna let this play through, and I'll probably find another stream to respond to and just stop it right there. Just a little fuckery on the top. I'll let y'all enjoy.
I don't fuck with dudes like that. And I stand on what I said because I'm not taking this down. I just want them to hear this message. I'm going to talk about y'all and roast y'all about the same shit that I see on part 3. Too much dereliction on that side, man. Every time, I'm tired of hearing about Bernie Povich. Fuck that nigga, man. And that nigga talks about the same old shit, and his content is garbage. I don't care how many fucking subscribers. They're trash. They're bots, man. I studied this YouTube shit, and they fake as hell. Fuck them. They're sheep. That's why I'm okay with the scorched earth philosophy, man. Like when that Armageddon comes, they're gonna be the first one to go, man. They're the same type of people you don't want to the top, because if you study Fresh and Fit, I call them flims and flamsy over here. That's how they got their followers, man. Bots. And you see why they're not gonna make it. A lot of these channels are not gonna make it. You can't do stagnating content or stagnation content to rise to the top. You just gotta be evergreen. See, I fall back. I get views based off of the years. If I leave today, my shit grows. If I'm bouncing around on panels, my shit grows. It's just common sense. Because if you're on other social media or social network platforms, you're gonna do something. But I think doing this follow up for tomorrow, what I'm gonna talk about, wherever I said on that whatchamacallit, about the meetup, self live stream I did, my response to Kuda. I'm going to expound on even further what's going to happen in the next, not the next one, the next one after. You're going to be surprised. Wherever DeAndre showed me, man, they are not playing. So this could be a sting up on old boy. What's his name? Theo. Theo's not the truth, man. He's a Johnny come lately. That's all I gotta say about that. I'm like, who's gonna take advice with your weak ass, man? You don't even know nothing about the brain trust. I was a part of that shit on panels talking about the Sapio shit, talking about different things, the watches. I talked about all that with the dark statue before I had different avatars. You know, see, I was trying to grow my shit as a panelist last year. See, I could have did some of this last year, but see, 2020, everybody was paranoid and isolated. Not much you can do. But this year, I started streaming in April of this year. But see, I did pre-records in January and February with my phone. So it's a little different now. Now, doing self live streams and then do the panel streams or streams with presentation on it, I got it. I know a lot of people don't like my ass, but fuck them. He ain't the only one. Pick a number. It's a lot of dudes that don't like me on every black sector because I'm the most hated. Like I said, I'll take that. I put people in a place, man. I've been doing this shit for like almost decades. These niggas is fake, man. They like to con people. Why you think certain people get to the top? They lie. They talk all this big shit, but they ain't really about shit. See, I don't put my life out here like that. There's a lot of ways not to put your life out here. You can say a location and just don't broadcast it. Don't open your mouth and speak on it. So it's kind of private in a way. That's why I don't put my real name out there like that. I don't take that risk. That's how they dox you.
There you go. I said it. That's how they dox you. And not only you put your real name, yeah, they can find your name and Google, yeah, they don't want can blur it out, but 9 out of 10 they don't have a right to do that. But there's ways around it as well. If you got that skill of, I ain't gonna say hacking and things like that, because you got programs and apps to distort your name, and people do shit like that all the time. I'm trying to tell you the history of the internet, of not just modern internet and Google when they hijacked this damn site when it was created in 05. YouTube wasn't shit since 08, but prior to that it was good. I'm just saying, I'm just being biased because I'm letting you know that's when you do all that the fuck shit. But what hurt the site, people want more money and got greedy, and they was doing I would say content creators or guys that were moderators at the time, the whole time, or monetized people, do them dirty. And I seen this shit a lot. And what I'm saying in so many words is, I know the risk. Everybody wants to be famous and try to get to Hollywood status or White House status, and it's stupid. Because to me, what's the point? I'm not gonna waste my energy to trying to profit off this shit. It's bullshit. I talk about different things. I use this shit as a hobby, man. My channel right here is a hobby. It's not a job. A lot of people think it's a job. It can be, but what's the point? When you have a lot of censorship, think about it. You can use this as a hobby and then move forward. Now, if I create another channel, do it for money, that's different. Have a radio station or a podcast, because everybody's podcasting. But I hate to say this, there's only a handful of people I know that can podcast better than the average fool on YouTube. Not everybody can podcast. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Half of the times their topics are bullshit. YouTube likes bullshit. I hate to say, excuse me, Google and YouTube like bullshit. That's why people are popular on the top, because they like BS all the time and bullshit, right? It's because they want it to sell. It's a marketing scheme. So what they do is they pick certain people who they like and eliminate your audience and give you bots. You gotta make deals, man. You gotta put in the word, the gift and the gap. So you got to participate in shit. Now, even the ones that's not monetized, they still got to participate, but just give their message out. If their messages are clear, you can do content. But 9 out of 10, you're gonna figure out how to survive this shit. A lot of people have, just don't get involved in bullshit. You can soft troll from a distance, drop a grenade or a bomb, whatever, and just rescatter it, and boom, People do that shit all the time, man. You just gotta lay in the cut and let them hurt themselves and make them submit. It's like a chess match. That's what I do with this channel. But this channel is strictly I talk about history and other shit, real shit, knowledge. I drop gems on here and I just fall back. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't trying to, I'm not a community-based guy. Let's just say it like that. I do it online mostly, but offline, I'm doing real things too. You know, I ain't trying to, you know, I'm trying to see where people's at. I'm just looking at the political aspect of it first, and then I'll do. I can do it because I'm participating in spreading the message out. That's why I'm just a messenger. I'm not just somebody trying to save the community. That's an individual right, you know, but it's a group thing too. You know, I'm learning you can do both offline and online. I ain't trying to be famous off this shit. I'm trying to tell people I'm not here to make fame off this. I'm sorry. This is the wrong channel. This channel is designed to help young minds to see the truth and decipher for themselves. Don't even listen to me. I'm not no leader or anything. I'm my own leader to myself. Everybody's their own leader, but you got to be a good follower and be a good student, and then you apply that shit into your world. That's what I try to do on here. But what I'm trying to do is give messages to people to follow. So basically, I'm just building that type of platform because I figured out how to do it. See, yeah, I got content on pre-records all day. We can discuss real things, but it's progress. It's a day-to-day progress, and you keep doing it. It's called being efficient. It's called being evergreen, and just do it, and you be there. And that's why you focus on your content. It's gonna come through, but you know it takes skill. A lot of dudes can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you can soft troll all day and pop shot, but do you have really evergreen content? I preach that on the channel. Money's not evergreen. I'm sorry to tell y'all that. It's not. Trust me. That shit does not work. The shit what Angerman does, I laugh at that shit. That's been done before by Tommy. Let's just cut the cap. Because that ain't gonna get you nowhere. Y'all need to get off that fucking shit, man. Google don't give a fuck about y'all like that. Because when I saw that COPA laws and shit, hell no. It's hard now for the men. See, women got the advantage. I'm not complaining. You know, men needs to do better too. And there's other sites you can do that too. You just got to move strategically. And I'm trying to tell you on YouTube, you can say what you want. Just don't get monetized. And don't say too much when you monetize too. You know, just be cryptic like I am and just move on. That's what I do on this channel. I just let y'all talk. I don't allow no craziness. I chop heads off over here because my channel will always gonna be what it is. I done said so much prior to these streams and these newer style content, right? I done said enough. It's no need. I'm on scorched earth time. I'm on scorched earth. I'm with it. I got to see for what it is. And not everybody's built like that. So it's going to take me a little bit to get used to certain people. So, you know, once you have that audience, I want to compete with BGS on that level and just change the minds of these young men. Because they the ones need to be saved. It's not the older ones. It's the younger ones. That's what I'm here for. So they can look at my shit and be like, damn, you know, that's why I put these streams and these videos out. Just give it to them. And they can talk to me in person, you know. Not just in person, but I would say online person, you know, not offline. Because offline, they probably do different things. And I tell them what to do and just get their knowledge and get it on. If they're in college, that's why I do the history streams. The open discussions is talk about different things and have a nice discussion. See where your mind's right and, you know, in your spirit. Try and test your mind. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to the history streams, that's just gems I'm dropping. You know what I'm saying? And shouts out to the guy that did the realhistory.com with the information. He's a Black scholar and he's doing a great job. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, don't pay me no mind when I say that, you know, that goes on YouTube. I study this shit and I just fall back because I know what they're about to do to certain people. Just don't get involved in that shit. Cut your ties. Bam. You're out of there. So I'm going to play this a little more and then I'm going to just end it.
You know what I'm saying? That's how they get you. But not only that, it could be over some bullshit. But yeah, fuck that nigga, man. He's a crybaby. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. I tell you how I lost mine. I lost mine over to some political shit, Absalon. That happens. Yeah. Oh, what's going on, Chaos? Salute. It's just like I said, man. Yeah, I'll talk about that Friday. I'll talk about that Friday because I'll expound on what I meant in that stream because I stand every time I hear about dude, he's fake, man. I peeped that last year and this year. Why I go over there, he's got shit content. He ain't talking about a goddamn thing but the same old bullshit. No disrespect, Ramil had the best content. If you want to really keep it G, at least he told on himself being a reformed person. I hate to say that. I mean, his content was enjoyable, even though he went off the rails and stuff gets knocked down and he puts it on Patreon, you know. So at least Ramil's got decent content, but most of these dudes they don't. They just out there to get attention and clicks and likes. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't got no piece of paper. Okay, JT 543. Okay. Yeah, I ain't got no piece of paper. Well, I got a piece of paper. I ain't got no pen.
Let me skim through this. Hold on.
Because it's already divided over the big homie Avatar, right? He's mad at me over that Cuda shit and Cuda right now. So you know she's not speaking to us. Especially my ass on panels.
You know, I was talking about the big homie Jessica X. She ain't my big homie. That's their big homie. I'm actually trolling when I say that. I got that from shouts out to DJ Cuda for that. I was just fucking around. Don't pay me no mind.
Answerware, doxing type style, you know, trolling. It's different what levels to that. It's all in one on the second part. It's two types. The first part is soft trolling. That's like comedic. Once you get comedic with someone and you use his name as an insult and turn it into a joke, they don't even like that. That's worse than number two. I might have to switch it around. I might have to do a self stream on that one day because I think that's going to be some of the key issues that people don't understand, especially black folks. They can't handle jokes like that. They too soft nowadays. Back in the day, they used to be soft nowadays. But yeah, number 4, Praise and Idol. That's what I'm going to talk about. So that's all of my Friday special madness. I will talk about it. And then, like I said, the final point, the value in the system like this, or is it worth it? And what I'm asking the question of these things I just talked about, is it worth it our time to say, you know, as black men, we should focus on the real shit. You know, we can do it both ways, online and offline. Because the way the economics is going, you balance both worlds.
Yeah,
that's how that works.
I was talking
on YouTube.
about
YouTube is like a media source, right?
Yeah, it's like a media source. And I was saying it. I'm gonna end it right here.
I'm gonna catch another live. So with that, I want to say peace and shalom.
I'm gonna drop the chat. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link to open up discussion. Yeah, it's an hour. I know people is coming through, but let me pin this shit. Yeah, let me pin it. Yeah, because I just want to just look at that. That's all I did in the week. And I'm just gonna see what's what. I was just responding. It's like an update. Oh damn, I'm live on here. Oh shit, let me get to videos. I did that. This I'm gonna probably watch tomorrow. Gonna see and enjoy that stream. I want to see how I sound on the replay on this. I use a different microphone on this too. Yeah, I use one of my panel mics, different a USB mic, but I'll see how I sound on here. But this one I sound on my, I think on my Quadcast. Yeah, this one sounds crisp. So I'm gonna fuck around with these. I'm gonna probably watch this one Thursday. I'm gonna watch this one. Now, Kuda had one on the stream I need to see. Replay of that stream. I might add it in the watch. So I don't know. I ain't got time. I'm so busy doing my streams and shit. you just not have time to watch because I got other stuff to watch too and balance it all out. Because I'm trying to stay away from a lot of live streams and watch a lot of pre-records too and balance it both out and just dip in peace, you know, because sometimes you don't want to watch the replay. It's a waste because replays, they get redundant. But yeah, that's it. I mean, I got it up here. I mean, I already watched this. This is nice. After Kuda stream, and then the general, we talked about the statistics. That was a 4-hour stream. So yeah, man, that's some real shit. Thursday Thrills was different. I'm trying to figure out the Vietnam. I talked about a lot of stuff. Derelictions day to day. See me cammed up. Didn't care. Let me see what's going on here.
Doing his channel and things like that. You know, he wants to be an entertainer. Be an entertainer, bro.
Oh shit! I hit that by mistake. My fault, yo. I hit that by mistake. I apologize for that. That's when we argue. Yeah, hold on. I hit that by mistake. 9 hours. That's what Trinity. She was going for Cerulean. Okay, I want to show you this part. This is where we was offline. Me and Cerulean had an offline discussion on this Sunday chill. And you see how I ended. Watch. Then you have a lady on the panel, like a woman. Appreciate her coming through. I mean, she was better than most. I've been on the panel with her like the first time over at Antilles, but today I would say she did good on my panel, you know, and this the best I've got out of her. No disrespect, but you know, that's the best I've seen. Yeah.
I think it was a great conversation, man. General had some good shit. Cerulean had some good shit. You had some good shit, man. The young lady came up, man. Trinity's cat, good shit. And I think, you know, a lot of the raised octaves still got to the point of, I guess, that we was all trying to make. And I tell people this all the time. A lot of times people be agreeing. And it be just that back and forth where people, you know, listening.
It's good to give pushback. That's how you build. And I love pushback. It don't bother me one bit. And you can't be a damn follower. Like he told David Johnson, you always gonna be a fucking follower. And he told him that on Sheila E's panel. And and I've noticed the bullshit that came through. So you know what I'm saying?
Like, yeah, man. It's just like, you know, you speak your word. The reason you're here is because we want to know what you got to say about it. Not like, you know what I'm saying, what the voice that's being spoken into each one of us, you know what I'm saying, vicariously through these different algorithms and social medias. What is your real, and that's what I feel that the experiences that each one of us have, we can compare the notes, although my notes may be contradictory in some states and certain things that you've been through, but guess what? Hey, the meeting in the middle is where you get the through line on the shit. Hey, man, you know, I can use anything, like you said, brother. You don't never stop, you never get too old, learn something. Okay?
Right.
You know, when you get too old, learn something, it's time to die. You know what I'm saying? You can always learn something. I don't care how old you is. Always.
Yeah.
That program, right? So back during Operation Iraqi Freedom, this program I'm talking about, Ernest Voice, is basically used to minimize the amount of manpower that U.S. forces needed to, say, surveil hostile territories, right?
Okay.
And you did that by giving them access to communications. That way, all you have to do is wait to fish out lines of data to see what political leaders being followed, what political leaders people are against, which ones can we incentivize, which ones we need to get rid of.
Yeah, I'll look into that later on today.
When that budget started, it was a small $3 million budget. Today, that budget is nearly $300 million.
Right. Yeah,
and all it's meant to do is to fucking cause division within blocks of groups, because they want you to think like an individual, act like an individual.
You see how they got Egypt, the Twitter, where they sued Twitter for the Egypt revolution? You saw that shit?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's old. Yeah, I've seen that. I'm gonna read more of it later on. Yeah, but I gotta shut this down. Gotta get some rest. But any last words, fellas, or anything? Because
Yes, I came up. I just wanted you guys, if you have channels, do you mind dropping it in the chat? And I'm happy to sub and support it.
I don't really do a whole lot of shameless promotion.
He caught us off guard when we was about to shut down. I'm gonna let you hear what Cerulean said, but we was about to shut down, but we did talk offline about that too, and we didn't go into detail. Now I could have extended this, but I said to myself, you see how it's going to end. If you paid attention, we had an offline similar to what we had today. So yeah, off air. That's what I like to call conversation. It continues. So yeah, I was surprised that he came up. So, you know, and I think DeAndre told me about him over at Antes, but you know, yeah, I'm watching him too. Yeah.
Like you could just type in the name Gray Regime. Or you can go to
Gray Regime. You can type in his name, but Shatter, you can put it in the chat or the back chat.
Yeah, and did Trinity also have a channel?
Yeah, she does. I mean, she can put it. Well, yeah, I ain't got her a mod, but yeah, you can type in her name and find her. She has a channel too.
Okay, I didn't know if the names were the channels. Okay, so if I type in Black Rain, I can find it, and also if I type in Trinity Time Travels, got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can find it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, sir, over having me up, Cerulean, man. It's always been a pleasure, dog. Like I say, I appreciate y'all brothers doing what y'all doing. And like I say, anytime we can link and make some solutions like you was talking about, bro, anything y'all need for like tech thing, like I told you, man, I'm telling people right now, if you got another solution, Amazon and eBay, I know they're taking over the whole world, Amazon anyway, but man, look, create you an account and start selling, because I promise you, man, I can show you how to do it. Start from $14 my first week, third week at $4,000. So, hey, man, y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. Any solution, anything I can help with, bro, I'm there.
Indeed.
All right, indeed. Yeah, it's been a great build and a great show. Oh man, we got everything out here. Right. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Shouts out to everybody that came through. The General, Cerulean, Shattered Games, man. DeAndre, of course. Who else came through? I'm trying to think who else came through. Auntie, Wolf, Namer. Shouts out to him, the brother. Yeah, everybody that came through today, you know, appreciate y'all for stopping by. So with that, I want to say peace and shalom.
Blessing, brother.
And look how it ended. It ended like that. You see, they didn't get off the panel. Shatterpoints got off the panel later, you know, and I was talking to Cerulean. So you know how it is. So what I saw right there, now I looked at that in the playback, you know, it's like, and I watched the whole thing. The argument went down. Good stuff, good quality, right? And you notice he dipped when I told him where to look for. He was looking for something. I was like, I didn't make her as a mod, but you know how it is. I mean, I'm not gonna get into that. I shouldn't have said that on this stream, but yeah, man, hit that by accident. So yeah, that's my responses. I'm just looking at it for right now. So, you know, I'm going to stop sharing it and just knock it down and see what's what. Cause I know I'm all over the place with this, but yeah. Oh, Platinum's on. I ain't gonna watch that shit. He got Mika B over there, Big J. Yeah. I'm watching Nate right now on my phone doing this stream, but yeah, but you know, I don't usually do that because I don't want to get strike. You know how people don't like reaction videos. That shit started since 2015 and on down, and it was in the Obama years and Trump years too. That's why I don't like that era. I don't, and that's what killed YouTube. And then live streams became a thing in 2017 on here. It wasn't as huge as people thought. So yeah, I mean, I put the link in the chat if y'all want to discuss. I mean, I was just like looking at what I was reviewing early in the stream. So, just y'all can talk, whatever. So yeah.
Greetings.
What's going on, man?
Oh, good. How you been?
Oh, good. I just came off from I think a long live stream I did with I think 11 hours. It was with I think DeAndre and Cerulean. We talked about.
Oh man, I missed out on a lot. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, you can watch it on the playback. I mean, we had like a off-air discussion afterwards. So yeah.
Can I ask you a question about that? Honestly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes you're like when you go off air, sometimes I sometimes look at it. I think, not feel. Get that right, folks. This is my thoughts, not my feelings. But when you put out what was discussed offline, isn't it kind of like a violation of confidentiality in a sense? Because sometimes what I mean is like what remains off the record should remain off the record, and what's offline should remain offline. I mean, this was constructive. I know the point to it, but I'm sure they understand it. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but but it's stuff that we know about certain people. I don't say much on these streams. I try to be careful, who people associate with. I'm just learning, and I think they wanted some. I think get some off their chest, and they was asking me, we got to tell you something, right? It's like certain information that's sensitive, and they pulled me to the side, and I was like, okay, we can discuss this off air. I wanted to do that for them, and I think DeAndre wanted me to do it, so I was just like, okay, let me get an earful. And I'll tell you like this, it lasted about a few hours, and I was thinking about this stream too, because think about what I was doing on topics like these and things like that. So I wasn't really focusing on the off conversation. I was more focused on this stream than the one I did 11 hours. Now the 11 hours, I was kind of bored because not everybody wasn't really streaming that much. And I'll tell you this, on that day, that Sunday, I didn't think I was going to stream that day because I thought it was going to be all because I was on the panel over at Antilles and we was talking about what happened over here with Mace. And I was like, okay. And, we discussed, we talked about different, yeah. And it was a good discussion. We talked it out and tried to calm him down, whatever, because he got in some drama over there. And I said, oh, okay. That's why I frequent
their feelings.
Yeah.
A lot of people getting their feelings, yo.
Yeah.
Don't mind me. I have this tendency to interrupt. It's not like interrupting. I understand.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, but when I was doing that stream, and I decided to talk about certain things, how I feel about not just in the spaces, but I think it was like I did that like that probably about the first couple of minutes into an hour to open it up, and it ended up being a long stream. But we talked, and I stayed up for quite some hours. A lot of it
constructive.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll admit there are times when I'm gonna get on Charles' stream, and given the time difference, and everything, I have a tendency to fall asleep.
Yeah, I fell asleep by accident.
I've done that on BGS as many times. He had to kick me off because Naima, get off. Naima. Yeah. Oh shit, the boy fell asleep. Good night.
Yeah. I fell asleep on a few panels, even my own. I would say about 4 times over here. No, I'm serious. And then they had to wake me up, and I think DeAndre and Cerulean left me on that 7-hour live stream. I said, "Oh shit!" And I didn't realize I was snoring, and I heard the playback. I said, "Damn, I messed up." But it happens. It happens. That's part of it happens.
We've had good memories with hearing Charles snore in his sleep during a hangout.
I remember that. Yeah. Several times.
Oh, don't mind the name. It's just a running joke. Because sometimes I like to mess with everybody. Because Charles is like calling himself the Negro Jedi. So, Darth Wolf, the Sith Lord here. Oh, right. Hey Malik, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, Malik?
Hey, peace and blessings, brothers. How you doing, Namor?
Peace and blessings.
How you doing, sir? Sir Abadayu?
What's going on, man?
About Yahoo?
Yeah.
No, so what's the
topic? You know what, Malik?
What's up?
I should be calling you Nagus because Malik is like basically an African American form of Malik, which means king.
Yeah.
And Nagus is how we say king in both Amharic and Tigrinya.
Oh, okay.
In fact, you would be surprised. There's a lot of what was it? A lot of not a lot of Gen Xers, but a lot of boomers and silent generation back home. A lot of men who were named Naguse, which means my king. But I knew some women who were called Nagisti, which means my queen. That was their birth names, their certificates.
Oh, okay.
So it's a pretty common name for certain generations.
I got you. And then, hey, so sir, I guess I call you Sir Ob or Sir O for short. Hey,
Yeah,
so
Sir O. Yeah, you can
Sir
say
O.
Sir O.
Okay, yeah. Hey, so what's the topic? I see it say response. I see the title says Response Monday. So,
just my streams I did this week, see how I sounded, what my message was, and I'm just reviewing myself. You know, I do these like I call them Response Mondays and see how the presentation, how I sound on the stream. You know, just a quick walkthrough. You know what I mean? Just like what I discuss, because sometimes you forget what you discuss on streams. Because the reason I watch them to see what I said, and then I write it down, and I say, oh, I said this. Wow, you know. And I'm learning, you know, because sometimes I study streams too, like last year, because certain panelists how they talk, and
True.
yeah.
I try to keep it on the realms of, you know, in conversation. And sometimes I try not to get off the rails because a lot of people, they love doing it. What's going on, Absalon Pianki? Salute, bro. And yeah, and I did not mean to see. Okay, I got to see the replay of that stream. I had you on there with your friend, right? Because that was new, that was different. That's not that's an interesting panel. You know what I'm saying? Because it's different. You know what I mean? Because I didn't expect anybody like my regulars. I said, yeah, this is like an audience build right here. And I was looking at it, and I was looking at my subscription. I said, oh shit, that rant got everybody geeked up. So, and I'm looking at that, who I was pulling in the chat, but I ain't worried about the numbers. But 9 out of 10, if I'm saying something profound, you know, people look at it. But then I look at my other stuff. I'm just like, okay, I'm cool. But, you know, I know how it works because it's different from everybody. So everybody's got people they go to, and I'm not really worried. Yeah. So, and I was looking at it for like, I think if I should have seen that replay 7 hours, I might look at it later because I got to see what I said in those 7 hours, because that could have been a good piece of stream. The first half, I'm like, okay, I said this. Okay. And I usually do that to all longer live streams. I just detail what I said in my points, and basically the same thing with this one, with the self live streams, what I said, and I try to be concise with it. You know what I mean? I try to see what I was trying, what try the points I was trying to make. But that 11-hour live stream, man, that was draining. I did fell asleep on the panel, and I think Ism said, I was at the back. I said, oh shit, I didn't see Ism. I said, oh shit, let me let him up. And that had to be sometimes. A crazy. Yeah, it had to be a crazy stream, and he hopped off. And I think it was me, DeAndre, Cerulean, and the General. And the General came on the tail end, but you know, he's been here through before. And yeah, that was it.
I'm pretty intrigued by the General. I've only met him that one time.
Oh, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. I've been on panels with him multiple times. What you call it? Tyrone Church. I've been on the panel with him once. That's my second time. Now he's been on my channel. And the first time on my panel, the first time, that's like my second time, you know, talking to him on the panel. Because I said, oh, okay. Because see, I always talk to him in the chat, but then I said, oh, okay. Now, okay, he's a panelist. Okay, but he's got content too. I said, oh, okay. I'm going to ask him if he ever does more content. I'm going to ask what he does, you know, next time if he comes up here. But I told him, yeah, he's always welcome to come through. But, you know, I got to look at that one. I got to look at that one on Thursday, because I got a Wednesday stream prior to looking at that replay, because it's a lot of streams.
I mean, it's my first time. It was my first time that I got on your stream. That was the same time. It was my first time on DeAndre's stream. Because Cerulean had mentioned he'd been on that stream, so I figured, hey, just drop in and see how my big brother is.
Yeah,
that's what I affectionately called. That's what I call Cerulean, big brother.
Yeah. Cerulean, he came on my, I think, Thursday Thrills open discussion streams, and I think DeAndre messed him because he saw SKC wanted to debate him in the chat, right? But it wasn't no debate. It was like old stuff from back in the day. And I think Cerulean got on the panel. It was him, DeAndre, but SKC finally came on that panel and won the challenge.
No,
yeah, it went. It went
You
left.
don't do that. You do not try to challenge Cerulean. I have seen that many times, and he does not take L's. He does not take L's. Just like Charles does. Just like Charles is basically the Habib Nurmagomedov of online debates. You cannot try to do with him. This man is intellectually and psychologically leaps and bounds ahead of most people. You are dealing with somebody who is I'm just going to say scary. This is not somebody you want to play mind games with. This is somebody that you are not equipped to challenge.
Yeah, he's cerebral. I've seen it. He done it with David Johnson, broke him down, and I died laughing. I said, "That's what you get." And he was trolling both of them. He was telling me on the panel. He said, "I'm trolling SKC." I said, "Oh man, come on." he ain't nothing to play with because I witnessed it so many times on these panels that I have. This dude is cerebral. I try to tell people they do not like him for some reason. He told me he always uses this line. Don't you know they look up to me?
No, I'll be honest with you. I am naturally afraid of Cerulean, but that is why I learned to stand his good side. He knows, he understands that I'm naturally afraid. It's not that I'm like scared of the man or something like that. It's just instinctually I realize I should be afraid of him, as the younger brother should be afraid of his older brother because he does not want to get on his bad side. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's usually
so
what
I
it
realized
is.
That's why I'm saying, because I know what he could do, and that's why sometimes I'm just like, don't do it.
Yeah,
don't test him.
Yeah, I try not to because I understand it. I've seen people like guys like him in real life. I said, damn, but I know he has that background, but like they need to leave that man alone. So they just don't get it. I mean, these trolls, I was like, y'all need to leave Cerulean alone because he'll out troll you. He told me that off air. I said, "Oh man." He said it's funny. Yeah, I tried not to mess with him because I studied him, man. I say, wow, I just can't come at him. It's hard because I tell people like guys like that, you just can't beat. And I know how DeAndre gets too. Yeah, DeAndre does the same thing, but he's being fair and balanced. If you mess with him, you're gonna get it.
That's why I stay away from me personally, because what my head issues are.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was probably the aspect of that. I mean, Cerulean is well aware of that because I remember one time somebody said something about. Because I remember Kevin Samuel said something about borderlines, and I wanted to challenge him about that, but Cerulean stopped me and said, "No, that's not what he meant. He meant something else."
Yeah.
So because I can get pretty volatile sometimes. That's why I try to stay away from debates as much as possible.
Yeah, I can tell. I mean, you was on Charles, and I think they stopped you a few times. It's a couple. I don't remember as much, but I noticed that, and you reframed yourself very well. I'm glad you try to tell that truth, kid. Refrain for certain things, and you keep it structured. I hate to say it, and I tell people this all the time. And why I've noticed on those streams. And people don't notice that in the chat. No, he keeps his stuff structured. All y'all do, and that's what I like about y'all because y'all keep that shit balanced, man. Like especially DeAndre.
I have OCD. That's why I have a tendency to keep, interrupting like that. It's not that I'm trying to be disrespectful. BGS has had to explain it to certain people. No, it's Nemo's got OCD, so sometimes he has that compulsion to do that. It's nothing egregious. It's just how he deals with these things. So
right.
Yeah, and we've actually had discussions about mental health and whatnot, and I've been very candid about that. Because I've trying to understand my own disorder. I've had to done a lot of research on other disorders. So, and I've gone back and forth with a few people about it because it's you like to build about that stuff.
Yeah,
and I think that's stuff they need to talk about. And I've realized it's just like, when I have discussions with, in an ADOS environment and among a bunch of ADOS folks about these things, it's like having discussions with my own people because, there's a stigma you have to go overcome and whatnot, or any other discussion we're having. There's these, the uncomfortableness or the uneasiness because it's been culturally and socialized to be, advert from having these discussions. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's kind of refreshing just trying to get engaged and having these discussions every once in a while, depending on the subject at hand. So yeah, but yeah, we have to get Young Truth because he's 19. He's a little boisterous. He's in that rut. Hey, have you checked out BGS's latest video about dads on duty?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
I seen some streams like that. I seen his recent Shatterpoint. He tried to coach the kid. You know, he coached him over at Art of New Style. They try to correct him. But when SKC trolled him that day, I was in that stream. I felt sorry for him. You know, the kid didn't understand what SKC was doing. You know, he's satirical with his little behavior. And
which kid are we talking about here? Because there were 2 kids on the Shatterpoint last time I checked.
Yeah.
You talking about Truth or Hammer?
Not Hammer, Truth. I'm talking about Truth. Yeah, I already know about Hammer, but Truth. There was a stream that Art did midday because he always had those midday streams, and I saw SKC up there. You know, they was challenging about the racial politics, identity and all that stuff, right? He was just he was messing with him, and then Truth got emotional and tight about it, and he was standing on his position, and SKC was trying to mess with him, trying to see where his head was at, and I want to say something on the panel, but I said, no, I'm going to let the young man, if he thinks he's smart, I want to see what he knows. And SKC was just toying with him, man. I said, I'm not mad though. You know, it's just
no. That's not what I'm saying. But it's like, first of all, well, Hammer, I did have my little fun with him because Africans like to mess with other Africans, especially when we're using soccer references. So
that dad's on duty. Yeah, I saw a post on that on Instagram. I saw the picture. I think I saw it on. Yeah, I saw it on Instagram and on Facebook.
Yeah. Did you? I remember there was if you ever look at the video, it starts off with I think it was some kind of wildlife documentary where they're talking about a bunch of in South Africa, one of the game ranges. I think it's Peerler. I forgot the name of it. It's starts with a P, and they noticed that a lot of the younger, the juvenile elephant bulls were getting a little out of control, a little handsy, getting too aggressive. So what they did is they brought in a bunch of adult male bulls from Kruger to come over there and bring back the balance. Kind of like, because sometimes if you have a male presence in a certain environment, the young adults check themselves.
True that.
So that's what the whole dads on duty thing is. A lot of dads from Shreveport, Louisiana, decided to volunteer to be.
No, I think if all black fathers all over the country were to do that in all the neighborhoods, especially the urban communities, I think it'd be an improvement. Especially for the young black youth, if the fathers.
Absolutely. It's not gonna be easy though, because because remember y'all live in a gynocracy, and just how black fathers are portrayed, because you understand the popular narrative that's being pumped and shoved down people's throats. So I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is it's going to be an uphill battle, but with stride in due time, it will make a huge impact nationwide.
Basically. We still live in white America. That's the other problem too. That's the main problem. Mm-hmm. So it's never easy. Anytime we try to mobilize or do something positive, they try and cut us off at the neck or basically the knees. See, that's the problem. So,
what was it that Frederick Douglass said? Without struggle, there can be no progress.
We've been struggling too damn long. To make progress, we need to enforce progress. Mm-hmm. So that's what we might have to do. But basically, as even the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was saying, we need to separate.
Are you NOI?
Where's that?
Are you NOI, Malik? Are you part of the nation?
I've adapted the mentality. Yeah, I mean, I haven't officially joined any nation. I mean, I think there's a branch in my neighborhood that's kind of local, But
Mhm.
I haven't started wearing a suit and a bow tie yet. But as far as the ideology and the mentality, yeah, I've adopted that in my heart and in my mind. I'm just saying when I say
Okay.
separate, I mean, not separate because I mean, of course, the main part is about race, but I'm talking about separate as far as schooling and education. Basically, we need our own schools and to learn real education, not what they teach. I'm not talking about just history. I'm talking about history and all around. We need education of life. Progress. Our own businesses. The jobs. Basically, our own land.
40 acres and a mule, as the
Yeah,
saying goes.
I'm talking about not just individually, but as a community.
No, I get your point. I get your point.
Yeah,
But like when you say it, just I'm like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. So I see your point. So there's got to be a lot of things that have to be done, and sometimes you have to ask yourself, how do you, with the changing situation, how do you adapt your strategy? It's because sometimes you got to look at it like boxing. Each round changes the fight. It's how do you if you make the right adjustments in order to overcome the struggles or the pushback. If you catch my drift.
yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, actually, my supervisor on my job told me that basically most of us have become so westernized that we're adapted and used to our condition. So no one wants to try it. So that, if you're working a job or like I am, like most people, it's like to do all this, it would take money and planning. See, and not me or no one else has like several thousand or a few $1 million. Like I said, now see if I ever win the lottery, I would put a plan like that into motion. Because it takes money to buy land, of course. Like I talked to my old supervisor in the email. He's saying he's leaving Richmond, Virginia. That's where I live. He's leaving Virginia and is moving to Stafford because he's I think he's bought some land out there. Because his wife retired this year, and he said,
Wait. Stafford, is that in Virginia or is that another, or is that in?
No, it's Stafford, Virginia. Yeah, it's another city in Virginia.
Okay. Well, it's just something when we say Virginia, I get a little nostalgic myself because I'm thinking about the DMV area because a lot of my people are there.
I got you.
Doesn't matter what's mostly on the Virginia side, but you also find folks in the Maryland area as well. But yeah, so I'm thinking, okay, because let's see. But yeah, but it's like I see your point, but you also have the vision. But can the vision adapt to the changes in the environment and the situation? Plans change. How do you adapt to them? Because there's got to be like a little leeway and such.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But it's like
Yeah, but oh well, it is what it is. It is.
Well, without a doubt. But hey, sir, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just a little distracted. Oh, what's going on? I am listening. Yeah.
Anyway,
But
like I said, but that video was very insightful but then again, it got me nostalgic because I remember Charles and I went back and forth about that idea because I mentioned using the elephant analogy before. How important it is, for a young male, because a lot of people don't understand animals. When you think of animals, sometimes nature can be the best inspiration for certain things. I mean, the Chinese with their martial art. I mean, the Chinese with their various styles of kung fu is a good example. Many indigenous societies, hunter-gatherer societies, their understanding of the world is inspired to them by nature, like the way they follow the animals and how they adapt to certain things. But yeah.
Yep. It's just like you what Malik said, like the right known laws and stuff. Yeah. I had these conversations a lot over at Art of New Style. Like he has he's I don't know if he's having a stream tomorrow because he does these Tuesdays and Fridays and they discuss things. So because I'm kind of like I'm not really streaming tomorrow, so I already understand what he's probably gonna talk about because I get his notifications sometimes. Yeah, I think Charles had one today too. Let's talk about something like he normally
He was in
does.
the cigar lounge, actually.
Yeah, I saw him cammed up.
Oh man, it broke my heart, kind of sense, because I saw what he was wearing.
Yeah.
He wore a sweater that said Liverpool FC. A lot of you guys, does anybody watch soccer by any chance? Like, especially like the EPL, the English Premier League?
I mean, I used to, but I kind of lost interest at times. But I used to watch it on the Olympic scale. But we have a soccer team in Georgia. I think it's the Atlanta team. It's called Atlanta United, I believe. But
Yeah,
they're
MLS.
pretty. They're pretty. They're pretty good. I mean, they're pretty decent. But but they have all types of people on that team. But I didn't get into that either until later. But I know it's been around. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying
I grew up playing soccer, so
yeah.
But my team is Manchester
we
United.
Yeah.
My team is Manchester United, who are longtime rivals of Liverpool. So now I gotta have issues with Charles. Playfully, that is. No, just joking. Just
Yeah.
Because if he knows his soccer, he knows his soccer, because up here in Norway, a lot of people are either Liverpool or Man United supporters. So it's a lot of fun just cracking jokes on one another.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we had a soccer team in my high school since the 80s in Tennessee, and we had different people. I think it was black and white players at the time, but when we start getting ethnic players from Kosovo and Sudanese and all different types of people that want to join the team. But here's a funny thing, though. Those people, those nationalities play football as well, and some of them play baseball.
Yeah.
But the Sudanese, they play every sport: football, basketball, baseball, and track, and sometimes soccer. And I'm like, wow, and I was asking them, like, how can you do all those sports? I was like, they just can. I mean, I went to school with one of them.
You got to be specific. Yeah. It's like Sudanese. When you mean Sudanese, you mean South Sudanese or Sudanese? Actually?
South Sudanese mostly, but they're people from South Sudan. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Like the most common that I see, but they kind of took our areas in the housing. I would say somewhere around the 2000s. Like the first one I saw was in 5th grade. And then when I started seeing a couple of them took in certain areas where I come from. Yeah. But they do work in those farm fields. I tell them this, I tell people all the time, they do work the jobs that we didn't want to work in the farm and the fields, but they do other stuff beside field work. They did little construction. And when I saw that, I like
people.
Yeah. And they get it in, but then when I start moving to Georgia, I start seeing Nigerians, other Africans, like from where you from, and other from East Africa.
Ethiopia?
Yeah, yes. And it's just it's a balance. It's a difference where I come from, because I'm so used to seeseeing Southern Sudanese in other states. But when you come to Georgia, they got everybody from every culture, every country, because you're dealing with different people. Because I didn't go to schools like that. I tell people all the time, I said, no, I went to Tennessee. My shit's isolated. It was black and white. Mexicans came later,
Yeah, I was born in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia to be exact. And because, like I told you about my dad, I ended up going to an international school. So I grew up with so I went to school with a lot of nationalities and whatnot, mostly Westerners, but a lot of East Africans and South Asians. So I'm familiar with a lot of accents. So I'm accustomed to, I'm used to listening to different accents, so I can understand what anybody's saying, no matter how heavy the accent is. I can understand every single word they say. And sometimes it's like, on the streets in any major city, East Africans see each other. We sometimes mistake each other for one another. So I've been mistaken for Somali, given I'm a lanky individual. Even here in Norway, there's a lot of Somalis and other East African nationalities. So when they see me, they think I'm one of them. No, I said, no, I'm Eritrean. I said, dude, you look like one of us. I'm like, we all look alike. So it's okay. So it's no surprise to us. So I'm like, hey, what's good? I've met people who are like from Uganda and South Sudan and whatnot. And we really hit it off. We all because especially if you when you interact with other people and you know who they're from, they will open to you in certain ways.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of interesting folks, especially, if you get to know if you know a little bit about them and everything, not just what you hear on the news, but if you do your research, they kind of appreciate that, because at least you're making an effort to try to know these people, understand them, and really engage them. It's not small talk.
Yeah, I do my research on them, and I know they do research on us. And I went to school with Southern Sudanese. They were surprised how I did research on them. Well, I know they used to. I know the kids grew up in San Francisco, but they people's from South Sudan, so they're familiar with the U.S. So I forget what they immigrated from, like in the 80s, whatever. Economic boom and stuff like that. That's when I first interacted with different people from different cultures. I would say probably about the early 2000s when I was in elementary and middle school. But after I got out of middle school, high school, I started seeing more different people from Eastern Europe a little bit. They come from different parts of the U.S. and people came here later in the 90s, whatever. And then when I went to Georgia, I would say like 07, I was like 19. I saw different cultures down there. And it's not just your typical Asian and African cultures. It's mostly Eastern European, some from Southeast Asia, just immigrated there later on. And then it's just like, and I see it a lot. And then over the years I stayed in Georgia, I see so many, they ain't even funny. Like, and some of them used to live in Canada too. And I said, oh, okay. So you're familiar with, the Southern US. Okay. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, you learn a lot about their habits. Yeah, they have a lot of interesting habits, man. Like living habits is different, And I tell people all the time,
different mentalities, different things. Yeah, I understand because here in Norway, the largest immigrant populations are Eastern European, specifically Polish, Lithuanian, and Latvian. But you also have a lot of Swedes and German speakers here as well. So
Latvian,
when I met, So the Poles are really intriguing because they make they're like what of the 800,000 immigrants here in this kingdom, they say it's 100,000 of them are Poles and their descendants here. So I'm like, wow, and a lot of them are involved in the construction industry. A lot of them are going to get involved. A lot of the Eastern Europeans also get involved in like a lot of the construction work and such, manual labor. And you get to meet them. A lot of them in the service sector. I mean, like you said, you met somebody from Kosovo, right?
Yeah, in high school, he was cool as hell, and he told me about his country. I was in a wellness class years ago, and as a freshman, and he told me about his country.
You mean more specific? You mean like was he ethnic Albanian or ethnic Serb?
I believe he was ethnic Albanian. I don't know if he was Serbian because he didn't look like no Serb, but he's talked about Albanian
Slavic.
Things like that. Yeah, Slavic.
Yeah. Because I met Albanians, and when I say you're Albanian, can you be more specific? What you mean Albanian from within Albania?
I get what I get what
how do you know this shit? I'm like, I just do my research.
Yeah, I just do my research too, and I keep forgetting about that as well because. Oh, okay, Malik. Yeah. And he played soccer, and I think he did play a little bit of football, but he was good though. He knew his shit. He knew his shit.
I forgot about
Albanian, like that country itself. That's to Kosovo and things like that. Yeah. I used to say that stuff.
Most people know about Albania is like most people nowadays, the only thing when they think of Albanians is usually like the Liam Neeson movies Taken,
right?
Because that's the only reference they have to that. So I'm like, no, there's more to them than that. I mean, the Kosovo conflict, that's one thing. If you watched the World Cup that took place in Russia,
right?
You had that big game between Switzerland and Serbia.
Yeah.
And was it 4 of the players on that team are ethnic Albanian, but they weren't the only ones who got verbally abused by the Serb supporters. 3 of the strikers, 3 of the forwards is on the Swiss side. They're also from the Balkan as well. 2 are ethnic Croatian or ethnic Croats or Croatian.
Yeah.
The 3rd is Bosniak or originally from Bosnia. And the Swiss head coach, he's a Bosnian Croat. He's an ethnic Croat or ethnic Croatian from Bosnia. So they all got 7 of those players and the coach. And the only people who didn't worry about being verbally abused were the black players.
Wow.
That was strange. They were insulted. I mean, like when the Swiss won that game, when the goal celebrations was basically the Albanians putting their hands to show a bird symbol, which was the Albanian black eagle, which is the symbol on their national flag. If you ever noticed it.
Yeah. I've noticed their national flag, that black eagle. Yeah, it's iconic too. I
What
think
is
the
it?
Polish. I think the Polish got an eagle as well, right? With the
two-headed eagle, but theirs is
Yeah.
white.
Yeah, theirs is white. Yeah, I figured that.
The Serbs, the Serbian national team, Serbia's national emblem is an eagle as well. It's white. I believe it's white. What else has an eagle on this?
I was thinking about Germany.
They have one.
It's a
Germany,
black
yes,
one. It's a
definitely.
black, the black and gold, and I think with the red beak on it. Yeah, German eagle. Yeah.
Nigeria, their symbol is an eagle.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a national soccer team called the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
Who else has? Tunisia, theirs is an eagle also.
Yeah.
It's interesting how you get into these things. In my case, it's a camel.
Yeah. Well, Mexican, they got an eagle too in Mexico. That's different. United
That
States.
goes back to the Aztecs. That goes back to the Aztec belief because Tenochtitlan, Mexico City, was founded on an island in the middle of the lake where they found an eagle killing a serpent.
Yeah.
Goes back to Aztec right there.
Okay, in Olympics, I would say America. Yeah, we have our classic bald eagle. I think it's different. You know, our flag is the same color. The only time they use the eagle, I seen it on. I think they show a small part of it in the soccer team. They change it so many times; it's ridiculous. And basketball too. What else? It's a little different.
No, you don't have eagles in basketball because Atlanta, their team is a falcon. There's a big difference.
Yeah, I know the Falcons. I'm talking about the Olympic team because I don't see the emblem like that we have because they use the colors instead.
They use the stars and stripes on that one.
Yeah.
Last time I checked.
Yeah. Oh, I already know the Atlanta Falcons. That team's all right. I mean, they ain't much. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, the baseball, that's a baseball city. I hate to say that because the Braves is more.
The Braves.
It's popular. It's in Smyrna right now. It's in Cobb County. I watched that thing built when I used to work because they got tired of homeless people begging the money. The real reason, because they want that downtown mess. And a lot of rich folks said, man, we need to buy this from them. And they moved it up to Smyrna.
How far is Smyrna from Atlanta? How far is that?
Not too far. Not too far. It's like a mile up to the next county. It's on the line where Atlanta is in Buckhead. Because when you go by that interstate, it's right there. And then there's a car dealership where that Braves Stadium is. It's in Lexus, in the Denali Lexus in the area. I used to work out there years ago. I watched that thing built. I've been to Turner
County. Oh, I see. Because when you said Cobb County, Smyrna, I understand that because that's the hometown of Julia Roberts, the actress.
Right.
Cobb County, that's from WWE, the Big Boss Man, hailing from Cobb County, Georgia.
And it's also you got Marietta, you got Kennesaw, and it's a
I've
few
heard
other
of Marietta,
cities.
Georgia.
Yeah. And there's also Kennesaw, you know, the Owls, that football team they have. Kennesaw's nice. It's like a nice suburban area. Yeah. And I believe
you ever heard of a place called Athens? Isn't there a place called Augusta or Athens?
Yeah,
Georgia,
Augusta, Athens. That's North Georgia. Yeah, that's further north from where I'm at.
All right.
So yeah, I've been to Athens twice.
Okay, because I have an associate who's from Fayetteville as well, and I'm not sure if you know that, but I do have heard of a place called Dublin, Georgia, and the reason I know that is that's a home.
Yeah.
The reason I know that place is the hometown of an MMA fighter, Anthony Rumble Johnson. If that's that name is familiar.
Yeah.
Dublin, Georgia. Because when you hear him talk, when he talks, he country as hell, but you know, he ain't shaved at it.
Yeah, and Shannon, he's from Savannah, Georgia, and I forget he used to talk about how he lived over at he was telling us to Skip Bayless, and my dad saw him in person at Publix. He was buying some flowers to his date. And that's what he told me when we was living in Buckhead at the time. I said, "You saw Shannon's drop?" Yeah, in person. But not in Savannah. Yeah, he's from Savannah, Georgia originally. But even though he used to live in Atlanta, but he has like a place in Buckhead. And my dad saw him in one of those Publix down the street in Lenox, right? And he was in that store. And he told me about it. I said, "Really?" And then he saw Usher down there as well. I said, wow. But see, Lennox got all those celebrities around it living amongst those areas. You know, they got different territories in those houses. But yeah, I'm familiar with Cobb County. I mean, yeah, there's a small town called Acworth. It's very country a little bit, but it's more rural a little bit. Yeah, you know, some certain parts of Georgia got some rural areas in those counties, and some are just mostly cities. But it's being gentrified, just like they try to make it like kind of like Atlanta a little bit, but not really. But it's like a suburban. You know, they're trying to get rid of the rural area aspect. You know, because Georgia's changing, because you get new stuff, new jobs, and things like that. And I tell people all the time, you know, there's places to live besides Fulton. I mean, everybody knows Alpharetta in Atlanta, basically, and College Park and Decatur and West End. And
I've heard of College Park.
Yeah. But outside of that,
I stay out of that. I know there are certain places I'm not going to be in. Google Maps is your friend. That's what I'm going to say. Google Maps is your friend.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, there's things to do here too. I mean, outside of Atlanta, I mean, you can live anywhere peaceful and not be bothered. You know, I do know that. So,
I will say this though, but you know, you want to take out the rural aspect because you know, there's nothing wrong being country in a bit. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm the third generation of my own family that's urban.
Yeah,
and I mean. I know it's not easy being country, especially in Africa, but sometimes there's no shame in it. It's just like, you know, it's just as long as you just don't have certain stereotypes of that.
Yeah. I grew up in the country in Tennessee myself, in a small town, even though I'm proud of it, even though I grew up in the hood when I was younger and then grew out in the country in the suburbs. I would say like 6 until 19. And then I left that shit and live in the city for decades. And then moved to Kennesaw for like the rest of the time being. So it's pretty interesting. I've been in the South, so I understand. I've been in other states when I was younger. I've been to St. Louis. Kansas City's nice, but Kansas to me was kind of boring. That was too country.
What side of Kansas City? Missouri side or the Kansas side?
The Kansas side, Topeka, Kansas. That shit is so boring. I tell people all the time. When I was like 10 at the time, I was super country.
My 4th grade teacher's from Topeka. Come on, man. Don't be mad. My 4th grade teacher was from Kansas. Come on now.
That shit was boring, man. Like when I was younger, but see, I didn't understand proper Midwest, you know, country because I didn't understand. See, I'm from the Mid-South. I ain't used to that. I'm like at that age, but see, my dad had a friend that was, you know, moved there. And I'm like, Topeka, I'm like, what is there to take?
The middle of the country. It's Kansas like, is the exact middle of the country. It's what it is, you know?
I tried, man. But
I
love Kansas. I love Kansas City, though. It's nice. It was on the line of Kansas and Missouri. It's nice. But I'm just not a fan of Topeka, Kansas, because I said that's too country for me. I said, no, I can't be a Jayhawk. No, no. That's too much. It's too much risk. It's too much risk, but I understand it though. But I get it.
Wait, why? Because you're from Tennessee and
it's a little different.
The Rebels and everything. Oh, okay, college. College basketball thing. Okay, get it. I get it.
It's different, but I get it. You know, because some people they okay. I met a guy that's from Kansas City, and I told him about Topeka. I just can't do it, man. I just couldn't live up there. I just couldn't. It was hard, you know, because I understand what the Midwest is, and I see how they get it out here. You know, they get it out of the mud. They say, "Hey, this is how we work. This is what we do." You know, but that's the only place I've been. I would say like Midwest wise, but you know, outside of that, St. Louis was nice. Don't get me wrong, but I've been by Chicago once. Didn't stay there, but I had some people that's from there too on my father's side. You know, but
you should hang out with AB Media more often because you know he's from Indiana.
Yeah, he's cool. He comes by here every once in a while on the panels.
If you're hearing this, fam, get well soon.
Yeah. Last time I was on a panel with him, he was over at I think Kudos. You know, he's been over here a few times, and a couple of streams back. Him and PK, they come by here. I did a different stream then. So, you know, what's going on, MTGV? Yeah.
It's a lot of fun just chopping up with them, especially Charles's hangout or the Evermore's hangout, and we just like shoot the shit.
Yeah.
Just bring up And I do get, and you know, I do get ragged on. I will get dogpiled because I will open myself up for that. I
No,
admit,
you hold your own though. I hate to
I
say it. I
hold
tell
my own.
people,
I'll
yeah,
go
you hold
left
your own.
field though. I have to be left field about it though. I like being
Yeah,
left field.
yeah,
And you know, I hold my own, but I'm just too weird for a lot of people, and I like it that way. It's so
right.
weird that way.
Yeah,
It's just I'm not insecure about these things. So, but we chop it up, we talk. I hold my own. We go back and forth. It's a lot of fun, but it's a camaraderie, and it's all fun.
yeah, it's all fun
But
too.
we talk about serious things as well. We're
Yeah,
very serious. Also, Mr. Z is also a cool cat. You know, Black in Effect. Y'all better check out Black in Effect.
yeah.
His
I see.
stuff is very insightful. Very
Yeah,
insightful.
I hear him a lot on Rogers, Art of New Style, BGS.
Uh-huh.
Normally he hangs around with Art of New Style and Rogers a lot, and that's how I met Pastor $40 and those dudes. And Nino, he came on the panel last night, and I
Wolfie
told
Nino,
him,
my dude.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot of other dudes that come through, and Underrated Darkness came through recently. He started coming
Yeah.
around, and
Yeah,
I knew
good
who he
dude right
was since before I came in these newer spaces in the manosphere, and I was like, yeah, he has good boxing topics. I remember him circling around that sector. So, you know, I'm familiar with the sports sector. Him, Ticket TV, Too Raw for TV is I'm subscribed to. You know, I like his content. He talks about a little bit of politics and sports. But he does have a Patreon, you know. I do know that. So.
Yeah. Well, some things have to be behind a paywall for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Which is necessary, you know. But you know, like some of these cats, like we are very insightful and stuff like that. We talk about this stuff, you know. You just love that. You just like that. You build. It's like you remember Patrice O'Neal, right?
Yeah, I remember him. Mm-hmm.
Black Phillip. I remember once it was like one particular episode because he kept always having like the third host, they say the second co-host. He kept changing. Now, one time, one of his co-hosts, Carrie Foster in particular, she said something that was really that really he took exception to. And then he looked at her and said, "Let me tell you something. You see Dante here, Danny, all the guys here in the studio room with us. When one of us builds up, we all build together because we're changing ideas and we're trying to help each other out. There's a sense of camaraderie. We're not trying to use the information to go against each other." And that's the thing that sometimes people forget because, unfortunately, there's that lack of trust or confidence to have these discussions with certain people because there's always that fear they're going to use that against you sometimes, which is a problem because you see that with women sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
so
man.
So we try to build as much as possible.
Yeah, that's what I try to do with this channel. With actually with Rashawn. I know he's streaming right now, but normally when DeAndre came around, I met him over at Kudas, but I've seen him over at Charles a lot, a few times. I've seen him on BGS, but when he dismantled that one girl, that feminist, what's her name, Annalisa, I mean, he told her ass. So he used the audience against her, man. I was dying. I told him I was there in that chat. I said, yeah, I was amazed by that. I was amazed by what he did, though. This is before Saint the Sinner tore her up, the same woman, right? He went on her panel, right? And I think she took the stream down when just DeAndre was up there. And when DeAndre did his thing, he tried to talk her ass down. I said, I remember him. What's going on, Mike? But you know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't playing around. But then when I finally got on the panel with him over at Kudas, it was a long live stream. I think it was like 11 hours. It was actually 12 hours. It went over.
Yeah.
And we talked about different things, and his internet was messed up, right? He told us, y'all run the panel, hold it down.
You gotta do what you gotta do. He did what he had to do.
And we did. Yeah, and we did a great job. So we talked about different topics, sports, video games, politics. We already did the relationship aspect beginning of the stream with Kuda, and then when he left, we talked about different subjects, and we just got it in. And that was it.
I remember, was it one discussion on Charles's Hangout? It was a woman who got on there. He took care of that, but another woman came into it. And what helped me out in that discussion was she was a British national.
Mm-hmm.
but judging by her name, I was questioning. She called herself something Nubian. And I asked her, "Are you Sudanese by any chance?" She said, "Yeah, I'm Sudanese and whatnot." No, she mentioned Khartoum in her name. And I asked her, "Are you Sudanese or something like that?" She said, "Yeah, I'm Nubian to be exact." And because she wanted to come in and defend the other lady who was on some nonsense. And when I told this woman I was Eritrean, she's like, and she just openly warmed up to me. So when she came on there, I came in there just to not just hold my own, just to make sure that you know what I mean. Sometimes there's certain tribes you guys are not ready to deal with. Sometimes you need like somebody who's similar, who can help out with the cultural clashes and shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So once I came in there, I let her know it's me. She's like, "Oh, hey." So her need to be combative. She wasn't combative, but she came in there not understand what it was. So when I came in there, letting her know that I was from her part of the region, she warmed up immediately. And yeah, obviously a lot of y'all ADOS folks, you guys are still suckers for the British accents. Not your fault.
Yeah.
Not your fault. But that British accent will sometimes will just disarm y'all in a bad way.
Oh yeah.
Good thing.
Yeah. I see that a lot. I'm laughing. I know two British people in the space, but one came to America. She was bold. Her name is Kat, but I mean, she was honest. Appreciate her for that. She said, "I've been to the South of the U.S. Okay, in the West Coast. Okay. You gonna come over here again after it's over?" Yeah, and she said that on her channel. I said, "Oh, okay. So you've been over here." Unlike someone else, it's really nothing.
I think we're talking about the same woman. We might be talking about the same woman.
Yeah. I think her name is Khartoum Cat or something like that. She's
Khartoum Cat. That's the same chick.
Yeah. She's from Northern Sudan. She said, "I'm Northern Sudanese." They mistaked her as Nubian. Arab. Yeah, Nubian or Arab.
Nubian. She's ethnic Nubian. Nubians are
Nubian. Yeah.
Oh man.
but see, I've been on panels where I know, and she's a mess though, but she's cool though. I have no problems with her. Yeah, she's been by my channel.
I don't get it. I don't understand what you mean by she's a bit of a mess, mate. What do you mean?
No, it's a joke, and I was trying to tell she cracking people's jokes sometimes, but she got in on Hood Services. She said something on Sheila's first. Said, "Look, mommy and something." She insulted him. I was like, "Oh man, that British accent." It's gonna take me and DeAndre to talk about that. I said, "Man, he got body. Yeah, he got done bad." I mean,
those Nubians, they don't play. They don't play. Yeah. I know why, because the ancestors of the immediate ancestors of Eritreans, Ethiopian, the Christian Highlander folks, that is, was a people called the Axumites. The Axumites would have their clashes with the Nubians in the first century AD.
Yeah.
In fact, we kind of conquered them and introduced Christianity to them before they're embracing Islam later on.
Yeah.
So it's like, So we have our rivalries, but the minute I told her I was Eritrean, she's, "Oh, hey, brother, what not?" So I knew how to avoid confrontations.
Yeah.
I'm a charming motherfucker.
Yeah. And these dudes be tripping. She be on other people's panels like, "That's what Kat does." She said, "It's me." You guys, like, that British accent be killing me sometimes. I be imitating with that accent too. It's funny. Yeah.
I am immune to it from a young age, because the first accents I first came across were Irish, Scots Irish. So
what she called me, she said, "You nothing but a bloody coat hanger," and she started laughing when I used it right back. A bloody coat hanger.
I'm like, what?
I was like, "It's a mate." I mean, she said, "If you got that accent down, you got me." I was like, "All right, Kat, calm down now." And she was cammed up. Like, when she cammed up drunk on a panel once, I was over at Kuda's, right? And I said, Kuda, don't tell her to go to bed. She's gonna annoy you, man. Like, all right, leave her alone, man. Leave her alone.
Oh man, I need to step up my Arabic right then and there, because I'll be like, "Habibi, khali." Don't do it. Habibti, what are you doing? Ukhti, what you doing here? What are you doing? Come on. Because I'll tell you something, Sudanese folks, they are some of the calmest people around,
Yeah.
Because if you've been to Sudan, it's hot as hell all year round.
Yeah.
The Nile is what keeps them sane, because the heat will make you crazy.
Yeah.
That's why they're so chill. They don't mess around like that. But if you're watching the news, what's going on in Sudan and everything, shit's serious over there. But
Yeah, they very chill. But she had like some alcohol and cammed up. I say, "You drinking again?" She started laughing. No, she started laughing. It was on the panel, and I was like, "Oh man!" I was on the panel when she was doing it. I say, "Kat,
wait,
what are
she
you
cammed
doing?"
up?
Yeah, she cams up every once in a while. I tell people she cammed up
What she
over
look
at
like? What she look like?
look like the same. Look the same in the picture. She's a little thick, but she's normal. You know, look like a typical I would say Nubian woman build. You know, like African. But she said I moved to but she moved to England in '85, and someone
When she
kept
was a
messing
kid,
with her
yeah.
accent. Yeah, '85. Yeah, and she told me her story, and I said, "Oh, okay." You know, but I've been on panels with her when she was cammed up.
Yeah,
I mean, no lie.
she's a little bit
Yeah,
older than me, so yeah. But she's a sweetheart. She's a sweetheart. It's just sometimes you just don't want to kind out his soul everything. I mean, I'm just glad I don't drink either.
Yeah.
But
yeah, but she said, "I do what the fuck I want in my house." She had that British accent. I said, "Oh shit,
I did what
I'm in trouble."
I did what the fuck I want to do in my own house. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. At least she didn't go Cockney on y'all. That Cockney will leave y'all. That Cockney will leave y'all twisted. Y'all be like, "Fuck that! I'd rather learn patois."
Yeah.
But the closest thing to patois, if you're West African, is the pidgin English they have, because that's what patois is. It's pidgin English, or like the certain dialects they have, like in Trinidad or Barbados and places like that.
Yeah.
You'll hear that if you want to understand West African pidgin English. Imagine a Ghanaian or Nigerian trying to do a Jamaican accent.
Oh, it's very hard. Yeah.
What do you
But
mean?
I won't
What do
say
you mean?
hard. I mean, they can try, but I haven't seen one try though. Like now the Jamaicans.
What do you mean? Because sometimes when you're doing it, a West Indian accent, it's not so hard if you know how to be around the people and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I see what you did there. Yeah. Yeah.
It's fun just doing accents. I had too much fun doing accents.
Yeah, it's so many accents to that too. Like there's different variations how they do it. Like I speak to different Jamaicans, and I forget what they call the other one. I'm like, it's interesting how they do it, but it's on the fly, And then white folks ask, "What is he saying?" I was like, "Well, he's saying the same thing, but it's a little different. You just got to tag along."
Prime example, I'll give you a prime example. I remember I was just kicking it with my brother once. He was playing GTA 4. And there's this one scene where the protagonist in the game, Nico, met a couple of Jamaicans. And the Jamaicans were saying something in patois.
Mm-hmm.
And having listened to, dancehall reggae for quite some time, I already got the gist of what he was saying. Mm-hmm. You just listen to certain keywords and you get the point of what he's trying to say. So I'll say, "Oh, that makes perfect sense." And my brother because my brother is sane. He's sane, not insane, but sane. He's like looking at me like, "How the hell you understand this shit?" I'm like, "It's just natural for me. It just comes natural for me."
Yeah. Yeah, it has to come natural to you. Yeah, I've talked to a couple of them, and this guy I'm subscribed to, he's part Jamaican and Nigerian, and he has the accent as well with the Jamaican accent. I said, interesting. Interesting blend. And I told him that. I told Kuda, like, how you do that? It's just natural. You got to be with it, be one with it, but the music's different.
You got to embrace it. You embrace it.
Yeah. But in the music with the accent, damn, it's crisp. They play their little instruments and they just get down, hey.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's a music guy, I can tell. But I asked him so many rhythm joints. He said, "Oh, I know what this is." And he played that joint for me with ease. Mm-hmm. With ease. I tell people, He said, "I'm a cultured man." That's what he told me. I said, "I see." There's a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, you get exposed to a lot of things. I mean, I was exposed to a lot of things growing up. I mean, my father, first of all, exposed me to a lot of music from his day. A lot of like Motown and James Brown and stuff like that. I have an uncle who was deep into Isaac Hayes and Marvin Gaye. Also, Barry White. But I also remember listening to old like Ethiopian music from the 60s and 70s, as well as old Eritrean music from that era. So that's been so blending all of that, it's kind of prepared me. And I remember listening to Arabic music as well.
Yeah, Arabic
And
music's
that
pretty
music,
good. Yeah,
yeah, well, it depends on there are different variations because like what you have like in the
yeah,
Levant, like places like Lebanon and that's
yeah,
Lebanon, Syria, and whatnot. That's kind of their unique style. What's done in
hmm
Egypt, they have their own form.
yeah,
If you go to the Arabian Peninsula, how they do it on the Red Sea side compared to the
yeah,
Gulf side is very distinct. So listening to all that, and the Sudanese is Arabic. When you like the classical stuff they play, that
yeah,
stuff will leave you that you can't dance to that. You just sit back and just vibe to it. It's
yeah.
just
Just
very
listen.
relaxing.
Yeah, yeah,
It does. It does something to your soul because that's Arabic music with soul. That's soul
yeah,
music in a sense, in its essence.
yeah.
And I remember, was it like in the past few years, I've been listening to some West African music. Like there's a gentleman from Mali called Habib Koite. I remember some of the stuff he played, like from the '90s, because he actually came to Eritrea and performed and did a couple concerts. And listening to some of that music, I realized like there's a lot of similarities in the rhythms and such with what you see in East Africa and in the Arabian Peninsula. So you see there's a lot of influence in going around. There's a lot of overlap. There have been exchanges and whatnot.
Right.
So you'd be surprised what's going. You could see like how certain things are interconnected and everything long before globalization or the internet.
Yeah.
It blows your mind.
Yeah, I listen to different genres. Of course, I listen to my reggae like every morning. A little bit of soul music. I mean, rap is alternative music. I used to listen to mainstream rap. I got away from that when I was like up in age in my 20s and started listening to underground music. And then I listened to classical music when I was younger. Still do. Folktale music a little bit. I would say like your house music / bass and electronic in that little range. I listen to different artists like what's his name, Lone, and a few others. You know, it's like it's
even listen to garage or drum and bass by any chance, mate.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Yeah,
because oh, go ahead.
Yeah, he's got some good joints that I've recently listened to, and I listen to his ambient tool noise and things like that. I was like, yeah, a lot of this stuff is relaxing too. I ain't gonna lie, because I ain't gonna cap on here. I mean, his stuff is awesome. I mean, everybody else is good too. Don't get me wrong. I listen to everybody else in that genre as well. It varies. It's just how my ear picks up. But reggae is so many artists I like. I can list them. I would say from the past. Well,
from the past.
I would say the past. I would say like your Gregory Isaacs, the Marleys, and Dennis Browns. And I will say, I hate to say, I know I like Movado and everybody else and others. It varies because when I listen to different artists, it's the instruments they play, you know, because and then of course people like Popcorn and everybody else. That's the newer ones, but the older ones, I like
mostly of the dance hall variation. Of course,
I do like Frankie Paul. Don't get me wrong, and rest in peace to him. He's the best to me. I mean, that's just my favorite. Despite he was talented, you know what he did. I mean, there was others good too. Don't get me wrong, Super Cat, them boys, and you know,
what's his name? Buju Banton.
Yeah, he's another one. Yeah, that bass. Yeah.
Everybody everybody's familiar with Sean Paul, of course, but
yeah, of course.
You got Elephant Man. Elephant
Man, he's good.
First time I was exposed to him was through video games.
Yeah,
Elephant Man.
Yeah,
if you remember Def Jam Fight for New York.
Yeah, New York. I was experienced to him on a music video before the video game. He had a song that I like when I was in middle school, and I was listening to reggae when I was real young in the 90s. I listened to what's his name, Shabba Ranks and them guys. It's so many, man. It's endless.
Which one? Which song is Shabba? Which song is Shabba we talking about?
I think one of his classic joints. I forget the name of one of them, but it sounded real good.
Mr. Lover Man?
It was that, and then a few others that he had. Like I like. It's just so many. I can't name off the top of the head, but his joints is be
Ding-a-ling?
like, yeah. You can say that.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling, score bell ring.
Yeah.
I can't do the voice. I can't do the voice.
Yeah. Frank said roots. Yeah, I like roots music. I like roots music. I mean, I like dancehall, roots, Sky,
What's up?
Toots and Maytals. Yeah, I like Toots and Maytals myself. They good too. I like their
Yeah.
style of music. Yeah.
Wait a minute. What about Barrington Levi? Because remember, like he got big later in life.
Yeah.
If you
yeah.
Barrington Levi, because a lot of people were introduced to him through Shine, and now
Yeah,
a lot of people
yeah.
forget Shine's home nation of Belize, which is in Central
Belize.
America, is part of the West Indies because it is still
Right.
it was a
In
former
the
British colony.
Caribbean. Yeah, in the Caribbean.
Same thing with Guyana in South America.
Yep. Same thing with Panama too. I saw them in a parade a few years back when they had when it was split by this woman with the money, whatever, in Atlanta. I saw them first. I got them confused with the Dominicans, but you know what they told me? It's by accident because we got similar flags. That's what they pulled me to the side. I said, "Oh, okay." I didn't know what that was. I said, "Yeah, it's Panamanian flag." I said, "Oh, okay." I was talking to one in a parade, but you know how it is. But you know,
Yeah. But yeah, I remember. Was it like on? But you know, Aswad. What's his name? Sorry. Oh, I forgot his name. Shabba Ranks. He had a song called "Body Can't Lie to Me," featuring Maxi Priest. If you remember him,
yeah.
good song. But one group I think that needs to be, you know, that's also pretty good is a group called Aswad. If you're familiar with them.
Yeah,
we talk about reggae. Yeah, Aswad. How they got their name is Aswad is the Arabic word for black.
Yeah.
And it's from that word you get the name. That's where the country of Sudan gets its name, because Sudan means land of the blacks. It's what the Arabs used to call that region.
Right.
Other names as the name of Kush. Kush is what the ancient Egyptians called the land because the people were dark skinned.
Yeah, the Kushites, the Kush people.
Kushites, the Kushites.
Yeah.
A lot of ethnicities are referred to as Cushitic. Others are called Nilotic. In fact, the people of South Sudan, most of them are Nilotic.
Yeah. I mean, their history goes further back. You know, if you want to study ancient history, they had a rich culture. A lot of those countries, which you'll say in Africa, and those cultural Egyptians, they had like a lot of rich history. You know, there's so much to expound on.
The Red Sea was a major trade. It was a major trade.
Yeah, right there. I would say the Red Sea, the whole Mesopotamia, because there was no Suez Canal. It was all one until the stop.
Yeah.
I would say up to India. I hate to say that because that's a cutoff. I think a battle rapper will explain that to me. Yeah. You know, I know why they call it the Middle East, to try to make it, you know, controversial, but that's a whole nother, you know, topic, because I think certain Africans try to pull me to the side, but I know the history of that. Most, I hate to say, ADOs and FBA don't understand that those cultures go further back. You know, yes, everybody had they spot and they spread out and whatever. And, you know, and that's why I try to do some of those history strings.
And the Semitic tribes, let's not forget. You know, it's not
Semitic
just
tribes too.
Semitics, my tribe is Semitic. Afro-Semitic, so.
Yeah. There's a lot of those. They've been around since of dawn of time, them, and then now the other, I don't want to say Yaphetic tribes, those Polynesian type people, you know, because they spread out, you know, it all goes back, you know.
Micronesian, Polynesians,
in all them.
Melanesians.
Yeah. And they did come over to America. I told this Sakuda, they use canoes. And this website I actually do on my streams, they show the routes they took. And it started actually South America first, then the so-called Bering Strait, they would say, because they were familiar with the water and the terrain, so they were smart. They knew what the fuck they was doing. But when you start digging up their bones underwater, you know, in the caves, they were dark-skinned people. But the white man knows the truth. I mean, he don't have to explain to you, like, look, we're putting this out now. That's why they try to take it out of schools, but it's no point. People still researching online. You know, you got the internet, you got your scientists, you got your automation tools. There you go. You know what I mean? And then you got certain.
Are you familiar with Kontiki?
I've heard of it. I'm familiar with them, but you know, because they do some research too. But
it was Kontiki was an experiment that was. I found you. Kontiki was a experiment that was done by a Norwegian explorer and writer named Thor Heyerdahl. which proved the hypothesis that, you know, people from Polynesia migrated into using boats. He used the boats to prove it. And in fact, there was a 1950 documentary film about it.
Yeah.
And in Norway, there was a dramatized film about it that came out in 2012.
Yeah.
So what you're saying about, you know, Polynesians making it into South America, whatnot, has been proven already, but still some people just don't want to believe it.
Yeah, I saw it. There's a website called realhistory.com that I think is a black scholar and multiple scholars. They dig up the bones, the same areas that where you come from, everything else, and they try to use certain maths hypotheses. They use DNA. They actually use blood DNA. They go by your ancestors. It's kind of hard because we're modern, but I would say those cultures, you can trace it back. It takes a while, but you know, they're doing it, but it's going to be a way, I think, in automation, they're going to try and figure out who you're related to. So it's really interesting because, you know who's who, but it said, and he's correct about the 7 billion part, 7.5 billion, 7.7 billion people on the planet. I said, damn, it's a lot of people. And, you know, yeah,
that's a scary thought right there. 7 billion people on this planet.
Yeah.
My question is, what is the maximum capacity for this whole planet? Are we past that?
I believe I don't think we're past it, but if we are, I'm not surprised. But the way we consume stuff, I'm not really scared. You know, there's people do die, you know, to replace, and people's going to reproduce. You can't stop people reproducing. It's kind of hard. You know, some people don't believe in the Most High anyway. I tell people all the time, I try to push out on the channel, but I said, no, not in these spaces. They're more atheistic. I told that to
leave that be.
Yeah, I just leave that be, and I just killed the conversation. I said, no, I understand why people talk about politics, but when it comes to religion, I said, no. That's like arguing with a Baptist person, denominations. No. It's too.
I'm more open-minded on that personally because I've had those discussions with, you know, there's a couple of cats here who are Muslim. There are those who are Christians. I'll go back and forth with them because
I used to do that
plenty
back in
in my
the
own
day.
family.
Yeah.
No, not in a confrontational way. It's just, you know, it's a building kind of way we do it.
Yeah, building. Yeah, I used to debate with a few Muslims on here back in the day, an old channel I used to have on YouTube in 2007, and I used to debate it with Christians, but most of the denominations. But I have family members that were hardcore Christians, and it was hard to sway them. I just let them be. You know what I mean? And the ones is reasonable like yourself. You just talk to them and build. You know, we talk about different things. Yeah, we talk about our little politics, our little ideologies. It's all cool, but when it gets down to actual scriptures, it gets difficult for the average person. You know, it's like that precept. You know, and you start learning your precepts all day long. I learned it. I wouldn't say the hard way. I would say midway. You know, I got better with it over time when I got older. You know, when I was younger, I didn't understand it. I think in my late teens and early 20s, I learned how to precept read the scriptures and actually Sanskrit and all that stuff. I said, oh, okay, this is what this means. And, you know, etymology of words, breaking down words, you know, the science of it. Okay. I know what humble means. For
me, it was more like I just read the books and try to understand because I look at it like a story. You just understand the characters.
Yeah, that too.
Because I have that empathy thing. It's like Dave Chappelle said, empathy is not gay, it's not black, it's just human nature. So when you try to understand the characters and understand what this is, you look at it. You look at it as a reflection of who you are. It's a reflection of human nature.
Right.
The dilemmas that humans go through. So, but some people just take it too literally because like when they talk about, for example, the whole thing about, you know, sex ed, how some people are kind of adverse to it. Then I say, you know, there's a book in the scripture called the Song of Solomon, right?
Yeah.
I would say if you get a hard on from reading that, congratulations, you are a human being. There's no shame in it.
Yeah, it's no shame in it. Yeah, people tell me all the time. In the Book of Psalms too. You know, some people like, they love that book. I don't know why females always quote that in front of me when I was younger. I know why. I said, oh, okay, I get you now. Proverbs and that. All right.
Proverbs. I'll do Revelations just to see how people get bugged out about.
Oh, Revelation. Oh, yeah. I used to read that in the day when I was a Christian. Yeah, them days is. Whew,
I don't know if I could say
memories.
I'm still Christian. I'm just me. I'm just being myself. That's all I can do.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I ain't got no problem with that. I mean, hey,
I mean,
you know,
I still celebrate the holidays. I mean, one of the most things I like to do is call family when it's those times. I don't forget. Even though I'm far away from home, I don't forget that, because I know it's not just important to me, but it's important to to my people. So I call people, say happy so and so on those holidays. I was like, I can't believe you remembered and such. I'm like, it's important because, like what I told, because remember that discussion we had with on DeAndre's channel with Cerulean, and we talk about the whole thing about derelict of duty.
yeah, dereliction of duty. Mhm.
Dereliction of duty, because I was talking, because y'all mentioned you had a conversation, you had an interaction with somebody of my country, and it was very foul and everything. And I'm like, and I had to explain what the whole thing was, and my father, and like Cerulean said, my dad served for y'all, but he made sure his sons never forgot, his children never forgot where he came from, and we served our country as best we could. So, but I never forgot. I never can forget. In fact, when I got here, I made an importance to go back and do my research to understand the importance of those traditions and whatnot, where they came from, because because at least I know who and what I am, where I come from, know my history. I understand you guys were cut off and you had to become an ethnicity all your own, which is commendable. But you still have to fight for your right to be existed. To be acknowledged as an ethnicity all your own.
Yeah.
Just like West Indian folks and Afro-Latinos in their own way have to be recognized as their own entities.
Yeah. Oh, we do that every day. I mean, that's why I love Cerulean. He dropped that shit when he went to Africa, man. Well, he told me that it's kind of intriguing. We have
Where
the
did
same.
he go exactly?
He's
been all over the place. What am I saying?
Yeah. He told me that one time on the panel, on this panel, and I told him, I said, man, we think the same damn way. I said, yeah. And when you start talking to people that comes over there and they learn about you, and if I ever visit, I tell them, yeah, I'll be the same way. And he said, man, if you go over there, you're not gonna have those beliefs like you was taught from, I would say, from dudes on the street of the US, or probably in books or TV, whatever, trying to tell you go over there and go back to Africa nonsense. And then you'd be like, damn, and that's why I like Kuda too. He always tell me, he said, no, if you know your history here, you understand that, but it's hard for most, I would say, Black Americans over here. They don't want to acknowledge nothing really, because they've been fed the wrong stuff, but it happens, and that's just part of it. That's why we got to fight our existence, even with our Caribbean brothers and sisters and Canadians, whatever, the whole Western hymn, and I say, look, you just got to do the research.
First of all, Afro-Canadians are African Americans, because remember, they are descendants of slaves who fled from the American South into Canada. Yeah, because that was a safe haven. Primarily, you'll find them primarily in the province of Nova Scotia and around Halifax. But they'll tell you their struggle didn't end there, because you still had racial tensions there.
Oh yeah,
they have had their battles with racism as well.
Yeah, and they told me stories about I hate to say this, Montreal. Yep, and I was thinking about that too. My dad told me a story about Montreal too, because they put their foot down. They wasn't going to conform to the British, and I said, oh, okay. That's why
French Canadians.
Yeah, they're not going.
Quebec and New Brunswick as well. In fact, you have a lot of folks.
New Brunswick. Yeah,
Nouveau Brunswick if you're French Canadian.
Yeah.
So yeah, because remember, like, was it they had a referendum in 95 or 96 for whether or not to secede.
Yeah, I believe it's 95 and 96. It's somewhere around there. Yeah,
it was close.
Yeah,
but
yeah, he told me about it. Yeah, I think my dad told me that story too. I said, yeah, the history, and then he was telling about the sports teams they used to have, the Expos. Well, actually, they're in DC right now. It's the
Nationals.
The Nationals, yeah.
The Washington D.C. Nationals, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know that's the original Montreal Expos. I used to like that team. I like certain players that used to play from there, but I forget.
Who was it? Pedro Martinez was used to play for them. I remember before the baseball strike of '94
Yeah.
with what's his name? Reggie Sanders, I think it was.
Yeah.
He played. He pitched. He almost pitched a perfect game or something. A no hitter, but
Yeah.
he beamed him. He hit him accidentally, and that's when he had the big fight. And I think this was before the big strike of that year.
Right.
But yeah, Montreal Expos. Another example would be the Quebec Nordiquois or the Quebec Northerners.
Yeah.
That's an NHL team. They relocated south. I don't know if they became either the Florida Panthers or the Phoenix Coyotes.
I think it's the Coyote. I think it's the Coyotes because I seen it online years ago when they broke down the teams when they moved. It was like a sports pre-record channel, and they broke down when the teams moved, and they got their history right. But
not just them, also Winnipeg. They lost their team for a while.
Yeah, Winnipeg.
Before and then afterwards, what happened was like the Atlanta Thrashers relocated to Winnipeg.
Yeah, Winnipeg. Yeah, we had a hockey team called Atlanta Thrashers, but they was terrible. Yeah. I remember them when I first came to Atlanta. I remember that team. They was in that same arena with the Hawks, the Phillips Arena, but they call it State Farm Arena now. So I would say
management. Change sponsors and shit.
Yeah, they have a white owner. I forget her name, but she owns that team, and they're doing decent. I would say as an NBA team, but they ain't gonna win as much. I said the only way they're gonna win if they get like a big star that's popular. They can put on the plaster, whatever, or overseas or whatever. But but Atlanta's one of those cities. You just gonna have to fit in against the Braves. The Braves is more popular than the Falcons. The Falcons is kind of like the third best.
Or the Hawks.
The Hawks is that's because of Dominique in the 80s. People forget he was the guy.
Don't forget Spud.
Spud too. It was Dominique, Spud, and a few others. Yeah, and then I think in recent years in the 90s, they did have Christian Laettner. He was an all-star one year. And Mutombo. After that, I mean, we had, Joe Johnson.
The big finger. Every time he put the block on you, you have to wear the finger and everything. I love that voice.
Yeah, Deke.
He's like, Mount Mutombo does not play with you. I don't play around with you.
Yeah, Mount Mutombo. Yeah, I remember him in Denver though. But when he went to Atlanta, he showed his confidence. But I know he played for the Sixers too. But he played on various teams.
He went to the NBA Finals with them. Him and with Iverson and everybody.
Iverson, 2001. Yeah, Philly.
2001, Philly.
Yeah,
it was. They got. I mean, it was. It was a Shaq show at that time. But him going against Shaq
and Kobe, Shaq and Kobe and Phil Jackson, that was without Phil Jackson, they wouldn't have won those rings. What Mace was telling me, true, but you got to remember the Lakers had to win because they was competing against San Antonio, so the West was lit.
The West was lit. I mean, come on, man. They had their deadly trio. Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Tim Duncan.
Yeah, you had Sacramento. And you had Sacramento was coming in the ranks. I mean, you had teams, man. Like you still had the Sonics at the time. Yeah.
First of all, let me see. No, wait, sorry, not the Sonics. Hang on. I mean, about the Kings. Who would you had on there? You had Chris Webber, Vlade Divac. You had Predrag Stojakovic. You also had Mike Bibby,
and then you had
Bobby Jackson.
But you had Jason Williams first, and then you had Mike Bibby.
White chocolate.
You had I remember that team. I like Sacramento. That's one of my favorite teams in the West besides the Spurs. I did like the Sonics because of Peyton and Kemp. That after that, they just went downhill. But I did like Ray Allen. Don't get me wrong, because Ray came from the Bucks to the Sonics, and I mean, you got various teams. You got Trailblazers. They call them Jailblazers, but let me stop. Especially
with the drama that you had with Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah,
2 years in a row, he set the record for most technicals.
And people don't understand he's from West Philly, so I understand. Shouts out to Rasheed. Yeah, that dude's a beast. He finally got a
They
chip
did.
though in Detroit. Yep.
He went to Detroit in 04, but you remember 02-03 season, the Lakers were knocked out of the Western Conference Finals. San Antonio won it, and then they won the championship.
Yep.
And then they made it to the finals, and they lost to Detroit. And Detroit, I mean, think about the lineup that Detroit had. You had Chauncey Billups at point guard. You had Rip Hamilton at shooting guard. You had Tayshaun Prince as their small forward, Rasheed Wallace as power forward, and Big Ben Wallace as center. Think about that.
Right.
Think about that lineup. Lakers, you had Shaq at center, Kobe at shooting guard, Derek Fisher at point guard. Who was the power forward? Was it
in 04, you had Karl Malone. You had that old team. You had Gary Payton.
Yeah, Karl Malone. Gary Payton was in there as well. You also had, I think, was Robert Horry on the team at that time?
Yeah, he was.
Robert Horry. Was he like a small forward or something like that?
I believe so. And I also know he played for the Spurs I think in 05 as well. So, I have to see that roster.
Robert Horry had 2 championships in 94 and 95 with his hometown Houston Rockets.
Yeah, I remember.
With the Dream. But you know who else was on that team as well with them? Clyde Drexler. Because he's from Houston as well. Houston native.
He was a native, yeah. And he also went, him and Hakeem also played college in Houston Cougars. Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, in college.
But, Hakeem, the Dream, who is the all-time leader in shot blocks, really he would admit that, as he got older, he became more serious about his faith, and that's what made him a better player and everything.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Well. I remember that. Yeah, they talked about that.
He rechanged. He also had to He also had to change the spelling of his name because he wanted the Arabic version of it, which he claimed was the proper pronunciation of it.
Yeah.
So men change. Oh, let's not forget in San Antonio before Tim Duncan was running it, you had the Admiral over there. You also had Sean Elliott and Vinny Del Negro as well.
Yeah, the Italian guy. Yeah.
Vinny Del Negro.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, Mike, what's going on, brother? Shalom.
What's going on, Mike?
Hey, shalom, man. What's going on?
I'm good. Speaking of Boston, let's not forget Antoine Walker, Paul Pierce.
How they were. They had Chauncey Billups once upon a time when he was a point guard. And they got rid of him. Yeah, I remember Boston in the 90s. I mean, you had your Larry Bird days in the 80s, and you had your 60s.
You cannot mention Larry Bird without the rest of that team, especially the Chief.
Oh yeah, Robert Parrish, of course. Robert Parrish, Kevin McHale. Don't forget Kevin
McHale. But Robert Parrish went to Chicago, and that's where he ended his career with a championship there. Because as the old dude.
Mm-hmm.
John
Staley, but did you remember Dennis Johnson? Don't forget about him as well. That's Boston also. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Tiny Archibald.
Yeah, Tiny Archibald. Yep. Another all-time Celtic. Who else? In the 70s, you got Dave Cowens. You had your period with him. Havlicek from the 60s and the 70s. So Bob Cousy and Russell when he was younger. So in the 50s, that's it. Boston has a
Bill Russell. You didn't want to get on his bad side because sometimes he'll give you that growl. He'll give you the growl.
Yeah,
you got to get it correct. It's the Celtics, not Boston, right? So
the Celtics, right?
Bill Russell's story is that he didn't play for the Boston Celtics. He played for the Celtics because Boston was so racist.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very draconian, very segregated city.
Remember
the
Celtics.
Yeah.
They put a bag of poop on his step and lit it on fire.
Yeah.
So
I remember those stories.
The front steps of his house was in the neighborhood he lived in. You couldn't lock your front doors, and people a couple of times. Yeah, he had a home invasion and stole a couple of his championship rings and such.
Oh yeah. I remember those stories. Yeah. Well, Russell, I will say
how I know is my source of that is Patrice, because I remember there's a couple of YouTube channels that have that archived all of his appearances on Opie and Anthony. That was on XM Radio before it was merged with Sirius.
How I got that information, the stuff that y'all mentioned, is from documentaries about Bill Russell, and then he talked about it verbatim him and his people. Bob Cousy as well. He told them
Bob
stories.
Cousy.
Yeah, he told them
I
stories.
learned about Bob Cousy from a documentary called Above the Rim, where he talks about all the players who were 6 feet and under.
Yeah. He talked about Bill Russell, what he went through with the racism. You know, it's a lot. And I think
it's still like that. It's still like that. Because
absolutely.
Because when the Celtics acquired what's his face? They traded him off now to Carolina, to Charlotte. What's his face?
Oh yeah. You talking about Walker?
No, not Kemba Walker. What's his name?
Rajon?
Oh, Hayward, right?
Yeah, Gordon Hayward.
Yeah, Hayward. Yeah,
Gordon Hayward.
Yeah.
They would cheer for Gordon Hayward, you know, to come onto the floor, but Gordon Hayward never lived up to his expectations that they had. But they got rid of good players for them. And they were anxious, to get rid of these guys and bring Gordon Hayward in. But Gordon Hayward is never a superstar like that. Not in Boston, he wasn't. So that's why you still have the remnants of racism in the franchise itself. That's why you notice that Ainge stepped down, brought what's his face into the GM position, and then they had to bring in the black man as a coach.
Oh man, like Doc Rivers, because I remember Doc Rivers. The last time they had a championship was under Doc Rivers.
Right.
He went to LA to play for the Clippers. On his own.
Yeah, but he didn't leave on his own. He got traded off.
Yeah.
Did he? Oh, okay.
Mike, you ain't right. You ain't right.
You don't think so?
I mean, he tries to be, but yeah, I co-signed it. But yeah. I mean, it's funny. He
dressed just like him.
Yeah, I was over at Ism's stream right that night. I think DeAndre was on the panel, and then he came on the panel. Ism said, "Come over here, angry man." I said, "Oh shit, Ism, don't do it, man." And he said, "Hello, DeAndre." He said, "Hello, DeAndre." And DeAndre was quiet. He muted up, and he said, "Let me go take a drink." Him and Ism, you don't let him talk. I say that ain't right.
I'm sorry, but who is Ism? First of all, what we talking about?
He has his own little space called the Macasphere, a gang guy that y'all don't like, Sir Ism. But with the
pickup artist. That is part of the Manosphere.
Yeah. I know y'all don't like him, but at least one thing I can say about him.
I don't like anybody, but I didn't say I didn't like him. I've just never heard of this person. How am I supposed to dislike somebody I never heard of?
Oh, I ain't saying that. I'm just saying most people don't like him, but I'm just saying he had his own space, right? But one thing I admired him, like, look, you created your own lane and you took platinum with you, and that was it. You said, fuck it. Let's call it the Macasphere, He was on my panel last night too.
Well, best luck to him.
Yeah.
But is like, I'm like, he tried to poke Angry Man, is it? Is that what you're trying to tell me? What was
no, he knows Angry Man. They be on panels over at Kudas, right? But see, the boys, right? And Angry Man goes to every the spaces there is, right? And Ism carved out his own thing, and I think Kudas said, do your thing. But he goes against other pickup artists. I think Ask Nathaniel told him, it's like, where was you back in the day when you first came into space? You just came at the heads, on panels and stuff. I said, oh shit, yeah, I know that Ism. Okay, I remember that Ism. And he talked about it last night, and he said, I said, yeah, I remember. And then you start having the channel, and I said, oh yeah, he's an entertainer. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Some people they just like to do that stuff just because they like to make a splash and get attention that way. But do they actually have genuine content?
The Infinite? Yeah.
No, I only link that back there, sir, because it's such a coincidence that all this is going down, and you see both of them kind of going live and doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's common.
Have the same character and whatnot.
Yeah,
both claim to be from New York. At least one of them is actually from New York, right?
Yeah. One is originally from Virginia, which is kind of funny, you know, but everybody been telling him that he's from somewhere else. I mean, what's going on new? But yeah, it's just like I'm not surprised. I mean, that's that persona, you know. I have nothing against AM. I've been on panels with him a few times, but the last time you saw him on the panel when Kuda dropped everybody down, and I think Jerome mentioned his dead grandmother, you know, that wasn't right, you know. And he pulled, I think, AM to the side, and I think DeAndre kind of run him off on the panels over there. So I hate to say that, but you know, he told me what the real truth. Yeah, DeAndre said, Kuda, you can't babysit this man. You got to get him out of there. He's gonna fuck up your content, man. Like, and he told me that too off air, and I said, I see.
I mean, I ain't got nothing against AM.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing against him.
I respect.
Yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying. It's my dude. That's gonna be my dude. Even though, you know, I don't agree, you know, we don't always see eye to eye. I mean, he's made it clear. There's things I've said he's made it clear he doesn't like, but he's not going to track my phone. But it's not like he hates my guts or anything like that. It's just, he's the type of guy who just makes it clear, makes it clear what he likes or dislikes. That's just how he is. I had to learn to respect that and understand that I had to know how to talk with him. So, you know, there are times we don't agree on certain things and things we do agree on. But, you know, when, you know, some guys, when they got that temper, sometimes you shouldn't be testing them like that. Leave them be.
Yeah, I leave him be. I saw it firsthand on the panel, but when I first met him in March 2nd, you know, because I used to troll him, call him Hangry Man, but he got shot and it was me on the panel, but it was all good. We ain't had no problems after that. I said I was meeting Kuda at the time, and I learned a lot about him. I said, oh, he's okay. He's different on panels, but in the chat, okay, he be typing real quick. You know, dapping dudes real fast.
Oh, he's skilled with it. He's skilled. He's got the fingers. He's got the greatest fingers for the keyboard and everything. I remember making him laugh real hard with my impressions of Triumph, the insult comic dog, as well as my impressions of what's his face, Bernie Sanders a couple times. That was kind of cool because, you know, I'm a court jester about it. You know, I like to make people laugh.
Yeah,
because but I use comedy mostly for humor and such, but it's also used to make you think. Because I was influenced by a lot of comics, and he understands my stuff, but you know, also for knowledge. So, but yeah, it's like sometimes, you know, it's like I guess I'm not knocking the dude or anything like that. It's just, you know what I mean.
Yeah, he got his I understand his ways. Yeah, he has his ways, but yeah, he has his ways. But I understand a lot from when I was on panels with him. Like I would say in the months, I enjoyed it. You know, it was fun, entertaining. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he is an entertainer. I kind of just
he's quite entertaining. He's entertaining, but he's also he stands up for he stands up for what he believes in, and he's a stand-up dude like that, and you gotta respect that. But
but I was shocked he came on Islam's panel when DeAndre was on there, but everything was silent. I said, Islam, please don't bring him up there. Please don't bring. And then you know what DeAndre told me? He said no Cerulean, stay out of it. I was like, you know,
that's why I don't like talking about that stuff. It's just, you know, I'm just saying, I ain't trying to start shit, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah, and I told DeAndre, I said, interesting, but he told me, I got it. He told me, he said, sir, I got it. I said, okay. You know, but it was a good conversation. I think they was talking about what, fatherhood, them three. And I kind of fell asleep through the stream. Yeah, you know, typical fatherhood
is something. You talk about fatherhood. I don't have kids personally, but I understand the fatherhood perspective because I have a father.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, so it's not. I understand his stuff. It was not easy for him. I understand the difficulties of fatherhood because you know, because what is it like? They say fathers are sometimes they don't get a lot of they're not appreciated that much.
Yeah,
but they don't care because they don't. But they do care. They do want to be respected, but they understand that every man has his doubts if he's going to be a good dad, and we got to understand you're human. You're a human being first and foremost.
Yeah.
But
But yeah, he was talking about his kids. I think Ism talking about his kids, and I think he made a great reference. Like he said, you remember when he's 30 some years old right now. They went to college and everything. He told him that's experience right there. And he was trying to tell that to Angry Man. They was nodding their heads too. And I think DeAndre was listening because he's got kids and grandkids himself. It was a great discussion. You know,
Wait,
it was
how old
very
is DeAndre?
insightful. He's just turned
DeAndre?
he just turned 40 this year. Yeah.
What is he? 89? What is he? 81?
I believe, yeah, 81. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because like Charles, I'm 39 myself. I just turned 39 last month.
yeah.
I'm
He
like,
just
oh, okay.
turned. He just turned 40 on
You
September.
got grandkids already? God
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah. He told me on this panel. He said, I would say like he turned 40. He had a birthday week. I celebrated his birthday on a stream I did, and he was on it. I said he had that 15, 16-year-old picture that he was trolling. And he said, that's my birthday when I turned 40. And he told that to Kuda, that's how you're gonna be when you act 40. And I said, DeAndre, come on, man. He's a character, man. But
I'm already acting like that because I'm thinking 40 can't come soon enough. But I will say this. About 40. It can't come soon enough for me, but 40 is an interesting time in your life. You're not, you're not too old and not too young. You're just right at that place. But it's not like. But fortunately, being black, you're thankful you don't have to experience something called a midlife crisis. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 40 is like that's an interesting time. When you turn 40, it's just like you become full circles with a lot of things in your life.
Oh yeah.
But you can't say 40 is the new 30 or 40 is the new something because 40 is still 40 at the end of the day. You're still going to have to deal with the same problems of aging, gray hair, receding hairlines in some cases. You're going to be seeing the chiropractors more often or seeing your doctors more often. You're going to do whatever you have to do just to stay ahead of the youngins.
Yeah. I think BGS mentioned when he turned 50, he said it was like a blip of the map. He said that over at Art of New Style. He said that in the stream. I said, wow.
Yeah,
I know he's 60. Well, he's 63 because he was born on the 8th. So, because
May of 59, I think it was. Yeah, May of 59. So he's now 62, going 63.
No, he's born 58, ain't he? Oh, he was 63.
No, I think it's 59. I think it's 59. We'll have to ask him about that because my mom is born in 58.
No, because he told me.
Was he born in?
Yeah, he was born in 58. That's what he told me. And I didn't know that. I said, oh, okay. So you're 63. Because he was 62 last year. Yeah. Because my mom, she was born in 61. She just turned 60 and she was tripping about that, because that was a different age range. But my dad was telling me that too. My dad, he was born in 53, right? He'll be 70 in 2023. His birthday is March 31st. So yeah, warrior spirit. He's an Aries. So that's a whole nother specimen.
My dad is 52. He was born in 52.
Yeah. He's part of that generation. Yeah, because both our fathers was at that generation. They remember the radio, the black and white photos, all that.
The 8-track. You ever? What was the music that your father listened to mostly when he was coming up?
It was mostly blues, R&B, and jazz in the 70s. He was listening to all the greats in the jazz, and he told me about Dizzy Gillespie, Bird.
Yeah.
What you
Grover Washington?
That Miles Davis. He loves John Coltrane though. He's got a lot of his tracks. John Coltrane and Miles, he loved them the most. And I know he loves other jazz artists and Louis Armstrong and them. But when it came to Miles,
to, Charlie Bird Parker by chance? Because we're talking about him.
Mm-hmm. He played that a lot when I was younger. That's when I got into jazz, and he played a lot of Miles Davis and a lot of Coltrane. And I'll tell you why. He just played it. It was aggressive to him, and he just loved it. I mean, he loved other music. Don't get me wrong. He likes a little bit of rock and rap. That's where I get that from. I get that, different genres.
That eclectic side. Yeah, how to be eclectic like that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, my mom listened to like basically soul music and everything else. I mean, she don't do country music. Now, my grandmother did on my father's side. She was light skinned.
Country.
Yeah, she loved country music. She loved Johnny Cash and them. I ain't gonna lie.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, but you got to
Yeah.
understand the nature of that music. Johnny,
Yeah.
But did she ever listen to Charlie Pride?
I believe so. Yeah, she talks about that a lot too when she was alive. You know. Yeah.
Oh, God rest her soul.
Yeah, she
Grandma.
died in 09, but it's all good. She lived to be 84. She had a great life. I mean, she had some good friends, and you know, she was a
Good
family
friends.
woman. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing, you know. Like when you
Yeah.
listen, you learn about you know how they work. Because, excuse me, when you learn about you know your people and everything. In my case, you know, coming from where I come from, like learning about what it was like in their time, because during times of upheaval and whatnot, what it was like for them coming up.
Right. Mhm.
You learn a lot about them because you know, like sometimes you get that like what is it they call like post-traumatic slave
Nostalgia.
disorder.
Yeah, like nostalgia of it.
They
Yeah.
pass over the trauma from their era to you, and I'm like, what's going on? That's why sometimes empathy is forgotten. But you also learn the
Yeah.
good stuff from them, the good, the bad, everything, so you can learn from them and be better people.
Yeah, I learned a
It's
lot.
great.
I learned a lot of, I would hate to say, a lot of the 60s and 50s history from my father. Even his father went to World War II, right? Navy, right?
Oh, wow.
Pearl Harbor. Now
Oh, wow.
now I'll tell you this. My mom's and my dad's father were best friends. They went to the Navy together when they was young. And he lied about his age too. This is my mom's father. But he looked like he was older, but he was 17 when he went in the Navy. But eventually he was going to turn 18 in November. So it didn't really matter because at the time, you know, the height of racism, he
Highly
did what
segregated.
he had to do what he had to do. But he did lose a foot in the war. He got the Purple
Ouch.
Heart. Yep.
Mhm.
And in the thing, and he fought. So yeah.
Oh, later, Mike.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, later, Mike. But yeah, it's one of those. Oh yeah, he taught me a lot too. And this is my mom's grandfather. He was a cobbler when he got out. He did the horseshoe thing. He also did the barber shop. He did the what you call it. He was a horseshoe cobbler, and he was a cobbler. He had his own business. And he was a handyman. But he did the cars and everything. But he did have a rifle. So he was a veteran. He got his VA and everything. So now my dad's father was a chef because he was in the Navy, learned a lot, and he was a pastor. So, you know, and he was cool with him. Yeah, that's the way it was. That's how I grew up. Yes, I come from a military background myself. From, you know, they support the Navy. Other people had different branches like the Army, Coast Guard.
Did your father serve?
Marines. No, my dad did not serve. He didn't want to because he didn't want to follow his father's footsteps. But the pastor part, you know, the preaching part ran in my father's side. I hate to say it goes back to my great grandfather.
Have you served by any chance? Have you enlisted any time in your life?
Almost did in the Navy. They tried to recruit me back in 2006, but I turned it down. I was focused on sports. That was the problem, you know, because I could have went to the Navy and the Marines, but my issue was I was so distracted on basketball. That was my goal and my focus. I wasn't trying to go serve under George Bush at the time, but let's just say that, you know. But I understand.
I don't blame you.
Yeah,
I understand. I understand. A lot of people were very vocal at that time about the Iraq War and everything.
Yeah,
so a lot of people.
But at the
you
time,
talk about cancel culture. You want to talk about cancel culture.
Yeah.
All they had to do was like slander you, saying you're not a patriot, you don't support the troops. But then again, you see they hit the double standards on that one.
Yeah,
like a lot of the VA is kind of giving a lot of people. I'm sure your grandparents would have told you. I mean, underrated darkness. You talked about whose father, you know, how much they got the shaft regarding the VA and everything.
Racism. My mom tells me those stories a lot. Even my grandfather, but he had a prosthetic leg. He used to scare his grandkids, but I was the only grandchild wasn't afraid of his prosthetic leg. I asked him questions about World War II. That's where I get my history from. If it wasn't for my mom's father, I would have known the stuff that I would have known and studied history and took an interest. You know, most people say, fuck it, I don't care about history. I was just going to forget it and learn it later. No, I was willing to learn, you know, and that's how I learned a lot about people. So
that's how you stand out from other groups.
Yeah, I had to. But if it wasn't for him, I was inspired by that, you know, and I'm so intrigued. You know, I always had that intriguing mind to learn. You know, if it wasn't for him, I don't know where I would have been. But you know, I tell people all the time, but you know, you learn a lot from him. So I had a structured family. So yeah. So I think he dropped off. Yeah, he dropped off. Yep. Yeah, it's been 3 hours. Are they talking about that Cynthia G shit? Yeah, I ain't even worried about it. Hold on, y'all.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you
Pressed
good?
the wrong
You good.
button.
Yeah, it happens.
On my tablet. Yeah, that was me.
that happens sometimes. I was on a phone once on the stream on the panelists. That happens to me all the time. That ain't nothing new. Yeah. It happens to the best. But yeah, just like my grandparents, like they tell me about the war. I had uncles that went too, so it was structured in my family. This was drilled in my head when I was younger. Yeah, that ain't nothing new.
Me, I have relatives on both sides of my family who served in our independence war, and they didn't tell me anything, and they couldn't. There's a reason they don't talk about it. They only told us when it was time for us to know. Because you don't want to talk about that stuff sometimes. You don't talk about that in polite society unless it's with other comrades or whatnot, because y'all get nostalgic about lost comrade, about your lost buddy, your friends and family you lost and everything. But when it was our time to enlist, still hear me? Oh, I'm by myself. Oh, Bob, where'd you go? Sir, we'll be back in a minute, I'm sure. He's on his phone.
Yeah, my fault. I hit my mic by mistake. Yeah, I got clumsy for a minute. Just trying to shut my door, but yeah.
Can happen.
You
remember that D12 song, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, man.
But yeah, but just like your uncles, like my uncle, my uncles and aunts. I won't say aunts because I'm not uppity.
Mm-hmm.
If I was using the British form, I'd say aunts, but I'm using American, so aunts. Plenty of my aunts and uncles had served in the Independence War.
Yeah.
Era for our independence, between especially starting from the 70s and 80s all the way up to 91. And then I had younger uncles and aunts who, when it was their time to do national service, they did it. And when they talk about that stuff, they talk to me when it was time for me to understand it. Otherwise, they weren't going to tell. They didn't tell us because it's not meant for us at that time. When it was my time to enlist, because I was drafted straight out of high school.
Yeah.
Because that's how national conscription goes. So when I went, they told me what I had to be prepared for.
Yeah.
And then when it was time to go to war, because between 98 and 2000 we had a border conflict with Ethiopia. It was we had to be prepared for all kinds of stuff. It was just, but yeah. And when I'm watching on the news what's going on right now, I'm like, I'm just not surprised.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of numb to it. You understand it because that's part of your culture and your family. And I kind of appreciate when you tell those stories like that, but you don't share as much. I understand for respectable reasons, because that can mess with you. Like you mentioned, you had head issues. Now, I had some family members that had that as well, PTSD, but they use drugs to numb the pain, which is kind of ignorant.
Oh no, mine is different. I have something called complex PTSD, and that's more.
Okay, that's different.
That's
okay.
more. That's childhood, but I also have a cluster B personality disorder, which has a genetic component, and OCD.
Yeah.
That's from my childhood.
Yeah,
that has nothing to do with.
I've heard of those before. Yeah, that can be. Yeah, that trauma. Yeah, that can be tough. Yeah.
Complex PTSD is mostly that's like induced. It's not like PTSD because it's more like it happens to people mostly in childhood,
Mhm.
or in the early teens, and it's not from one traumatic event. It's a series of prolonged traumatic events.
Right.
So it's
right.
a complex. So it's more complicated, and it's more like
Yeah, it's more complex, ain't it? I see.
it's more like, you have very erratic reactions to it because it dates back to your childhood and teens. So it's
Yeah.
a little more complicated still.
That is very
But-
understandable. That is very
Mhm.
understandable. Yeah. A lot of people can't really, I will say, fathom that, but in your case, it's understood. Now I get it. I get it now. Now I understand you way more, because most people they don't talk about it as much, but
Yeah.
man, they just don't know. They have no idea. So for you from the opposite side of the world dealing with that, that affect that can affect you. And I'm
the
curious about
cultural
those kids.
stigma.
Yeah, I wonder if those kids, the way we bomb the hell out of everybody, which I see not just on television from seeing it, but then when you see people like yourself come into the country, talk about us, how violent we are. And I had to nod my head. I said, yeah, our military is vicious. I hate admitting that, but yeah. And it does damage to kids. I mean,
it does damage. But then again, like, for example, like the children of Afghanistan, the older generation, like our generation, millennials, when they were coming up in the 80s, the Russians did all kinds of nasty shit to them, because what they would do is, like, they would leave like toys for the children to pick up, and they were actually bombs. And that was meant to wipe out the next generation of Afghans who were during the Soviet occupation.
Yeah,
as well as diseases and poison gas and stuff. They did.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to listen to, but now I understand, because once you get numb to it, you be like, I understand. I said, damn. And then what you told me, what you have, I see why.
Yeah.
And I had to fall back. I said, yeah, that's tough.
But
man.
I grew up in the Middle East. I was in a safe place when the Independence Wars happened. But when I came back, it was like I had the culture shock to deal with. Coming back to, because I grew up in a place where I was in a multicultural area, but to come back to a homogenous society, it was kind of hard to adapt. I'm around my own kind, but I'm not of them completely. It's like I don't. It's not that I hate being around them. I'm among them. I'm one of them. They see me as one of their own because I have the same tribe, but they forget I was born someplace else. So I have a different mentality, different understanding of the world. But it helped me because I know it's like to be on the inside and on the outside. So it allowed me to be more adaptable.
Yeah.
And respect, and just because I'm just glad I grew up with that. But I was thankful, I had my parents, my grandmother as well, who lived with us. Because how you get really attached to your grandparents and shit.
Yeah. Same here. I'm not gonna lie either.
Right there.
Yeah. Because I had my neglect issues with my parents. They was independent workers, because I went through babysitters, and I was raised different. I was raised by both parents and grandparents. So I was loved, so it wasn't really no issue.
Are you the oldest?
I was the oldest of two. I'll say that, because the youngest, she was born. Well, she's a Zillennial anyway. She's the oldest Zillennial. Like, she was born like in the 90s, like 99. So it's like 11-year difference. Yes. Oh, yes. That's why I laugh at these Zillennials today, because they always want to complain. I say, you have no idea about the 90s, a little bit of the 80s, because they just have no idea.
I say, what are you complaining about? I'm saying, I see. I don't dismiss it though, because that's a learned behavior we got from the boomers and the Gen Xers and the silent. They dismiss it because, what's the saying? Young men do not see what old men have experienced, but at the same time, old men do not but on the flip side, old men do not comprehend what young men are currently experiencing at times.
Right. Yeah, there you go.
Different time, different era.
Yeah.
And that's how you get something like the generation gap. And every person experiences that twice in their lives. First with the older generation, and then when they get older with the younger generation.
Yeah. So, and I noticed that with my sister too, because it was 11 years difference. I try to say, I try to tell her back then when I was a child, it was a little different.
Like she feels like you're discounting her experiences when you say that.
No, I wasn't discounting, because she had a different experience too, but she had it easy when it came to, I would say, when tech came in schools later. That's when the education, it wasn't easy. It was similar to mine, but she had it easier than we had, because back then we wasn't having computers like that. We had them, but not as much as people think, because I grew up in the South. So Tennessee didn't have that much.
Sometimes you
education
got to
going
look at
on.
it and said, sweetie, do you know what dial-up is like? Have you ever
Right.
experienced dial-up?
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't have home computers until like later in life, right? Not right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the only thing I could do was go. So I remember when they introduced the internet to Eritrea, that was 2001, and you had to go to the cyber cafes for that.
Yeah.
I remember
those cafes.
Sunday.
I remember cafes. I remember pay phones. They got rid of them after when I got out of high school. I had my first cell phone around that same year as well. It was a track phone, and then later I had finally got a cell phone, and then the smartphone came when I was living here. That ruined everything. I mean, the Zillennials, they got. I said, "Damn, y'all grew up with that shit." I didn't. I mean, I did as an adult. Yes, I with y'all. But,
I remember what they did. I'll tell you something about us. Is we had payphones. We always had payphones, right? And you had to put coins in there. But we had learned a little trick where, you know, where you put the phone handle on, that little dock thing.
Right.
You play with that you play with that a little bit, and you'd be able to make calls without having to pay for free.
Right.
So what they did was the telecommunications did what they did was they replaced all the phones on the public phone booths, and instead of inserting coins, you had to go to telecommunications and get a phone card in certain amounts. And so if you wanted to use a payphone, you had to have that card, and you would check in, see the balance, and use that until it ran out. And if you need to get another one, you had to go and purchase one from the telecommunications office or wherever they sold that, like in a small kiosk.
Yeah.
And that was funny. But I remember first time we had cell phones. I remember, my dad got 2 cell phones. I don't know how he was able to do it because there was like one for every person. They started when they introduced cell phones in 2005. They were like they first gave it to people who did not have landlines, and most people didn't get landlines till like the late 90s. So me and my younger brother, we were out of high school. We did our service. We also completed college. We were also working, but we were also part of our national service. But my dad looked at us. He got a cell phone for himself, and it was like one of those little Motorola ones. That was the first one I got. And then he looked at me and my younger brother. He put that cell phone and said, "You decide which one of you is going to have it." My younger brother looked at me and said, "You have it." And I'm looking at him, why? Now, my younger brother's like 14 months my junior. Yeah, he's like, "You have it." I'm like, why? He said, because everybody knows you don't make calls, because we know how responsible you are with these things. And on top of that, we also know if I have the phone, I got to worry about grandma calling me every hour from work, because where he was working at it was like he had to work late nights and everything. And she'd be worried about if he's going to be coming home on time and shit. So as long as you have the phone and she trusts you she knows you, so I don't have to worry about her always keeping tabs on me on that cell phone. And plus it was kind of expensive because you always had to like put in credit once every 30 days. Otherwise your SIM card would go dead. So you had to reactivate it and whatnot. It was kind of strange in those times, you know?
Yeah, it was. You still got some SIM cards, but they're smaller. I know people do the micro SD cards, and cell phones.
Oh, that's memory cards. That's for storage and everything. But you have the mini SIM cards, but up here where I'm up here in Scandinavia, you have like several telecoms and shit, telecommunication. Right. And what they do is, hang on, let me I think I can use an example. I got like, what you can do is like, they give you the SIM card, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the actual SIM card is a mini SIM card, but it has like hang on, let me get some gloves on for a minute. because I'm gonna cam up here so I can show you what I'm talking about. Oh, wait, no. I gotta protect my face here. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. You're not gonna see my face. Don't worry. I'm on my tablet, so.
Okay.
It's like one of those ASMR videos. Gotta protect the identity here.
Right.
There you go. Hang on, just hold on a second. Because what they do here is like what they, make it adapt to certain phones, like all right. Can you see me okay?
Yeah, I can see you.
Hang on. Let me get a better lighting. Right there. Excuse the bad lighting, as you can see right here. Right, hi.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hang on. Just let me get my phone. So what they do with the SIM cards here is like, yeah. Now, if you can see the SIM card here, do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, now what you can do is, this is what a regular size SIM card looks like. But if you notice, like there's like a white barrier right there.
Right. Yeah.
So what you can do is like sometimes you can take it into a mini card,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can, or you can pop it out, and you can have a micro SIM.
Yeah, micro SIM. Yeah, I've done that with my phone before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But you still have but you still can keep each of these casings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've done that before. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice case. Yeah.
That came with the SIM card. That's part of the SIM card itself. So if you have so depending on the phone you got, it says, so you have, it's a micro SIM, but it has its own, whatchamacallit, container for both regular size and mini, and then you have the micro.
Right.
So that's so this has been this is what you do with most of these telecom companies. Very useful.
Yeah.
So it's a godsend for me.
Yeah, they had one with the pins when I did mine on my phone. I have like a LG Stylo Plus 6, but they stopped making them because I have the last of this generation. So they had like a little pin like that. I was switching it from a 3 to a 6, and I did the same thing. And I hooked up my phone that way in my carrier. Yeah.
I mean, it's like you gotta love technology the way it is. I mean, just now they're introducing 5G up here. They should have done it last year, but you know what happened. The slow.
It's pretty interesting how y'all have it up there intact. Like showing those cards like that. Yeah, it's something similar like we have down here. So it ain't nothing new.
Yeah, I just hope this is very useful to everybody because these conversations kind of very enlightening. Very
somebody's gonna watch it on the playback. They'd be like, "Say, oh, he did it. Yeah, he showed a little information. Ain't nothing wrong with that."
I having to show my face. That's a good thing.
That's a good thing. Well, I had someone cammed up with Triple Black. We was talking about Haiti. He had a camera up talking about himself, and he wanted to express, his heritage. And we was talking about different topics.
As I would say, because Z is Haitian, and I got we talk about a lot of that stuff because because we also understand You want to talk about people who've had it rough? The Haitian American community, especially like in Florida.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I agree. I co-sign.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that series? Got the name. There's a series called Startup, I think it's called.
Yeah.
In it, was it like a couple of feds? One of them, he takes his female colleague up to the top of the roof, right? He points to one direction, and there's a little Havana. And then he shows her, and he takes her to another end of the roof, and points to little Haiti.
Yeah.
And he talks about how both the Cuban and the Haitian communities have been welcomed in Miami.
Oh,
and
my
you see the
fault,
big
Mike.
difference.
My fault.
Huh?
There you go.
What's up?
Oh, it's Mike.
Is Mike here?
Yeah, he came back. But as you were saying, continue.
Anyway, he was like explaining like that in the show Startup, they're explaining like, see it right there? That's little Havana. Every single Cuban who has migrated here was welcomed with open arms. They were getting refugee status, and they were fast-tracked onto, and they were given assistance and whatnot by the U.S. government. Now, if you look in that direction, there's little Haiti. They didn't get anything.
Mm-hmm.
They were not welcome. They were seen with with great suspicion. And if you might remember the AIDS epidemic in the 80s, they were seen as one of the big major, wrongfully, as one of the major affected communities when they weren't during the HIV/AIDS epidemic.
Yeah, that's because the Cubanos were the remnants of the capitalist class that were trying to get back into Cuba, or try to at least get their status back from the island itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so Reagan opened up.
Mm-hmm.
Reagan opened up the floodgates for these guys, and that's how they became Republicans.
Right.
Wasn't Scarface based on that? Because it talked about like, what was it, like the big influx of people, Cuban boat folks and shit?
Yeah,
remember?
Reagan basically said that the Latino community is conservative. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
Well, they are very well. Excuse me, that's my Nokia.
Yeah.
No. I wonder if you saw the clip I showed just now. I wonder if you noticed my demonstration just now when I was showing the SIM card thingy. Oh, just now I had the cam up a bit just to show people about what they're doing with SIM cards, how you can turn it from a regular size to a mini, then to a micro.
Oh yeah, I know about that.
I know about that too. And he was just showing it for the people that didn't know. Like he does it over there with like what we do. But I've done it on my phone once. That's how I transfer it to my Stylo 6. So I had to upgrade from Christmas. But I used to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. It's just like, cause it's like, cause, and I keep those, I kept that, and I had to keep those whatchamacallit, those frames, because even though you can buy the replacement ones, I keep those, due to my compulsion and whatnot, but they're ready made and easy to use. Like, and then whenever I had to switch from a phone that's a normal size to micro or mini, I don't have to have that kind of problem, because it's right there. Because I have the casing right there. And it's great to have those kind of cases. Because, most companies, they provide it with like that. And some people just don't really learn to appreciate that stuff. You know what I'm saying? How difficult it was in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So having that, and also like what I like to do, like, how many people are very conscious consumers for that matter? Because when you talk about like telecom companies and what kind of coverage plans you can get. Now, I mean, never mind the big we see in the commercials. Look online. Look at those webs. Check each company's website, and how often do they do the research to know what's the best plan for them. You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sir. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what it is.
Yeah. We're moving No, I was just gonna say we're moving into a more eSIM sort of society, anyways, because you don't necessarily need a SIM card anymore. You can build that technology into the chipset itself,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can actually authenticate to the network, whatever network you want to authenticate to. And so,
Yeah. That's not to be a bit of a pessimist about that, but sometimes I think that can be. You got to see the bad side. You got to see the downside of certain technology. You know what I'm saying? Because it's easier for them to track you when you think about it.
what do you mean track you?
I mean, for some people, like personal safety, instead of having to like emulate into the server, wouldn't it be better just to like take that SIM so you can change it from one phone to another? Instead of having to like you said, process it like whatchamacall?
An eSIM. So an eSIM. The purpose of an eSIM is so that you don't have to have a SIM card, because it's not always
More out of
guaranteed.
convenience.
Excuse me.
It's more out of convenience, basically.
Yeah, because
Correct?
you have right, because we're moving into more a more IoT based society, right? And so you have all of these 2 billion devices by 2022 going to be coming online. You don't have enough SIM cards for all of that, so you have to come up with another alternative, right? And so Africa is going to be the explosion aspect of all of these sort of devices coming online. When I was over there last year, everybody had 2 phones. They had a dumb phone and they had a smartphone. Dumb phone for voice calls, smartphone for everything social media wise. And so that's their lifeline. But if you have everybody with 2 phones, then there's a high probability that those SIM cards can't move around. Now, the other aspect is you have a household jammed up with a family that has 3, 4, 5 people that need access to telephony services, but there's only 1 or 2 phones, but you have 5 people with SIM cards. What are you going to do? And so you have to kind of you have to try to simplify this process so that we're not caught up in trying to do a whole lot of SIM card swapping. Why don't we bring our own numbers, and then we can actually and then we can actually authenticate to any phone, and then we can authenticate to any network.
All right. I see it. But on the flip side, what I'm just saying is like more for like privacy concerns and safety and security and such like that. You got to be worried about that as well. So that can be the downside of it. But what you're saying is actually makes a lot of sense. It's very pragmatic. I mean, I noticed like if you notice like in the past decade, you've seen a lot of innovation, especially on the African continent when it comes to telecom and telecom use and whatnot. Like a lot of like in certain places, they'll use their SIM cards for any financial transactions and whatnot. I mean, like in parts of Kenya as well as in Somalia, people instead of carrying cash, they just pay with their mobile phones, and usually they use dummy phones because they can just use a PIN code to exchange with the others, or smartphones if they have them. And then you started seeing like the major telecom companies like MTN trying to get in on the act, especially in countries where they have a huge market and whatnot, where they can provide those kinds of things. Up here, we have like certain apps that do that, provide those kinds of services without any problems. They've been quite effective, especially when it came to especially now with the pandemic, as it was, people couldn't use cash, so they had to use their debit cards. Others, they pull out their phone and use the app to pay directly for any services, whether it was paying for groceries or whatnot. But yeah, there's the SIM cards, the eSIM, if they can be properly, if they're applicable. But at the same time, you got to make sure you have the infrastructure for it, but also the political will, because in certain countries, it could be a bit of resistance, especially in states where there's a little bit of authoritarian, or where you have like where the local telecom, there's a monopoly of sorts.
Well, you can't. It's hard for you to adopt 5G without actually migrating the infrastructure anyway. So that's a part of the process, right?
That's correct.
And so all the new phones just won't have a SIM card. Like my OnePlus has dual SIM card slots, but even my tablet has a SIM card slot. But a lot of the new devices coming out are just eSIM based, and so it's just a matter of going to a vending machine, pulling out a phone, and it's already ready to go in terms of registering, because it doesn't need a SIM card to be popped in there. It's already built into the network when they manufacture it. They know by the IMEI whether or not this works on a GSM network or a CDMA network, and so these are some of the complexities that are behind this. But it's more about the drones, all of the cloud computing and aspects of different devices. Especially in the United States, we have a lot of cars that have internet services now. So,
like the Teslas, you mean like the e-car, like the electrical cars and such?
well, not just the Teslas, the EVs, but the a lot of your gas cars now, brand new, come with 5G capabilities now. And so I know the last Cadillac I had and the last Volvo I had, 2021s, they both had internet services available for them. So,
But look at you, you're getting a bit bougie here now, Mike. God damn.
Well,
no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Just playing with you.
Yeah, but I'm just making the point that even gas-based vehicles, right, as fuel efficient as they are, they're not EVs, but they still have all of those sort of next generation features. And so we have to kind of
features and everything.
Yeah, we have to kind of be prepared to procure these sort of new technologies that come down the pipe. But that's a whole.
Imagine looking down at Generation Alpha when they become teenagers, and you look at them when they complain about their cell phones, and you're like, young man, do you know what it was like to be popping in SIM cards from one phone to another? Do you know what it's like, what 4G or 3G was like? It's gonna be hard for them to comprehend.
Oh man, it's just second nature to them. They just get on, they just pull out a device, get on the network, and they don't care how it works as long as it works.
Man, I've learned how to work. I mean, my relation. I mean, like we were talking about our fathers earlier. I wonder if you were listening, but one of the things I learned important from my father was like when we used to go to, whenever we went to an electronics store, always be asking questions, because you got to know if you're getting a good deal for it, because one thing I did was, like, recently I stopped by one of these kiosks by these telecom companies up here, and one of the, I got a chance to meet the salesperson. The salesperson was a young man, very impressionable, and we hit it off pretty well. But being cordial. But I asked him about the iPhone they had, the iPhone 13, and I was looking at it, asking questions, because just to engage with that person, but also be a little bit more tech savvy, looking at this stuff. But I was looking at it with a grain of salt, because I remember this man is 18 years old. He's a young man, so he may be tech savvy for his generation, but he does not really understand the history of these phones or see how the improvements are. And not all phones are, the improvements of not all phones are the same, especially considering the consumer culture that many of us come from and such. And I've been very critical, like what I take in, because I learned that anything I purchase, it has to be like a lifetime investment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because for some people, the phone is their lifeline. It's part and parcel to their life. When I was on the continent last year, that's how it was. People held. If you can look at how people hold on to their phones, and they have like a death grip on it. Like either they don't want to drop it because it's going to cost a lot of money to repair it, or two, they don't want to get it snatched out of their hand. And so
that's why. Yeah, I remember there's I have a Nokia 3 I've had since 2017. That's getting old. But when I purchased it, I made the smart thing is, first of all, get a protective casing. And I remember Nokia had one, and I got it provided by Nokia, as well as a screensaver to protect it. Not a lot of people do that, But when was the first time you got a phone, by the way, if I may ask? First time you had a cell phone? Your first cell phone, when was it?
Probably a BlackBerry.
What year?
Oh, that's got to be like 2005, something like that, 2004.
2005, 2006 is when I got my first cell phone. It was a tiny Motorola.
I actually had a
It was a dummy phone.
Yeah, I actually had one of those two ways, the Sprint two ways.
Oh man, I remember how like in like R&B and rap songs in 2000 they talked about the two ways and everything.
Yeah, I had one of those.
We get nostalgic about this.
Yeah, then I had an iPad, and I went from and those things were a disaster with Windows Mobile. And so I moved on to a Palm Pilot, and from a Palm Pilot, I went to a BlackBerry. So,
you were very tech savvy. You were like ahead of the curve. You really got with that stuff.
I've been in IT for a long time, so I've been a tech guy for a long time.
Yeah, well, I was, you know my story. Growing up in, living in East Africa and whatnot, so understanding what life was like without a cell phone. I'm used to like not. Sometimes I have my phone with me at all times, but fortunately for me, I also had like my MP3 player, the Sony Walkman MP3 player, and or nowadays I carry an iPod and it's listen to that just because I want to tune out when I walk and whatnot. But I'm used to but I understand the importance of that technology, but also learning how to survive without it. Sometimes there are times where you have to take a step back. But I see how some people are so addicted to their phones and whatnot.
Yeah.
And by the way, for your information, I do have a smartphone and a dummy phone, just showing how African I am, because you got to have a backup. And the dual SIM phones are always are a godsend. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask the question because you said your stuff usually came with always had to have like a SIM card in it. What about an SD card?
You don't have SD cards in phones anymore. No, that stuff has gone away.
Oh, mine. I have an SD card on mine. And on my tablet, I have to have I have to get an SD card on that one as well.
Well, I have
extra storage.
I have 256 gigabytes of storage. Plus, I have cloud storage with Dropbox. So, in OneDrive.
Oh man, that's what's up.
I don't. A SD card is like, what do I need that for, right? Everything syncs to the cloud anyway, so I don't worry too much about disk space.
I have my doubts about the SIM card, about the cloud technology sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little reserved. I have my reservations for it sometimes. There's some things I do not want saved on cloud. That's why it's better to have things like things you can carry sometimes, like a portable, like one of those external hard drives you can just link up and whatnot. Sometimes that can be also useful. But I see what your point is. I just like to be a little bit skeptical of certain technologies, but also the practicality of it. It's a cost benefit thing. You know what I'm saying? Well, especially those of us who like to maintain some mobility.
When you think about the size of the phones, how thin they are, there is no place for a SD card.
Yeah. Well, mine's a Nokia 3, so I've had that since 2017. So, did I get it in 2017 or 2018? Went around that time.
My phone doesn't even have a headphone jack. It doesn't even have a headphone.
Yours is a +1, right?
OnePlus 8.
OnePlus. Is it Chinese? Isn't it?
OnePlus is a Chinese company. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Got great reviews. Yeah. They don't have it. It's all Bluetooth and what is it? Wireless?
It has wireless charging.
Wireless charging. There's another company called Xiao something, I think. Xiaomi, yeah. And of course, there's Huawei. I'll tell you this: Europeans, they have a hard time, especially Northern Europeans, they have a hard time saying Huawei. They keep pronouncing it Huawei because they read it like they do in their native languages. How the W is pronounced as a V.
Yeah.
But I keep telling them it's Huawei, and the IE is pronounced like an I. So I have to explain to them that it's not Huawei, it's Huawei. Got to get that pronunciation right. But yeah, those are pretty slam. Those are slamming technology, very advanced.
Yeah, if you look at the stock market, you know, out of the top 10 tech companies, you'll see that those
The Chinese ones,
top five
Chinese are dominant.
companies are dominated by the Chinese Southeast Asian market. So
I mean, you got the wait, which stock markets are we talking about here? Dow Jones, NASDAQ, and whatnot?
yeah,
That's what the ones you mean?
Yeah, the American and the Asian market.
I don't know. When I think of it, like the Asian markets, you're thinking of like the Hong Kong Hang Seng or the Nikkei in Japan. That's what the stock exchange markets are called there.
Yeah. Yeah, any market that you look on that, you know, where there's publicly traded tech companies, you're going to see those tech companies in particular on there. So,
Sorry, be NASDAQ. Sorry, because NASDAQ is mostly those tech and technology for exchanges, right?
Yeah.
In the States, NASDAQ, yeah, because Dow Jones and Dow Jones and the U.S. and the stock exchange S&P, they do mostly basic stock, other stocks, not technologies. But yeah, you know, technologies, you know, does it seem like technology is evolving too fast sometimes for people to keep up with?
I think yes and no. Moore's law says every 18 months we're supposed to double in performance, right? Or at least double in transistor count. However, because of software development is at breakneck speed, you know, that changes everything because that 18-month cycle now becomes 6 months.
But they're rushing so much, sometimes you forget that, you know, you got to make sure that the technology doesn't come without any hitches, because everybody's rushing to, you know, get it out as soon as possible and then say, we'll deal with the glitches later. So
well,
I'm like
everything's
thinking, you know,
in beta, right? They ship everything in beta to the consumer. Now, typically they shouldn't do that, but that's the nature of being on the bleeding edge. Things are going to have bugs in them, even cars, right? Cars.
Bleeding edge indeed.
Yeah, cars are going to be shipped out with all these sort of features, and then you'll see a recall on, well, yeah, we have to replace this, and this. They knew they shipped it out with all these things with the anticipation that they're going to recall a certain portion of these vehicles.
And you see that with like, you know, I used to be an accountant, so I'm looking at this from the financial aspect, and I say like, that is why sometimes, you know, the finance departments or the accounting departments would say it's more viable to deal with lawsuits and then to have to like recall them all now, because it's like, you know, because they're looking at which is financially which is a financial blow you can handle better. Dealing with the lawsuits now or recalling them later. Sometimes like recalling certain things could be costly because you have to also compensate those who purchase those things, those vehicles or whatever product they're selling. And it could also do damage to the company's reputation and their credibility.
Yeah, but they kind of have an understanding that by the time the device or the vehicle reaches you, they'll have a remediation in place or a resolution in place for whatever problem that they have. We got Wacky World of the O on the panel. What's going on, man?
What's going on, Wacky? What's going on?
I was good.
I'm chilling.
Nice dreads.
Oh, thank you.
What do you have to add to the conversation, my brother?
Oh no, I'm sitting here listening right now. I add something when I have something to say.
Yeah, I just saw the news bulletin come by. A black man was just sentenced for January for 1/6 for mentioning it on social media on his YouTube channel. So
what?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, black man sentenced for social media posts regarding the insurrection.
What was he convicted? He was convicted, but what was he charged with originally? What was the charge he was facing?
I don't. It doesn't say. It just shows. It just shows the blurb.
So he's been convicted.
He's been convicted and sentenced.
Okay, sentenced for how long? Like, what's his sentence?
It doesn't say. It's just a headline. It says black man sentenced for social media post regarding the insurrection. YouTube. So
well,
there's a couple of cats in this space who done went up to the Capitol. I don't know.
yeah, you go down there to get caught up.
That's on you. Yeah, that's on y'all. I had nothing to do with that.
Be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know, old man.
You know, like they say about the community, let them burn, right?
Right. Let the trims burn. Where's DeAndre at? Yeah, let them burn.
Let them burn, man. I just really hope they catch that NBD clown, you know?
Yeah.
Yo, it's a matter of time. See, here's the thing, man, because a lot of people don't understand the tech. When they did the COVID track and trace, Apple enabled these features on their phones. They know which iPhone is in close proximity to another iPhone. Google did something similar where they can tell based on your geolocation where you've been and what areas you've traveled to, and they give you a kind of a monthly summary at the end of the month on where you've been that may have been COVID infected and what the infection rates may have been. They've gathered all this information, the FBI and the Capitol Police. They've already gathered all this information, and U.S. Marshals. All the agencies already have it. People are going to make big careers locking up and tracking down all of these sort of yo-yos who went up to the Capitol. Now, the information that's coming out this morning on Rolling Stones is that, yeah, a lot of these guys are blowing the whistle, and they're saying, we met with the Trump administration at the White House and you know, with other members of Congress, and they told us what to do and where to go and how to get in, and they snuck guns in here.
Woo! And like I was saying before in the comment section on a prior live stream about Steve Bannon, how he was subpoenaed to go on, you know, speak to the commission, and he didn't show up. And the fact that he didn't show up, now he's charged with contempt, shows that he has something to hide.
Yeah,
which lets you know, to just add on to what Mike V just stated, that you have people in the position of power and influence who was involved with this, and the commission or the committee knew about this, which is the reason why Nancy Pelosi wanted to pass a bill to have a separate committee, instead it's a separate commission like the 9/11 commission to investigate what happened, instead of just having a section of the House to become the committee. But you know, a lot of the Republicans within Congress, they didn't show up to even vote, so there was short of a few votes, you know. So so basically what I'm saying, sorry to be a little long-winded, but what I'm saying is that you have a lot of people within the GOP who are trying their best, to not even allow this committee to happen. Now you have a person like Steve Bannon who didn't even want to show up to the committee when he was given a subpoena to show up, which shows you that there are people in the side of the GOP that have something to hide in regards to the January 6th.
Because
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, please finish, brother.
But then we got people in this space talking about, well, it's a revolution. Oh no, we would fight for our freedom and what have you. I'm like, okay, if that's the case, then why couldn't Steve Bannon, you know, if the January 6th was something that was righteous, and if it was people who are quote unquote patriotic that was standing up for America, then a person like Steve Bannon should not have any problem stepping in front of the committee and defending himself.
Yeah, the thing is that Bannon was very close to who?
Mr. Orange, right?
Yeah. If you take him down, you think he wants to go down and he's going to do time for the Tangerine Tyrant? I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's going to
self-preservation.
Yeah, he's going to turn stakes on a lot of people. He's going to bring down a lot of people.
There you go.
What I'm saying here is, if there's going to be a run for 2024, they're going to have to start moving a little bit quicker on bringing people down. That's why you're seeing this little information start to leak out day by day, week by week. Somebody snitching on somebody, somebody met with this person, and all this stuff is starting to come out. This is going to destroy the Republican Party. Anybody who has an R next to their name is going to be considered either a Russian or a racist. and that would be the end of it, man. You won't even be able to catch a flight or nothing like that.
Oh, it's over.
Nah.
First of all,
you may end up in a one-party system 10 years from now.
Yeah.
Unless there's a civil war that breaks out, who knows how many Penske trucks may show up to different capitals and pull an OKC like McVeigh and them. So we don't know what's going to come out from all of this. We saw the palm-colored cat in Maine who had acquired nuclear material because he wanted to take out black people during the Obama administration.
What?
Yeah, we covered that on the Brain Trust.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this dude in Maine was able to acquire nuclear material just enough to take out a city. So he wanted to take out Obama and all the liberals and all the people on the left, and he was in Maine camping out in a log cabin. Well, we think we got guys in here saying, "I'm gonna align myself with these people because I want to see the community burn." You gonna burn too, bro.
You are not the exception. I guess that's the problem with certain individuals. They always want to believe that they are the exception to the rule. That has always been a big problem when it comes to any group. When you see certain people align themselves with the opposition, you're like, what are you doing? All you are to them is a useful tool. That's why I don't feel bad for collaborators. I don't feel bad for so-called traitors. Although that word traitor has been used, too loosely, just like coward, and terrorists have also been used too loosely.
Yeah.
And some people think that by collaborating with the opposing group, that thinks that'll save them because they've proven themselves useful, and they think that'll make them the exception to the rule.
Right.
Not really. I mean,
not really.
How many black Republicans get their flowers from the Republican constituency? Like, you think, unless they're, without having to be on podium and just kissing ass.
Right.
Did anybody mourn for Herman Cain's death when he died from COVID?
No.
Nope.
No.
And okay, and let me say something too. Okay. This is the irony when it comes to a lot of people in this space who claim to, who want to align with the GOP, but at the same time claim to care for the black male collective, which to me I think is very hypocritical, because they align themselves with the GOP and they align themselves with the Trump administration when in 2017, 2018, a person by the name of Betsy DeVos, who was the Secretary of Education underneath the Trump administration, tried to remove civil rights regulations that Obama put that protected a lot of minority and disabled students, because during the Obama administration, especially a lot of black parents was sending letters to Obama speaking about how their children, were victims of discrimination in their schools. And it was from all over the country. So Barack Obama, what he did, he put a lot of civil rights regulations within the U.S. Department of Education to further protect minority and handicapped students, right? That was victims of discrimination. So then when the Trump administration came in 2017, Betsy DeVos, once again, a member of the Trump administration who was the U.S. Secretary of Education, tried to remove these regulations. And the thing is, it went all the way to the Supreme Court. Okay, and the Supreme Court ended up stopping Betsy DeVos from removing civil rights violations that was protecting black students. Now, once again, I'm saying this because she was a threat to the lives of black students, black children. That's going to school trying to get an education. But these are the people that the guys in this space align themselves with. So I find it ironic when they say that they care for the lives, they care for black males, but align themselves with that administration when that administration tried to destroy black male education. When in America, black male education is already messed up, but Betsy DeVos tried to even destroy it even more. And these are the people that the idiots in this space try to align themselves with. That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me.
If I may.
Go ahead.
If I may. First of all, bro, I'm sorry, I didn't get your bro. I didn't get your name, brother.
Oh,
it's wacky. It's Wacky World of
hold on.
Wacky World of. Wacky, is it?
Yeah, the Wacky World of OTV.
Okay, Wacky, Wacky O. First of all, let's not correction. It primarily targeted black students. With that being said, let's not forget who she's related to. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Her younger brother in particular. So realizing what they're trying to do with that system. A lot of people, let's not forget that they all when desegregation came into being in the public schools, what did they do before that? A lot of whites just started taking their kids out of those public schools and relocate them to private schools. This is years before. So even then, you've seen all types of discrimination and them trying to hamstring, the education of black people. So what DeVos was doing, that comes as no surprise. I hear what you're saying. And for some people to support that, you got to ask them, what are you really supporting? What are you really about? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like these guys will go this far to go against what they believe is helping black females. That's all it is when it comes to their supposed political affiliation with the GOP, is to go against or to rebel against what they think is creating this black female gynocracy in black America. They think the Democratic Party is solely responsible for this black female gynocracy in black America, not realizing that Republicans have been involved in making policies to kick the man out, to kick fathers out the household in certain states. All right, here in New York, when it comes to when it comes to giving government assistance. But go ahead, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry, Wacky. I remember somebody once told me. Now I understand I'm not ADOS, I'm East African, but I remember somebody once told me, "What if I told you that both the Republicans and the Democrats were two wings on the same vulture?" Somebody asked me that. I realized, I've seen that in other parts of the world, man. I've seen that in other countries where they have so-called democracies and like that.
Right.
I don't think anybody has any disagreement with that, and I don't think it isn't too much of a misunderstanding here on that. I think what happens here is you live in a city or you live in a state where you have to choose a side on who to vote for, and in most predominantly black areas, they don't have Republicans over them to vote for. So there would be no interest in supporting a candidate of that stature because all of their policies on that side go against them anyway. So why would they do that? And so I think sometimes people will say, well, they're two wings of the same bird. That's true. But you have to pick which wing you're going to try to assemble to get yourself out of that situation. And it's the small victories. You
can't be neutral in some places. In some places, you can't be neutral. You have to pick a side whether you like it or not. So you gotta, somebody told me once, they said that you got Latinos who are registered Republicans, but they vote Democrat because that's who they're voting for their interests first and foremost, regardless who they claim to be affiliated with.
Well,
Right.
let's look at New York, right? They have a mayoral race going on right now between Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa. Now, Curtis is the founding member of the Guardian Angels. He's a registered Republican.
Right. Right.
And so how do you have a conversation with a guy like this who's supposed to be the founding member of the Guardian Angels, who's saying in the debate, we should throw all these poor people out on the street because they got stimulus checks and they ain't pay their rent? That's insane. It's an insane campaign speech. And it's an insane, you have to be insane to actually vote for somebody like him versus Eric Adams. Now, Eric Adams is center left. He's not some AOC brand of liberalism that they try to paint him out to be. But you have to.
He's compromised.
Right. But if you live in New York, you have to vote for either one of these guys at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's compromised, you know. But you got people I don't want to say
she's
crazy.
compromised. I meant AOC's compromised, but he could be compromised as well.
Yeah, both of them.
Everybody's compromised if you're running for office. Everybody's compromised.
Good
you
point.
They don't got a dossier
I
on
stand
everybody?
corrected. Good point.
Yeah, great point. But I'm just saying, I hate to say this. Me and my dad had this discussion about the votage of Biden and Trump and the numbers. There's people that believe in that fool Trump and that guy in the Guardian. So you can't underestimate fools like that. They're gonna vote who they're gonna vote for, and that it's a waste. And this is why I like Cerulean so much. He said that dereliction, man. Like you can't change everything. It's a day-to-day process. These fools gonna vote who they're gonna vote for. It's like you could try to teach them for like 15 to 10 minutes or to an hour. It's a waste, man. Like you can't talk to these people like that. I mean, I just let them, hey, you want a rope? You know, I'm just like saying, you know, I just let them fight each other.
Just give them the rope. Give them the rope and just walk away. Let them hang themselves. But I will say this. What happened in January, that was a culmination. Because remember, if anybody remembers, throughout the campaign, 45 was saying, we're going to win this election. And the only way we're going to lose this election is because it's rigged. Either it's rigged or we win. Either we win and it's fair and square, or we lose because it's rigged. He was priming people for that. People for that. So people were, and he kept repeating it time and time again until people kept believing it. This is basically, to take it back to the French Revolution, a certain gentleman by the name of François-Marie Auré, otherwise known as Voltaire, in one of his many writings had once said, those who have the power to convince people to believe in absurdities has the power to convince people to commit injustices, not atrocities. Atrocities are included in injustices, folks. So he's able to, and it's like what Hitler said, you know, think of a lie, keep telling that lie, and make it sure, or keep persisting on that lie until it becomes accepted and seen as the truth.
But name it statistically, data-wise, the Republican Party knew this 10 years ago that they were going to start losing elections if they don't start building up their base or rebuilding the party as a building the brand
and gerrymandering.
As a party.
Gerrymandering. Remember, they kept also. They restructured the districts as well. Both sides were involved in gerrymandering.
Yeah, but that works to an extent. But they were losing. They knew this from the Reagan administration. Actually, let me pull up the article because they do. I like to cite my sources because
pull it in the back check and I'll share it or give it to me. Yeah.
Let me say something. Let me say something in reference to was what the brother was telling. He stated to me about the Democrat and Republican Party being, you know, two wings of the same bird. And what have you. I mean, of course, I've always known that. I've been stating that on YouTube for the longest. So my whole point in speaking is not to defend the Democratic Party because I'm not a Democrat. I never said you were. I never said you did, but I want to clear some things up because based on hold on for a minute, bro. I want to clear some things up because based on what you said, it comes across as you assuming that I'm defending the Democratic Party, because usually people say that when they assume that someone is defending one party and fully going against another. So I'm just letting it be clear that no, I'm not sticking up for the Democratic Party. I'm actually just going against the hypocrisy. I'm speaking against the hypocrisy of a lot of the members of this space.
Duly noted.
And
my
their
apologies for any
reasoning-
mistake, for any misunderstanding,
problem.
sir.
Oh, no problem,
You know.
no problem, bro. And you know, their reasoning, their illogical reasoning for aligning themselves with the GOP instead of just looking at things from a position of policies. Now, if someone aligned themselves with the Republican Party due to policies, I don't care. I don't care. But if someone want to align themselves to a party due to going against the black woman, I just think that's foolish and that's stupid. Especially when both parties have been involved in both of these major political parties have been involved in setting up policies that had a tremendous or negative impact on black people in America. But I'm done.
Like I
sir,
said, man.
Sir, I put
go
the,
ahead. Sorry.
link, I put the link.
Okay,
in the back
I got you. I got you, Mike. Hold on.
It's like what I said, Wacky.
Here we go.
You know, anybody has the power to convince people to believe in absurdities has the power to convince them to commit certain acts and whatnot. And then some people, I guess we live it. You know what? When you realize, like, especially like when it comes to like things like the culture war, which is relevant to this discussion, in certain not just in America, but in also other parts of the world, you realize certain people define themselves based on what they stand up against, not what they stand up for, but what they stand up against. Not about what they're about, but what they hate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So this,
you know what I mean?
This article is for the New York Times, 1983, circa 1983. Okay, courting Hispanic voters now a Reagan priority. So they knew that they were losing. They were losing this battle 35 years ago. So go scroll down, please.
Yeah, I'm just putting it in the chat so people can look at it. Okay.
Oh wow! It's by Phil. Who's the author again?
Oh, I forget the author right now.
What's the author?
It says here,
Phil Gailey is special to the New York Times. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Discouraged by its failure to attract black voters, the Republican Party is making an effort to reverse its slippage with another ethnic group that is viewed by party strategists as an awakening giant in American politics. The nation's 14.6 million Hispanic Americans. So they knew, one, that black people were walking away from the party. Okay, the 1960s, you know, the MLK Republicans, they were out of there. Okay, they knew that the Hispanic vote was going to be critical. The Republican Party was losing for even back then during Reagan's era. And so what I'm saying here is to understand that the party has been failing for the last, 3 to 4 decades. And it's going to continue to fail because it can't manifest anything on the ground. If you look at West Virginia, if you look at Kentucky, you look at some of these other flyover states like Arkansas and whatnot, these are all failing states because Republicans refuse to even, secure a bigger infrastructure bill that would benefit them more than it would benefit any of the blue states. But see, this is the sort of game that they play, and that they, they warm up, some of these voters, and say, we're going to go to Washington and fight for you. We need smaller government, while at the same time, lining their pockets, with the coal lobby and the fossil fuels industries and whatnot.
Fossil fuel groups and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah,
lobbying is that's a very lucrative position right there. Being a Washington lobbyist.
Yeah, Mr. Reagan will travel to Miami on Friday to address an audience of Cuban Americans. Remember, we were talking about that earlier, Sir Obadiah.
Yeah, we was.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the reference.
Cuban Americans. Yeah.
Actually, we talked it on the conservative streams on part 1 and part 2. We did as well, like these examples of what's the point of being, I would say, conservative in this year. And I think Cerulean said it on many streams as well. So it's a combination of those streams that we talked about. So, yeah.
Yeah. in my awakening of sorts, I've been asking that question: what does it mean to be conservative? Just like I said on the flip side, what does it mean to be liberal? What do these
Right.
terms mean, really? What are you
Yeah.
about?
I don't keep this.
And that's the.
Yeah.
We'll travel to Miami to address Cuban Americans. He doesn't say anything about Central American Americans or Mexican Americans or anything like that. He's targeting certain specific groups, basically.
Yeah.
Well, and
Not
these
the
are
whole.
because those are in battleground states. Florida's a battleground state.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have Mexicans in Florida.
No.
Yeah,
Cubans
the Cubans were popular back then. You know,
Yeah,
then
Cubanos,
remember the
yeah.
70s.
Earlier
70s,
that month, the president was in San Antonio, Texas, to participate in cities. Oh, my mistake. I stand corrected. He was also trying to curtail the Chicano vote as well. You got
Yeah.
the Cubano vote. He's trying to get the Cubano, also the Chicano vote, because he took part. He was in San Antonio for the Cinco de Mayo festival, which celebrates the important defeat of the French by Mexicans in 1862 in Texas. It says here also in Texas, Ricardo Hinojosa, a 33-year-old lawyer, is to be sworn in on Saturday as a federal district judge, the first Hispanic person put on the federal bench in the state by a Republican president.
And see, and
So
there you
yeah,
go. But
they were making serious efforts. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sir Wadayu, like we always do, we always talk facts. We always cite our sources.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And
Appreciate that, Mike.
Not a problem. Anybody in the chat, the link that Mike presented, you can read for yourselves. And of course, I put it in my bookmarks for the read. You know, if anybody wants to challenge me on this, I got it right here. And there's more sources like this too out here as well. So, you know.
Yeah, you're going to be doing the backpedaling if they try to challenge this.
Yeah.
Unless they come with their facts.
That's a very good find. That's a very good article.
Yeah.
And I remember in 2020, like, during the campaigning of both Trump and Biden, I remember I was watching RT News,
right,
in which there was a few people.
Appreciate you, Mike.
There were people within the RNC that was speaking about. They was complaining how a lot of the young white, like that the GOP was losing is ground with the young white voters in Middle America. That in Middle America, or I'll say suburban America, I'll say that in suburban America, a lot of young white voters are leaving the party. And that's a large base. Like the young base, that's a large base. And a lot of the young base, regardless of color, they can't relate to what a lot of people in the GOP are talking about. Now,
there's a disconnect of sorts.
Yeah, there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect. So, yeah, so even, of course, they losing the GOP's losing minority voters. Also, it's white voters. So it's oh man.
When you think about it, it's like a lot of those young people. A lot of them have been going to school with people of other backgrounds, so they're more socialized like that, and having those relationships kind of open their eyes to the ugly side of America. Exactly. What they have, 9/11 is a prime example of what happened,
Exactly.
Like how a lot of brown folks got it. A lot of black folks were getting it as well. Because understand, you got a lot of African immigrants who are Muslim. They have to worry about that. And understanding and meeting people of other cultures and backgrounds, it just opens your eyes and makes people a little more worldly. So they don't have that closed-minded view like maybe their older generations. But in certain parts, like in Europe, like there was like that thing's more solidified because there isn't a lot of integration. You don't see a lot of that, and in certain areas, it's become like a tradition that you vote for that political. You vote for parties of that political leaning of sorts. And it's and in the past, and I'm in Europe, so in our end, we have to worry about like the rise of the far right in recent years, especially because they've been complaining about the issues of immigration and everything. But in some of these places, you'll realize they don't have immigrants in their areas. So what the hell are they talking about?
right.
Because they're just focused on what they see on the news and shit.
Right.
And in some of these countries, for example, especially the ones in Eastern Europe, like nobody's trying to immigrate to your countries, yo. In fact, you got some of your young people leaving, heading out west. What's there for people to take over there? So I'm just looking at this for absurdity, but like, you know, people just reacting. Nobody does their due diligence. And, you know, like some of this derelict of duty, as we've mentioned before, is become generational of sorts.
Yeah.
It's learned behavior.
Yeah, it's a day-to-day process. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people just.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how many people exercise their critical thinking skill? That's the problem.
Yeah. There you go.
You know?
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, Wacky, I don't know. You got another name I can call you by? Because Wacky, I don't know. Calling you Wacky is like weird, you know? No offense, bro.
Oh, I know. They'll call me that. You can call me that. I get it. You can call me that.
Wacky.
I have no issues with you call me Wacky. Yeah. I have no issues with that.
You a Lakers fan by any chance?
Yeah, that's what I have. I have a
Lakers I've noticed because your cap and jersey and everything. Okay, you an LA cat. All right. All right.
Yeah, I'm actually in New York, but I'm just a Laker fan.
Oh, you're from the NY. Okay.
Yeah, I'm from New York.
That's common for Laker fans. They fans is all over. I mean, my dad's one too. I just like,
okay.
Yeah, you know how it is in sports. Yeah,
Lakers. Lakers are like, you know, teams like the Boston Celtics or the New York Yankees, where
Chicago Bulls,
where you find
those
fans
brands.
all over the world.
Yeah. I'm not mad though, because I grew up around that as a child too. Because they love my mom loved Magic, and I think my dad loved Elgin Baylor at the time when it was coming up. Yeah, you know how it is.
Oh, James Worthy didn't get that much love. I don't blame.
Yeah, they like James Worthy. Trust me. Lakers all day. Trust me, they rubbed that in my face when I was younger, kind of like in the 90s. Even though I had Jordan. But I had everybody else. I mean, I had lists of teams I like. Don't get me wrong. I like my Spurs, my Kings, my Bulls, my Pistons. Yeah, it goes down
the late 90s, 2000s, that was some of the best NBA right there. That was
for the future. Yeah, I know people love the 80s.
Competition was intense.
Yeah,
the competition was good then.
Yeah,
the 80s was good. You know, the competition, the 90s and the 2000s, that was good as well.
Yeah, all three of those were great. Yeah. Now it's like it's finesse, but it's pretty good this year. I've heard people say they start off pretty good, you know. Yeah.
I remember, was it last year or year before that, I guess? Because it's been a while since I've watched the game and everything, but I remember they were talking like to some of the to like certain big men, because they're talking about how the position of the big man is not as significant as it is now.
Right.
Because everybody's just trying to go out. And like, what was it? Like, they asked Alonzo Mourning, Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing said, if I come back in the league now, I'd be dominating right now. Because ain't nobody, you know, going to challenge me for the rebounds.
Yeah.
In the paint.
There you go. And Elijah once said something similar to that effect. A lot of them. I think David Robinson a little bit. But a lot of these guys, they be observing how these players play, and they kind of enjoyed the offense. I'm not going to lie. I think they
Joel, I mean, what was it? Paul Gasol's younger brother, Mark Gasol, you know, he said, like, either you adapt or find another sport. And when he was asked about that, of course, you know, I'm a little disappointed they didn't bother to ask Dikembe Mutombo, because, you know, he would give his ideas about it.
Like when
I do that a lot. They'll tell you, Wacky, that I'd like to do like voice impressions. But because I remember because Joel Embiid, he always he looked up to the Dikembe, and I remember there was a clip of him and Dikembe, and they were like, it was like on a French YouTube channel, and you know, Dikembe is from the Congo, and they speak French since they were a Belgian colony.
Yeah.
Embiid is Cameroonian, so and they was like, he was like saying first in English. He kept begging me to come do the game and watch him, so I came. You know what I'm saying? I can't do French, excuse me. But, you know, it's like, you know, it's the way the finesse is and everything. Everybody wants to be out. A lot of people blame Dirk Nowitzki for that, because remember, 7 foot tall. Somebody said he looked like a caveman, but this guy is more like a power forward, a small forward. He's not He's not a center.
Nah.
No,
Like
he's a
that. Same
power
thing with
forward. Yeah.
Same thing with Tim Duncan.
Kevin Garnett. Oh,
Kevin Garnett's a center, but he can work like a power forward.
Well, in the beginning of it, he ended up becoming a center late in his career, but
Late in career.
in the
but
beginning
when
of his career,
he was a power
as a small
forward. Yeah.
He actually started off as a small forward, became a power forward, then ended up as a center during the end.
Did he have like a late growth spurt? Is that what it is? Because
when he was in Malden, South Carolina, he was like a small forward, like in between the 4 spot. But no, his whole career as a pro, he was a power forward. Now he did play the 3 spot a little bit, but he didn't do much with the Timberwolves. They kept pushing him to the post because see, back then he was back to the basket, rebounding, lobs and stuff. But if you go further than
7
that,
foot tall, you got to be.
Yeah. But
You
once
gotta
he, I think Wacky said later in his career, when he went to Boston and I would say like Brooklyn, you saw him play the 5 the most. I mean, his career, he always played the 4. I've seen him play the 3 a few times back then, but not as much as people think. He always played the 4 spot. Yeah.
I mean, he played the 3 too when he was in Minnesota. Like he played the 3 too.
In certain
especially at one point in time when he was playing in Minnesota, there was not a bona fide 3 guy. So he played that spot. So it's really Kevin Garnett. It's really Kevin Garnett who popularized the art of a big man playing someone like a guard. Even though he had a back to the basket game, but he was versatile. So that versatile big man, he popularized.
He was what you say? Yeah, he was 6'11". That's because he was so long and thin. But you got to remember when he played that position, there was another 4-man at the time, but they kept switching. But once they got rid of him, and they finally got a small for what's his name, Sam Mitchell. That changed, and he was forced to play forward. His natural position. I mean, but he wasn't strong, but he had that flashy hard dunks. Now I seen the Beyond the Glory documentary about his story in Malden, how he went to Chicago and stuff like that. Dude was a beast and around the rim. I mean, he was bouncing around, scoring buckets from left and right.
He was drafted straight out of high school.
Yeah.
He was drafted straight out of high school.
He was like that standard of that frame, but I think Kobe kind of changed and evolution. Both of them, or actually all of them changed. I would say him, Tim Duncan, all of them revolutionized the 2000s. LeBron came on the midway
Allen
to
Iverson.
it. Yeah,
who else?
Yeah. So those guys.
Hold on, but what I was gonna say that someone could say that Kevin Garnett popularized the art of the versatile big men. Some could say it's Hakeem Olajuwon. Because Hakeem Olajuwon, Tim Duncan, for the most part, had his back to the basket. Remember, Tim Duncan was not as versatile as Kevin Garnett or Hakeem Olajuwon, in which Hakeem Olajuwon, when he came to the league, I mean, this guy moved like a guard with his spin moves. Like you never seen a center prior to Hakeem Olajuwon that could just move and fake and juke people at his height. So but now what you're seeing now in the NBA is similar to what you see in European or FIBA basketball. Like foreign basketball, that's how they play. That's how they play. And then what the thing is, what I don't like. What I don't like. The thing is, what I don't like about today's NBA, that it lacks creativity. Because there was a time. There was a time where, in the NBA, where so many players could just create their shots off the dribble. They'll just shoot. They'll either be a spot up shooter, drive to the hole, or create a shot to create space for them and shoot. Or
create opportunities and shit.
Or you put the ball in the middle and let the big men let them scrap. You let them scrap and battle it out in the paint, right?
Right.
Prime example would be like I could think of is like Stockton and Malone, or if you remember when the Nets were still in Jersey, Jason Kidd be dropping bombs to Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin.
Yeah, he was something else.
But now what you see in the NBA is like you see on the offensive side, a player will either drive the ball to the hole or look for a 3-point shot. And it's like, what happened to the mid-range game? It's like you don't see a lot of people. You don't see a lot of people in basketball offensively are very creative when it comes to scoring. You see a lack of that. It's like,
Yeah.
dang. Yeah.
It's a lost art. I mean, the only person that does mid range, I don't want to say Kawhi and a few others, but LeBron don't have one. But here's the thing: like that fall away and those threes kind of killed it because everybody kept jacking up threes. And every time I watch a game, I'm like, what's the point of playing basketball if you're gonna do all that? And then Charles Barkley used to get mad on TNT, and he said, they just jacking up
What are you
threes.
talking about?
Yeah. No, I'm just
still
saying.
getting mad.
Yeah, he gets mad about that, but he said it's a shame, and he understands it. But he's like, damn, like, but a lot of people just don't understand. It's changed. People like it. I mean, certain people like the offense.
Yeah. But the thing is that, see, it's also a reflection upon the generation that we live in. No disrespect to the younger generation,
right?
Is that everyone in the league is trying to be like Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's what it is. Everybody's trying to copy Steph Curry. See, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, they're two of the few players that can actually get away with jacking up a lot of threes because they're so good at shooting. They two of them are basically two of the best shooters in the league right now. So
they're
they
1
can
and
get
2,
away
first
with
of all.
that.
That's a 1 and 2 thing. First of all, that's a problem.
That's 1 and 2. That's the thing. They can get away with that. They can get away with that. But the problem is that we live in a generation where someone always trying to emulate the next person. If the next person is doing something,
no originality,
if it's getting a
no
lot
one being
of,
themselves.
if it's popular, everyone else is trying to do the same
Following
thing
the trend
instead of having their own identity. There was a time in the NBA where everybody had their own identity. One player, they played this way, another player played that way, another player played their own way, and they took pride in having their own identity. Now everybody's just trying to copy everybody. You even see that in the college game. That's even a damn thing where
that's
in
even worse.
Basketball,
yeah,
everybody's jacking up threes. It's damn, you're not Steph Curry, dog.
That's the finesse. I told you that finesse game. That's what killed it. And those rule changes, you gotta blame David Stern again. Shouts out to him. Rest in peace to him. The great David Stern. He kind of winged it, and then Adam said, "Okay, we love it." The fans. It's just like you're buying tickets, right? They want to see that. They don't want you to grab a player and slam on the floor. They want your hands lean back, don't touch him, play right, and just say that soft touch. They don't want you to grab
physicality.
They don't want you to lean into him. Yeah,
I'm also
I mean, I remember
I'm also blame Adam Silver for this 3-point nonsense than
Yeah.
David Stern, because
Yeah.
by the time it became popular in basketball where players just shoot up threes, David Stern left his position as the commissioner of the NBA
Right.
and left it to Adam Silver. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same thing I said, but it's a combination. And then you got certain players co-signing. I'm like, I thought y'all was the greatest players in the world, but I can't say nothing because people say Steph's the greatest. Okay, Mace. Okay.
No, I would.
You know how people.
For people co-signing this, you got to understand if they explain why they're co-signing this, you'd understand it. But some people, it's basically you don't like it, or you don't. That's what it is. Now, what you said about what Wacky said about no originality, no identity, and whatnot.
I brought that in. I interject that in. Yeah, that was my fault. Yeah.
If you remember in the 90s, everybody was themselves. I mean, of course, certain things, like fashion trends, a lot of people were following fashion trends, of course, but everybody was still themselves. Everybody had their own way of doing things, like a Sean Marion, Sean Marion, and then you had Kenyon Martin. They both had their own ways of doing it. Marcus Camby and Nick Van Exel, they had their own ways of playing the game. Jason Kidd, Jason Williams, they were both point guards, but they played it differently. They had their own way of passing and whatnot. Who else? Moochie Norris, Steve Francis.
Yeah.
They were. I'm sorry. That name was just always got my name. I remember. Was it? If anybody remembers watching Sports Central, like in 2000, 2001.
Yeah.
There was a cat named Kevin Frazier. Anytime you mentioned Moochie Norris, he would go like Moochie and everything.
I remember I remember that.
Well, another phrase of Kevin Frazier's I loved whenever they were talking to highlights of certain games, like he talked about some of the veterans. He always had to say, "Oh, but tasty." because they still had it. But everybody, yeah, you know what I mean, Wacky. But every player had their own they had their own identity. I mean, the best example I can give, like their own identity, would be Karl Malone versus Dennis Rodman. Those two men revolutionized the power forward position. One was defensive oriented, the other was offensive oriented. And they clashed a lot. In fact, I grew up watching pro wrestling, so you saw that clash in WCW and whatnot.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah,
I remember those days. Yeah, I used to.
But you remember how they used to collide with each other on the court. You know, they would tangle with each other. Robin would try to tangle with them, or I remember watching like Robin, some of the mind games he would play with certain guys.
Yeah.
And and Rodman owned up for what he was. Like when he get technicals and ejections, he admitted it. He said, "Look, it was Jordan and Rodman. It was Jordan and Pippen's. It's Jordan and Pippen's responsibility to get the points and everything. Luke Longley had my back on defense, but I had no problem doing the team's dirty work. You know what I'm saying? Because you need to have somebody who's like that. And I was built for that shit because I learned my shit in Detroit." And he actually had love for the game. But one thing I think we have to also consider is like college sports nowadays. If you look at some of those players, a lot of those players are injured and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? They're injury prone.
Yeah, injury prone. There you go.
Injury prone, and they come because a lot of them come into the league, with some injuries. Like I'll give you a prime example. Past few years I've noticed like college football. Do you ever notice like some of the offensive and defensive linemen or the linebackers and whatnot, when they're set for the snap, you might notice you're starting to see certain players with wearing an elbow brace or a knee brace or two, because a lot of them have had some serious ACL, PCL injuries.
Yeah.
So you understand why a lot of them they can't be as physical like they want to. So a lot of those players, they want to protect they're trying to preserve their bodies for the long run, and major injuries are like something they don't want to deal with. I mean, like what happened was it like when what's that?
One of the reasons to that? Okay, well, this was based on the video that I was watching. So based on the video, you ever heard of a content creator called Jimmy Highflyer?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, he's popular. He's a popular content creator. He does a lot of he speaks a lot about basketball. He speaks a lot about the NBA. He's very popular within the NBA or basketball sector of YouTube. So very popular content creator. But he made a video. This is just according to his video. He made a video in which he was speaking about how a lot of NBA players, when they come from college, how they become injury prone in the NBA. And he stated one factor to that is because a lot of these players go to the NBA when they're still very young and their body's still developing. I mean, in the draft, a lot of these players in the NBA, I can only speak for the NBA based on this video, not in the NFL. I can't speak for the NFL, but in the NBA, a lot of these players, they're being drafted a lot of them just going to college for 1 year and going to the draft at 18 and 19 years old.
Right.
At 18 and 19 years old, your body's still developing. Your body doesn't stop developing until like 25, 26 years old. Right?
Yeah, your body and your mind as well. Because remember, your brain doesn't fully mature until 25. Yeah, but I see what you mean.
Yeah, but in this space, because I'm speaking about physically, because we speak about injuries. So, with their body, and especially when these kids come into the league at 18, 19 years old, and they're playing in the most elite.
One and done and everything, very physically demanding.
So they have to play physically, and it's like the training and all that. It takes a toll on their bodies, and their bodies are not really prepared yet to handle all that type of physicality. So therefore,
not enough time to recover either. Not enough time to recover either.
So a lot of them get injured. I mean, and not only that, they come to a lot. I don't know why they do that stupid shit. A lot of players get drafted while injured. I'm like, that's stupid.
One and done.
Like Greg Oden, man. I've been saying
he's injured.
When he got drafted. Listen,
in 07, I remember.
This guy was injured in the McDonald's All-American game when he was still in high school.
Right. I remember that.
Injured with his in while he was in college for 1 year, and I've been stated at that time that he should just rest, rest, come back to college the following year, and wait until his injuries is healed up, play another year, and you might go back to the national championship and win this national championship this time, and then get drafted. But
I didn't think he wanted to do that.
money.
He wanted that money, and I remember that too.
And look what happened. Because he didn't want to do that. Look what happened.
Yeah. Even though he got an NBA
Also-
championship, but he's still a bust, though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing was, is like, he probably thought
Oh, what's going on, Third Ward? Soup, bro.
that was good. Yeah, but the thing is like a lot of these players think this is my only chance. They never think like take a step back and find a more better opportunity. It's like it's either now or never. That's the way they think about it. That's that problem as well. I mean, they're thinking this is my only shot to an NBA contract, and we don't know what his situation was at the time, But like I talk about the injury prones and stuff. Do you remember like what was it in the NCAA finals? What was it Louisville?
Yeah.
You might remember
Oh, yeah,
Louisville
I
Cardinals.
remember that.
Yeah, I
The
remember
That
2013,
injury.
the 2013, yeah.
Yeah, I remember
That
that.
injury. Remember that player got knocked down, his injury, and like
Mhm.
in front of his home bench, in front of his team's bench, and remember everybody on his bench is just wild, just bugged out when they saw that injury.
Yeah,
Mhm.
his leg
It
snapped.
was just
I remember that. Yeah, his leg
Yeah, I
snapped.
remember that.
Worse than like you see like in the MMA and shit. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Brutal.
that was the 2013. That was the 2013 national championships. I remember that. That was
Yeah,
like right
They had
before
to put
halftime. He
they had
landed
to put
his-
they had to rush him to the hospital because you got to go through emergency surgery, and your tibia and fibula have to and in order to make sure that, and they got to go surgically either through the knee. They have they have to fit in a rod into your tibia and fibula just to put it to realign it and such.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah,
just
it was gruesome.
I'm
Yeah.
bugging out just thinking about that because
Yeah, it's
my god.
gruesome. Yeah.
And how I know this is because I remember on YouTube they interviewed the if anybody remembers mixed martial arts, Anderson Silva, he broke his leg against Chris Weidman in their rematch, and they talked to the surgeon who operated on his leg, and he showed what they did to repair his leg and everything, and that is just you think about that's too much. The way he landed, that kid landed and everything. You got to ask yourself, are they how well do these kids train after it? Because you saw like Dennis Rodman, for example, he came into the league at 25, so his legs were still younger. His health was great.
Yeah.
But they put in the work when they trained. They trained they put the hours in the gym to work, build muscle and whatnot. They worked on their coordination.
Yeah. He had a great career, and even though he took care of himself.
Speak of the devil, the general.
What's going on, General? Yeah, what's going on? We talked about you earlier.
But a lot of times too, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these players don't really eat healthy.
Exactly.
Not as much as you think. I mean, because you know what it is too. A lot of them party a lot. When the game's over and they're in a new city, they're in another city. Like, let's just say, if these young players they visiting LA, right? After the game is over, they're gonna go check the club. They're gonna drink a little thing or two. They might smoke a little bit or something, even though they're not supposed to. They might smoke a little marijuana in the club. They might drink and get themselves drunk, and then they go to sleep, wake up with a hangover. A lot of them, a lot of them are not like eating as healthy as they're supposed to. I mean, they do eat healthy to a degree, but not as much as they're supposed to. But what's up, Third Ward? I'm reading Third Ward Colombian's comment in the chat where he says that
highlight it for you.
Yeah, Melo gave the Lakers their first win of the season, which is true against the Grizzlies. That's very true. And he says Westbrook don't fit well with them at all. Yeah, that's why I was against Westbrook going to the Lakers from the very beginning, man. When I first heard the news that he got traded to the Lakers, I was against that, man. I'm like, dude. I mean, Kyle Lowry was a free agent, so all the money that the Lakers was about to give to Dennis Schroeder, who turned it down, they could have gave it to Kyle Lowry. But they traded for Westbrook, and Kyle Lowry ended up, signed with Miami. So now Miami got an
But they
excellent
wasn't
point
gonna.
guard. Wow.
They wasn't gonna let. I'm sorry. They wasn't
Oh,
gonna
good.
let
No, go
Kyle
ahead.
Lowry go over to the Lakers, man. Period. They wasn't gonna let Kyle Lowry make. They wasn't gonna allow that. The NBA wasn't gonna allow that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, it's still very early on in the season, so we say that. And I'm a Laker fan through and through. I'm from Compton. I've been watching the Lakers ever since they were playing in the Forum. Since before then, I got a chance as a kid to kind of see my man, the Big Dipper, and at the end of his career in LA. So I've been watching the NBA for a long, when I say long time, 74, 73, 74.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, that's a long ass time.
So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have to
so
disagree
you
with that, but go ahead.
but you can disagree with it because it always happens early on in the season. They say, oh, well, this person's not a fit. And then when they run off 40, 50, 60 wins and they're in the first, second spot in their conference, all of a sudden it's like, well, I was wrong. I was wrong. Remember, let's look at what happened over with the Nets, New Jersey right now, right? You got
Right.
you got the big three over there right now. Everybody all but handed them the damn trophy, and at the end, what happened? They choked.
They choked.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Mm.
There you
No,
go.
So who was the better? Wait, real quick. So where was the better fit? Was it a better fit for James Harden to go over there with Kyrie and team up with Kevin Durant? Was that a better fit? Because that's essentially what you got in LA right now. You got essentially the same thing. You have a ball dominant point guard playing with a ball dominant two guard, basically a small forward, because that's what James Harden basically plays. And then you got Kevin Durant. So you got three ball dominant players on the same damn team. You see, so it's going to take a little while for that to mesh out. One more thing, and I'm going to give you guys back to Mike. I hear you guys talking about the younger generation and their ability to, remain they're so injury prone. The reason why these guys are injury prone is because look at their childhood. All right?
Right.
They don't
right.
go outside and play. They just go to the gym. It's indoor activity. They get off the gym. And NBA players today, most of the young guys, all they know is video games. That's it. Video games, strip club basketball. That's it. They're not doing any other physical activity outside of that. So that's why this generation of athletes is so injury prone, because they didn't go outside and climb trees. They didn't go outside and run around and play football in the grass. They didn't do none of that shit. That's why they're not built like that. But I divest.
All right.
Well, sir,
let me
if I may.
let me say this.
Oh, go ahead, Wacky. Sorry.
This is when I said when I disagree with the general when he stated that the NBA would not let Kyle Lowry sign with the Lakers. I disagree with that. I don't think that there'll be anything that the NBA would do to trying to stop that. See, Kyle Lowry, once again, he was a free agent. He could have signed anywhere. I don't think the NBA would have stopped that, especially if and you gave a good example to prove my point. When it came to when it came to the big three in Brooklyn, when you see the big three of Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and James Harden in Brooklyn. Now, if the NBA did not stop that, they're not going to stop Kyle Lowry from going to LA, especially when Kyle Lowry, he's an all-star, but he's not a superstar. He's an all-star, but he's not a superstar.
Okay,
in Brooklyn, hold on for a minute, General. Hold on. I'll let you speak. Let me speak. In Brooklyn, you got two superstars. Okay, you got Kyrie Irving, but you have two superstars in one team. So I don't think so. If the NBA did not stop two superstars from joining with an all-star in Brooklyn, the NBA is not going to stop an all-star like Kyle Lowry from going to LA. I think LA messed that up when they made that dumb trade. LA messed themselves up. I'm not done yet, General. I'm not done yet.
I just want to respond to that one point.
No. I let you speak. You sat down. You gave your piece. And I waited patiently and let you respond.
Hold on. General, let him talk. Let him finish.
You gotta wait patiently. It's like I waited patiently. You waited patiently. I waited patiently.
Wait a minute, bro.
I waited patiently when you were speaking. When you were speaking, I waited patiently.
I'm just trying to get it out before I lose contact with you guys, bro.
Whoa. Hey, fellas. Fellas,
These
yo,
niggas,
yo, yo, yo,
I'm
yo,
just
yo,
trying to
yo,
get
yo,
it
yo,
out before I
Wacky,
lose
Wacky.
contact. Hold on.
Let
No,
let
no,
let the
no,
general
no,
have a
no,
chance.
no,
I
no,
know,
no,
I know.
no,
Wacky,
no. I
Wacky,
got
Wacky.
you.
Just let him have it.
No,
Let him
no,
have
no,
a few
no,
minutes.
no,
Just
no.
let him go. Let him
we
go.
don't need a
I'm not doing that.
mediator.
I'm
We
not
can do
doing
this.
that because you know
I'm just
what,
trying to
General?
get it out.
When you
I'm
were
not
sitting
doing
here
it either.
speaking, I let you speak.
Bruh, I'm
I
just trying.
sat back, I waited
Wacky, do
patiently,
you not
and
hear
I
me?
let you speak.
Bruh,
No, you gotta wait
bruh,
until
do
I'm
you not
done.
hear me?
You have to
Bruh,
wait
do you
until
not
I'm
hear me?
done. I
Bruh,
hear
do you
you,
Fellas,
not
but
hear
you
fellas,
me?
gotta
come
wait
on.
until I'm done.
Okay,
No, you
Yo,
gotta wait until
well,
I'm done. You
I
gotta wait
will
until
wait
I'm
until you're
done.
done. I'm just trying to get it out before I lose contact with you, before I lose reception. I'm traveling. I'm on the expressway,
okay.
bruh. That's
See,
all. I
see,
only
boy.
ask for you to give me a
see.
little bit of leeway because I'm traveling. But go ahead. Go ahead, man.
This is man, this is
Alright,
funny.
go
Anyhow,
ahead. Yeah, but I don't
yeah.
do fun.
So
I'm just trying to get it out before I lose contact with you, before my
Okay, we
reception
got
gets
it, General.
bad. I'm in a bad area. That's all. Go ahead, bro. Get it out. If I lose contact, I'll come back.
okay, fine. But and anyway, and also, General, you made another statement talking about how Brooklyn have the big three, and they choked. They didn't choke. They almost beat the Bucks in that series. It was just that KD missed a 3-point shot in which that had them lose that series. That's it. So nobody choked. But anyway, okay, I'm done. Go ahead, General.
Okay, General, it's your turn.
Bro, listen.
Is it reception?
I don't.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. See, that's all I was saying. I was just trying to chime in before I lost my reception because I'm on the expressway. I'm traveling. Okay, number one, you have to understand that a lot of times it's not necessarily the NBA as an organization. A lot of times it's the owners that won't allow certain trades to happen.
Right.
You got to understand that. So it's not just the NBA as an organization. It's the owners that own these teams. They sit up with the big fat cigars. They sit up in these press boxes and they're like, "Hey, well, let's make this trade." Well, no, fuck that, because I want to win. And if I give you this person, I hurt my chances. Or I don't want you to win, because there's a lot of player hating going on up there. People have talked about this for ages within the organization. You see, this is what a lot of people, when they talk this is why I had this exact same damn conversation. Why I don't fuck with Banks no more. Nothing against the brother. He's cool as a fan, but this is why. Because they only look at things from a very minuscule top-down level point of view. That's all I was trying to tell you. It might not have been the NBA. Do you remember when Chris Paul was going to go to the Lakers over there with
yeah, I remember.
The deal was all but the NBA said, yeah, the deal is done. The deal is signed, right? The owners came back and said, you got to be out your goddamn mind if you think we're going to let Chris Paul go over there and team up with Kobe and the Lakers. So it's not just the NBA as an organization. That's number one. Number two, man, listen. Everybody has their point of view on sports, and I understand it's a very hot topic. I'm a Laker fan through and through. I don't disagree. I've seen other teams that have made suspect-ass trades, and then ended up 1-2 years later maybe being in position to win the fucking championship.
Yeah, true.
Bulls
I agree.
did it. The San Antonio Spurs have done it.
Plenty of times.
Goddamn last team over there north of the border in Canada. They did it.
Yeah.
Toronto.
Raptors. Yeah, Raptors.
Hold on, I'm going to give you another point, and I'm not here just to try to win a goddamn point or win an argument. That's not where I am with this.
No, I never said you did, but go ahead.
I know. All right, hold on. Let's look at it like this. Kawhi Leonard, they got him over there at
Clippers.
At Clippers, right?
Yeah.
That was a no-go from the beginning when they signed him. The Clippers have always been a team that have talent, the right coach, and all that shit, and fuck it up. I knew that the Clippers wasn't going to be in contention for a fucking championship from the moment they took Kyrie and he signed. I mean, not Kyrie. From the moment they took Kawhi and signed him over there from goddamn Canada, I knew then. I was like, they'll never win a championship.
They ain't gonna win a championship. Yeah. I said the same thing. He should have stayed in Toronto. Yeah.
Right. He should have stayed. He should have kept his ass in Toronto simply because Toronto, they were a new team. They had they had a chemistry that was unlike anybody had ever seen before.
Yeah, they had Siakam and Kyle Lowry.
Right. They had nothing to lose. They had the
Right.
young boy over there, little light skinned dude over there who
Van Fleet.
who
Van
came out
Fleet.
of
Fred
nowhere.
Van Fleet.
Van Fleet.
Yeah, Van Fleet.
Right. So the NBA, they you got to remember, it's an owner-led league. The players and these teams, these team organizations can say what the fuck they want to say. It's an owner-led league. That's why they have all these top managers like Jerry West and all these guys. Shaq talked about it the other day. Shaq said, I could have stayed in Orlando and I could have won. We could have won a championship. He said, there's no doubt about it. He said, myself, Penny Hardaway, Nick Anderson, he said, yeah, we were going to win a championship. The problem was they didn't
What's
want
going on, Big J?
That was the whole
As
problem.
you're saying, sir?
Shaq said, Shaq said, I wanted to be the highest paid player in the NBA, and they didn't want to pay me. He said, I'm watching other guys who were nowhere near on my level or my caliber of center. I'm watching these guys get 120, 115, 110 million. He said, then the Lakers came. He said, we were in Atlanta, and Jerry West came down there because I was up for resigning. I was entering the market. He said, Jerry West said, hey, we're going to bring you to LA, and I'm going to give you $120 million. He said he signed right then. He said, I didn't tell nobody.
I didn't tell nobody. I signed right there on the job.
All right,
It was
let
a
me say
good deal.
something.
So
That was great.
Let me say something. Hold on, General. Let me say something because General. All right, you're making this okay. You're making this thing about the NBA being an owner-led league, and the owners would stop trades. But this is the thing, though. In regards to what I'm talking about, Kyle Lowry, he was a free agent. So therefore, if the Lakers got him, it would never be a trade. It would just be they would just sign him as a free agent. And the Lakers had that opportunity.
They
They
didn't need
messed
to
it
trade,
up.
but
No, they didn't need to trade to
but
get
the
Kyle Lowry.
owners
They just
of
needed
that,
to sign him.
But it's up to the owners of the team who ultimately writes the check.
Okay, if Kyle Lowry is a free agent, that means there's no owner that control his contract. He's a free agent. That means he has no team that has any ownership over him.
Wacky, brother. The owners still have to approve who gets paid, brother. It's your team. You mean to tell me I gotta write a check? I gotta write a check. You mean to tell me
when a player is a free agent, they have no owner. They have no team. That's the whole point of being a free agent, especially an unrestricted free agent. That means you have no team that controls you. You have agency to decide which team you want to go to. So therefore, if Kyle Lowry, if the Lakers agreed to sign Kyle Lowry, there would be no other team that would stop Kyle Lowry from signing with the team if Kyle Lowry chose to. So that's why I'm saying this.
It wasn't about that, Wacky. It was about the owners who ultimately write the check that says yay or nay. Hey, let's go after this guy. It goes up to the owners for approval. That owner says, nah, I'm not feeling him. For whatever the fuck the reason is. You see what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with him being restricted or not. What it has to do with, I think the Lakers would have took Kyle Lowry over fucking Russell Westbrook. But there are other things that play there. Russell Westbrook.
The reason why
Westbrook.
That's the reason why the Lakers didn't take Kyle Lowry, because they already traded for Russell Westbrook. They already traded for a star point guard because of LeBron James. LeBron James convinced the front office to make moves to get Russell Westbrook.
That's because he had influence. He's a superstar. He had influence.
That's the reason why. It was because of LeBron James. Yes, that's the reason why. It wasn't the owners. The owners was actually, first of all, the owners was actually considering. I read in the article like months ago where the owners was actually considering getting Kyle Lowry when he became a free agent, but LeBron came in and said, "No, I want Westbrook." So this was really LeBron's idea.
Right, I don't disagree with that. He has influence over the owners, who ultimately signs the checks. That's all I'm telling you. You got to understand this. It was more at play than just that. They're thinking about season ticket sales. They're thinking about he's a hometown kid. They're thinking about he went to UCLA. They're thinking about all of that shit. You got to understand, you have You have big market teams, mid market teams, small market teams.
Right,
The
right. There
Oklahoma
you go.
Thunder, for example, will be a small market team.
Right.
The Lakers, for example, will be the largest market out there.
Yeah, the big
Then
market.
you have
Yeah, large market
mid-market.
team.
Then you have mid-market teams
That'd be like
the San
Denver.
Antonio Spurs.
Like Denver. Denver is a good
Right,
example.
Denver, those guys. So
Yeah.
these owners are looking at how can I get asses in the seats? Because I'm looking at my bottom line. And when they go to him with a deal, say, hey, let's bring Kyle Lowry, and then LeBron says, well, wait a minute. I don't like his style of play or whatever the case may be. They go through their network and talk and all that shit. And then they say, who's available? They look out there and they say, well, hey, here's a hometown kid. Russ is pretty popular. The motherfucker is the all-time fucking whatever the fuck record he just broke with for having triple doubles, back-to-back seasons and shit. He's a hometown kid. They're looking at the fan base. We got to put asses in the seats in order to pay people so I can make money.
The fact that LeBron
it's
is
a lot more
the
into it than just that.
The fact that LeBron and Anthony Davis is in the Lakers shows you that the Lakers will always sell out tickets, regardless if Russell Westbrook was in the Lakers or not. The Lakers have no issue selling tickets, man. Fam, you know what I'm saying? They have no issues keeping people in the seats. But that was your point. You said
the more the merrier. Because
your point was one of your points
Wacky,
was
let him go.
that
It's cool.
the Lakers,
Wacky, hold on, let him go. Let him go, Wacky.
wanted to keep people in the seats. I'm saying that the Lakers never had a problem due to the fact that LeBron is still in the Lakers.
You got it.
You know?
You got it. You got it. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Name.
Hey, Fire General, pleased to meet you again. Pleased to meet your acquaintance again, sir. I will say this.
Sir,
I mean,
always a pleasure. But Wacky got it.
Oh, he cut out.
Oh, I think we lost it. He'll be back. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Oh, he's in a bad area. My fault. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's just having a bad reception right now. His end. He's the. Hey, wait.
That's all I was saying. That's all I was trying to say from the beginning. You know, I've always been a type on these panels. If someone was traveling and they were having bad reception, I would afford them the opportunity to kind of have a little more time because they were traveling, so as to keep the conversation moving. That's it.
Right.
I'm not here to bully nobody and none of that shit, bro.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I know. You should have mentioned that before you made your statement because you mentioned it halfway through, and that's where the confusion was.
No, I tell by the background is I didn't want to say them because I deal with the general on many panels, and when he's always moving, it's normal. It's normal. Ain't that right?
Yeah, how's the traffic over there, sir? Sir, how's the traffic over there?
The traffic is open. I'm headed back from Houston down to San Antonio right now. The traffic is actually open. It's beautiful. But and I was trying to say that, but unfortunately, you get people who are high strung, no attack to Wacky, and they don't, you know, whatever. It's whatever.
Get context. They don't get the context. But it's cool. But I will say this: what you said, it's all right, Wack. It's all right, Wack. It's all good. Let it go.
Yeah,
it's all good, bro. Yeah.
I already let
anyway,
it go. That's why I got quiet, right?
No, he already let it go.
Appreciate
no, Wacky's a cool sport, man. He's all right.
Yeah, I know. But I will say this, sir. You know, because I'm on the other side. Yeah, I'm on the other side of the Atlantic, and somebody who grew up watching the NBA, but also growing up watching soccer.
Right.
I've seen these kind of stuff before, especially when it comes to like when they sign in players, especially like either during the winter, or especially during January or July. That's the best times when they sign in players. So when they have something called a transfer.
Right.
So say like a player wants to switch teams, right? If the transfer process goes like this, like say a player is interested in leaving the team he's in, but he's still under contract, right? Any team who's interested in signing him, they'll contact him and say, "Well, cool, yeah, I'm interested," through his management, and then that team has to contact the team he's under contract with, and it's up to them to decide whether or not to sell this player. And if they do, they got to negotiate like a transfer fee to that. The team that's interested in signing him has to work out what they call a transfer fee with the current team he's with, because they got to be compensated for losing this player because this player is still under contract with them. So you got to buy that kid out of his contract with that team. And if it's all good, it's all good. And then they got to talk to that player and his agent to sort out the contract. How many years, how much he's going to get paid and whatnot. And when all that's good, and when they settle that, the player, like especially when you talk about the injury prone thing, what they do in soccer is the player, he will report to that team's stadium or the training facility, right? And he's gonna have what they call a medical exam or a physical exam, where he's gonna be put through the paces by the team's medical team, physiotherapist, everything. They're gonna have a talk with him and ask him for his medical file so they could look at any recent injuries he's had. And when they get all that information, and when they do especially the EKG, because one of the biggest problems they had in soccer is players collapsing because of sudden cardiac arrest and shit. I'll explain about that a little bit. So they put them through the paces, and then the medical staff will tell the team, this is what we found out, this and that. He's good to go, but he does have these things and that, and this is our opinion whether or not to sign him or not. And if it's all good, then they sign them, and that's how the paperwork goes. But it's up to the team he's under contract with to do that. But some players, like Wacky said, are what they call free transfer, or free agent. He can sign, but they still got to go through that medical stuff because they understand how injury prone the players go through. Like what you said about players being injury prone.
I'll give you an example. If anybody remembers this. Do you remember when the Dallas Cowboys signed Deion Sanders and the NFL was cool with it, but the owners organization, they was like, hell no. Jerry Jones had to go in his pocket, and he paid Deion Sanders $25 million out of his own pocket to sign him. That was called the Deion Sanders rule. If the NFL was okay, everything was cool, the teams were okay, but the owners were like, hell no, you crazy.
The owners of the Atlanta Falcons, to be exact, because he was with the Falcons before he signed to the Dallas Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Mm-hmm. And they were like, hell no. And Jerry Jones was like, well, shit, I don't give a shit what y'all say. If he wants to come, I'm going to let him come. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give him $25 million of my own money to do so. You see, it gets deeper than that. But there is this book, and I think a lot of people who talk sports would serve some justice. It's called The $1 Million Slave. I think it's called The $1 Million Slave. $40 million Slave. $40 million
slaves. Yeah, I got that book. Yeah,
$40 million.
What's it called?
Slave. Okay,
yeah, that's a good book.
$40
That's a great book. That's a great book.
As you're saying, sir.
That's a great read, and it talks about how these owners will hold certain things against one another because these owners have feuds, man. I don't want, if I'm the Lakers and LeBron James won out, do you think I want LeBron James going in the same Pacific Division that I'm in, that my team is in? Hell no, I want his ass back on the East Coast.
No. Yeah.
So that's how these owners, it's the games that these owners play. That's why it was such a big deal. That's why it was, I don't talk anything, listen, man. When it comes to anything I speak on,
yes, sir.
I know a little bit about a whole lot of shit. But that little bit of shit that I do know about that whole bunch,
Indeed.
you best believe I fucking know it. And that's why it was this whole big deal when Anthony Davis was getting ready to go to LA. That's why it was on again, off again, maybe not, could be, all this other shit. Why? Because the Pelicans were in the Western Conference. So these owners are thinking about their chances to win. These owners are thinking about their chances to make money. These owners are thinking about their chances to catapult their team to the next level. I want to go, if I got a mid-level NBA team, I need to get some stars in there on my team so that, I can push my team to being if I'm a small market team, I want to go to being a mid-market team. How do I do that? I get stars, I get asses in the seats, I make money, I win championships. That's an easy equation. If I'm a mid-market team, like the Denver Nuggets, or like the San Antonio Spurs, how do I become a major market team? I gotta get stars. I gotta win championships. I gotta get sponsors. I got to get TV contracts. I got to get all of these things going to get my. right, to get to the next level. So if you
Mhm.
come down there talking about, hey, we want your superstar, I'm gonna tell you, hell no. You got to give me something in return.
Yeah.
I don't talk just to be
That's
talking,
why I was
man.
talking about the transfer thing. I think they do that also in the European leagues in basketball as well, but I could be wrong. But it's because, but then again, in Europe, you know, they don't fuck around. They got more stricter rules about that shit. It's not as it's not like how it's stateside financially, because the financial offices and and the tax offices there, they don't fuck around. Even the financial police don't fuck around. So I see your point, sir.
I heard something else. I want to talk about the kid from Ohio State. If the kid from
Okay.
Ohio State, the difference between him signing a multi-million-dollar contract for a small amount of time, being the #1 draft pick coming out that year, versus him going back to school and looking at the other players that will be available in the draft, you don't know what your stock is going to do. See, these players are betting on themselves. So if I'm a player, and yeah, I got a knee injury, for example, but my chances of going #1 in the draft this year, I'm gonna take that slot, because that's the difference between the minimum and a multi-billion-dollar contract. That's why they get shoe deals and they get all these sponsorships, they get all this other shit, right? Because they still got to abide by the rookie salary contracts, right? Unless you go on the lottery. So he took his chances. He said, well, wait a minute. Based upon who's getting ready to come out this year, based upon what teams need what in the NBA, based upon my stock, the level of money that I can make coming out this year, why not? That's a gamble. That's the difference between 3 million and 20 million.
Fair point.
But this is the thing though. When you're a top-notch blue chip athlete, especially if you're a top-notch college athlete, especially when you're one of the best in the nation in college, you're going to go to the pros. So it's not even a matter of if you're going, it's a matter of when you're going to the pros. So if you're a top-notch athlete and you're injured, to me, I think it's best to sit it out and wait until you get healed before you go into the pros, because not everybody, because if you're an injured college athlete and you go into the pros, not everybody ends up being a Kyrie Irving. A lot of people ends up being a Jabari Parker. Or Greg Oden.
You know, Wacky, I can agree with that, but once again, I'm gonna show you how it works. Okay, I'm a top-notch athlete. They're telling me that I'm projected to go top 5, or lottery. Okay, I'm looking at teams, what they need right now. Teams make trades in the NBA all the time, right? So now let's say I'm top-notch. So at the center position, a lot of teams need centers, but I go back to school. So those teams that needed centers, they started looking elsewhere, and they start plugging in players to get these centers, right? Now I got to go back a year and compete with the next group of players that are coming out in the draft. So I fall. This is how players' stock fall when they go back to school. So he had to make a decision. He had to look and say, okay, who else is coming out the following year? Somebody need to bring that up. Let's look at the year he came out, and let's look at the following year that he would have come out. So I've had this conversation before.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Greg Oden, look at his draft. Look at his draft class, and then look
Draft
at
year?
the draft
Oh,
class
I got
after
that.
him.
Okay, hold on for a minute. I won't get.
Yeah, I know
share it.
Kevin Love. You had Kevin Love, the big man that was coming out. You had Russell Westbrook and Derrick Rose that was coming out that year.
I got the wiki. Hold on.
Greg Oden, a healthy Greg Oden, would have still dominated that year in college.
In college, but there's no guarantee that he would have been the #1 draft. He would have been the because that following year,
if you're a dominant
that following year.
In general, if you're a dominant college player,
if you remember,
if you're a dominant college player, you're going to be a top-notch lottery pick in the NBA draft. If you go,
you
draft,
are, but you're not gonna. But okay, so the following year, who came out ahead? Who came out #1? The following year, was it a center or was it a guard?
Center.
I think
It was Derrick Rose. It was Derrick Rose. He was
the
another.
following year was
I believe
LeBron.
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose's first overall pick. He was a guard. He
Yeah,
was a guard.
Derrick
Yeah,
Rose.
that's 08. That's 08. I pull up the 07 draft
See,
right
I
here.
told you.
Okay,
I told you.
so
I don't just. I don't. So what I'm telling you is, he looked at it and said, "Okay, a lot of teams. Remember, he got agents. He got people in his corner that's in his ear. They talking to him. They say, look, it's either now or never. You're a big man. There's no guarantee the following year that teams are going to need a big man, and you're not going to get the number one. You won't be the number one overall pick. So that money is a motivating factor when you talk about professional sports.
But okay,
so Derrick, teams didn't need a big man. They needed a guard. Teams needed guards. Who was number 2 that year?
Okay, but
who came out after Derrick?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what doesn't make sense about that statement, because there's always going to be a team that needs a big man. Always going to be a team. You'll never see. You'll never ever. Hold on.
Yeah, but that team may be outside of the top.
General, hold on. I'm not finished. There'll never be a draft class where there's not a big man within the top draft. Never was, never will be. All right, maybe in the following year, Greg Oden might not have been a number 1 draft pick. But guess what? He could have been number 2 or number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. He could have been that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Look how many great players that came out was never a number 1 draft pick. Just like in the screenwriter, Kevin Durant, number 2 draft pick. Came out to have a way better career than Greg Oden.
Al Horford, All-Star 4 times. Yeah. And I know Corey Brewer, he was a good role player. He came, I know his high school too, in Tennessee. He's Portland. Yeah, Portland High School. But his aunt and my mom used to work together back in the day. So I already know his career. He dropped 27 points per mere game in high school. College, same thing. Now, role player, yes, the numbers is a little lower. But all these players were decent. But the best player in that draft was Kevin Durant. I mean, that's about it, superstar-wise. But, you know, it was a decent draft. Yeah, 07 was a crazy year. It was a great year. That's why I came out. That's why I came out on YouTube at the time. Yeah, Marcus All was in this too.
Remember Jeff Green? Remember Jeff Green? When he played for Georgetown, that dude was whooping ass in Georgetown. Him and Roy Hibbert, man, they was whooping ass. Remember Nick
Young came out of this draft too. Al Thorne, all that. Okay, if y'all want to go 08 draft, hold on, I got it right here. Since the general brought it up, we're gonna be fair. Number 2 was Michael Beasley. He was decent, but he was I hate to say he was a fuck up, but he came around. Okay. OJ Mayo, missed opportunity, good player. Russell Westbrook.
Addicts. Yeah, hold on, let me say I'm sorry to interrupt. So
go ahead.
What messed up Mike Beasley and OJ Mayo? Drug addicts, man.
Yeah. And Mike Beasley and Mike Beasley came in and out in the NBA. It's just OJ Mayo, he just tarnished his shit. Now Russell Westbrook, all-star, superstar, right? Then you got Kevin Love, you know, he injury prone, you know, and then you got Danilo Gallinari, still a role player. Eric Gordon, still a role player. You got decent players that came out of the 08 draft. You got Brook Lopez, one-time all-star. You got Roy Hibbert, you know, JaVale McGee, 2 championships with the Warriors, you know.
But that proves my point. Look, the top. Hold on, scroll up again. I'm sorry, Yahoo. Like when I said that when it comes to the NBA draft, there's no such thing. You will never see an NBA draft when it comes to the top 15, top 20 draft picks not consisting of big men.
Yeah.
And this is proof right there. So in every draft class, there's always going to be a team that's looking for a big man. So Greg Oden. So I'm gonna use Greg Oden as an example. If he set out that year and wait until he healed from his injury and just waited one more year before he went to the draft, he would have still been top 10.
Yeah.
You would have still been top 10. A top 10 in the NBA draft.
Oh, okay, but here again, here's the point. Being top 10, when I know if I come out right now, I'm the number 1 overall, and to leave that money on the table.
He's right.
See,
actually,
that's the part that you forget.
there's a
getting the
pros and
same
cons
money
to both
because they get.
sides.
Hold on,
That's
hold on,
what you're
hold on,
forgetting.
hold on, hold on,
Okay.
hold on, hold on, hold on for a
Hold
minute.
on. I listen
There's
to
a
you. Hold
rookie
on. Hold
contract.
on. I listen to you. I
He's
listen
not.
to
What
you.
money
Now
is
I
he?
need you to
What
listen
money
to
is he
me.
leaving? What money is he leaving on the table?
I
Where
listen to
all
you.
rookies are getting a
There's
rookie
a vast.
contract.
There's a vast.
No, all rookies
Yeah, but the
in the
number. But you
NBA
get so
receive.
you.
No, they receive a rookie contract within the first 2 years in the NBA that does not exceed $500,000 a year. They're not getting that much money as a rookie. It's your contract you get after
Okay,
your
listen.
first 2
This
seasons in the
is what
NBA.
I'm gonna say it.
He's not leaving any
I'm
money
gonna say
behind
it
if
to
he does
you
not become a number one
again.
draft pick. He's not.
I'm gonna say it to you again. I'm gonna say it to you again. That's why it is such. That's why they have the lottery, because you get extra incentives as far as money is concerned for going in the lottery round. If it wasn't that, they wouldn't have a lottery round. It'd just be player 1 through 32, first round. It'd be player 1 through 32, second round. Player 1. It doesn't matter. If that's the reason why they have a lottery.
The lottery.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
The lottery, the draft lottery is based on which team gets each pick. That has nothing to do with the players. That has a lot to do which team is going to get the first pick or the second pick or the third pick.
Right, but there are
that has nothing. But that has nothing to do with players getting. That has nothing to do. But that has nothing to do with players getting extra incentives. That doesn't make sense.
If I'm a lottery player, if I'm the number one player overall, guess what? Guess what's available to me if I go in the first round lottery, the first 11 players? Guess what's available to me? Shoe contracts, commercial deals, endorsements. You don't see a motherfucker that's going 13th overall in the first round getting shoe contracts and commercial deals and fucking all these incentives. You don't see that. That's why it's so important to be a lottery pick.
Greg Oden was going to get that anyway if he was healthy. Because why? Because he's a very talented player when healthy. So he was going to get that anyway.
Wacky. The thing is, he what you're saying is true. Wait, can you hear me okay?
I can
Yeah,
hear you.
we can
Okay.
hear you. We can hear you.
What you said is true. You're right about that. But here's the but what the general is telling you is that mindset that those players have. Like I said earlier, it's either now or never. They don't think they can't. They don't want to take that risk of wait and come back another year.
No,
I know what you're saying.
I get that. See,
But,
you're trying to make it seem as if I don't get what the general's saying. I'm getting that. I get that. I get that's the mentality of a lot of players.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that mentality is what kills them. That mentality is what
exactly.
is why
I agree with that, fam.
That mentality is why you see another like guys like Jabari Parker. Why you see a guy like Greg Oden who had to damn retire early because he kept re-injuring himself. That mentality is killing players. That's my whole point.
We all agree on that.
Killing players.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you, fam.
I know they have that mentality.
No, I know what you're saying. No, Wacky, I hear what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from, fam. But I'm just saying. But we all can agree that there's no guarantee that he would have had that chance if he waited out another year. That's what the problem is with a lot of these guys, and a lot of them are being told it's either now or never because there's no guarantee that you're going to have those same opportunities to come back.
But that's why I disagree. Well, first of all, this is why I disagree because once again, the more talented the player is, the greater chances of them getting drafted. So once again, a guy like Greg Oden, there's no such when he was in college, it was no such thing as whether or not he's going to get drafted. He was going to get drafted. It all depends on when. Same thing with Jabari Parker when he was in college. There's no such thing as whether or not he was going to get drafted. It all depends on when, because they were these two guys. They were the best players in the country. Like when you are the best, when you are considered one of the best players one of the best college players in the country, you don't automatically just become not the best college player in the country a year later. you
Mhm.
still become one of the
Yeah.
top-notch players in the
Yeah.
country.
But what?
Okay.
Let's say
when it
let's
comes,
say.
thus
I
when it
don't
comes
disagree
to
with
your
that.
chances of getting drafted,
Uh-huh.
you're
Yeah.
still going to get a high
Yeah.
chance of getting drafted.
Yeah. I know, we know that, but let's say, let me give you a hypothetical scenario. Let me put a curveball into that right
Okay.
there, okay?
Uh,
Let me put
before
nuance on that.
you do, bro,
What?
I'm getting ready to hit a bad
Mhm.
area. Before
Oh, okay,
before
okay.
you do, I'm getting ready
Go
to hit a
ahead
bad
then.
area. Let me get this out real quick. All right. So
All right.
let's just say Greg Oden didn't go. Let's just say, for all intents and purposes, Greg Oden didn't go when he came out that year. He was saying, "I'm gonna wait a year and get healthy and get better." All right.
Mm-hmm.
He misses out on the lottery. He misses out on all those incentives. Let's say he injured again, gets re-injured during the course of the college season. Now where is his stock?
Yes.
He falls out of the top fucking 15, the top 20 players because he's injured now. So it's a gamble. I have it in my hand right now. Do I take the chance or do I wait and get healthy and take a chance playing college ball? That's what that whole year thing is about, because they said, hey, you got players that should be able to earn money. What if they go to college and they get hurt in college? It's been a couple of NBA players and NFL players that has happened to. It's been a couple of guys that went back to school and had career or injuries that cost them high draft numbers.
Yeah.
So you see,
Okay,
that's the point of it all. It's a gamble. I can go number one right now, or I can go back to college knowing I got this injury and possibly re-injure myself during the course of the season. Now my draft stock falls even further.
And that's what I was trying to get at right there. And that is where I was about to ask that. That's what I was going to put in place in. Because I mean, we all agree. We all see it on both sides. Either way, it's a chance. You're taking chances and there's going to be risks either way.
But this is
So there's no guarantee on either way. Whichever choice he makes, wrong or right, there's no guarantees, and we all understand that. So it's all cool.
But this is the thing. This is the thing with General's argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to a college player, if they waited out a year later, they might risk getting injured, right? But this is the thing.
Like what happened to that brother from Louisville.
This is hold on.
Example.
This is the thing. Well, actually, he didn't get drafted, or he was not even a top-notch pick. Really, he was not even a top-notch pick.
No, he wasn't a top-notch.
And he did not he did not re-injure himself. Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that I spoke about Greg Oden taking the time to heal his injury.
Yeah.
And then going back in the court the following year, and then going back and playing in college the following year. This is the thing, though. In college basketball, the season is shorter than the NBA season. Thus, they play less games. Which one reduces the chances of injury, right? Because it's less games being played in college. Two, the college game is slower. It's not as intense, and it's not as intense as fast paced as the NBA game. Therefore, it takes less toll on players' body in the college game. So the chances of a college player going back to college the following year and re-injuring and becoming actually getting another injury is actually less than the injured player in college going to the draft and getting injured while playing in NBA. Being the fact that he's playing more games in the NBA and he's playing in a much more higher and a more intense level, which takes a stronger toll on his body. So therefore, the chances of injury for a player to return to college the following year, for a guy like Greg Oden, when he was injured his freshman year in college, so if he waited out in another year, his chances of actually re-injuring himself is less or smaller than him going to the league and re-injuring himself again. Look at not everybody's in the NBA. Like I said before, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but not everybody in the NBA is going to have a Kyrie Irving-like career where he could get injured in college, play only non-college games, get drafted, and still have a chance to be a star. Not everybody, not every college player is going to have that career in the NBA.
Good point. I will say that, but at the same time, let's not forget. At the same time, a lot
I
can
disagree.
change. Sorry, sir, if I may, please.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, young
Because I
man, in
ain't
your
hear.
case, okay, yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
understand. I know. But but a lot can. But like what Wacky's saying, I understand what your point. But I can tell you this, Wacky, a lot can change in a year, and I see your point when you're trying to say that, because he could have stayed healthy, he could have been able to healthy, but that depends on how well he could have recovered from that injury. You know what I'm saying? And a lot could change in a year. So if he had to wait later, his stock would have gone down. Either way, because unless he was able to improve himself and prove that he's worthy to be up in the top 10, may not be the number 1 draft pick, but in the top 5. And that way, he would have had a stellar career. He would have also probably had a chance to have a long-lasting stellar career in the NBA. But if he re-injured himself in the process, not necessarily in that year he went back to school, but if he came back but in the league, he would have been more prepared for that, and would have thought about what to do in case he can't go back and whatnot. But I see your point at the same time, if you know what I'm saying.
He would have been more prepared for what? You said more prepared for that in reference to what?
The injury. If he got re-injured while in the league, he would have already had that experience to know what to do in case he re-injured himself. How to better recover from that. Because he took that time away from he took that time back. He stayed in school another year so he could heal his shit and be able to play. But like I said, a lot can change in a year, and teams' attitudes may change. Some teams may not have looked at him, but he probably would have thought, you know what, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And but some players, but I understand what you're coming from, and I don't disagree with you. Just like I don't disagree with the general here. I see it on both sides. I see the pros and the cons on both decisions. So, but it is what it is. So we got to look at it as what it is. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, once again, a lot can change in a year, but
Mhm.
when it comes to talent,
Mhm.
there's always a place for talent in the NBA. If you got talent, you got a spot in the NBA.
Yeah, but let's not
You got a
forget,
spot.
some people, they change. Some people don't become this. They don't. I mean, like when it comes to like a really bad injury, some people don't fully recover from that. Others they bounce back and come out of it better, maybe.
Yeah,
And others they stay consistent. But we don't know.
But do you
what
know?
is
Do you
his?
know Greg Oden? Okay, one of the things with Greg Oden's injury, you know why he kept on having the same injury over and over again? Because he kept.
What
playing.
injury was it exactly again?
It
What
was
was that
something.
injury again?
It was something in his. I think it was his knee or something with his knee
His
either
knee
his
injury.
knee.
He had a knee injury.
Okay,
Yeah,
a
he
knee
had
injury.
What
You know
type
the
of
problem-
injury?
Hold on,
Be
hold on,
specific.
Hold on for a minute. Let me speak. Let me speak.
Sorry,
Hold
sorry.
on. Hold on. The issue with his injury is that he kept playing on his injury. He kept playing while injured. Throughout his first year of college, his freshman year of college, he was injured,
Uh-huh.
and he kept playing. He was injured ever since his senior year in high school, and he played in the McDonald's All-American game while having an injured. I think his left knee was injured. I think he had an injured left knee,
like an ACL or something like that.
something
Is it
like
that
that.
ACL?
And he,
Yeah.
I don't know
Man.
if it's the ACL or nothing, but and
Let
throughout his
me
freshman
let me
year.
let me click on
Hold
it.
on for a minute. Oh, sorry, but y'all, let me finish speaking. And throughout his freshman year in college, he kept playing on his injured knee. The thing is, he needed rest. Greg Oden needed rest because he kept playing on his injured knee. And when he went to the NBA, he kept playing on that injured knee. That's why. So after a period of time,
So who do you
his
blame
knee.
for that?
Hold on for a minute. Hold
So
on for a
who
minute.
do you blame?
Hold on for a minute.
Let's
Hold on
cut
for a minute.
through
I'm
the
not done making my
bullshit.
point. I'm not done making my point. So the fact of the matter is that Greg Oden never had the sufficient
It was just a
amount of
question.
rest. So hold on. I'm not finished yet. Then when I'm done making my point, then you can ask me the question. The thing is that when he kept playing on his while being injured, that injury got worse and worse to a point of the fact that I think the knee or the ACL, whichever he injured, was never the same again because he kept playing on injury. Remember, if you're injured and you keep playing, that's more impact you putting on that injured body part. Therefore, after a while, that body part is going to stay fucked up, and that's what happened with Greg Oden. But go ahead. What is your question,
Yeah.
Joe?
Oh, okay. Let me read this right here. He said Oden had a microfracture surgery on his aligned right knee. Yeah, he missed
right
the
knee.
entire season. Yeah, right knee. There you go. Go ahead, Jerome. My fault. Go ahead.
All right, so let's cut through the bullshit. Who do you blame for that? You have to blame trainers, you have to blame doctors, you have to blame coaches, you have to blame parents, you have to blame the player himself. So I don't really give a shit or feel sorry one way or the I don't give a shit or feel sorry one way or the other, because we don't know if he was advised to say, hey man, you might want to sit this season out, because if you keep playing on this, it's going to get worse. We've heard of cases where players were told that and they elected to play and fuck it up even worse. So I don't feel no type of way about it, because he should have had his parents, he should have had doctors, he should have had coaches. Coaches are greedy. High school coaches want to win. College coaches want to win. So they'll say, well, I think you can if you think you can. And you got to understand the influence that these coaches have on these kids that are trying to get to the NBA. That coach at Ohio State knew that boy was hurt. The trainers knew he was hurt. The doctors knew he was hurt. The trainers and doctors in the NBA and the team owner and team management, they all got a doctor's report. They all knew that it was up to him to say, hey man, I'm hurt. I can't play. My knee is fucking hurting. I need to sit out a fucking year. That was up to him. So he fucked his career off. Of course,
I agree with that. Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that. And the things with doctors is that most doctors, being that they're licensed and they can't afford to give bad advice to their patients, because that could risk them losing their license. So, and a lot of times, like the general said, a lot of times the doctors will tell you the truth. Say, listen, you need rest. You cannot play on this injury. You need to rest. You need to have a full season off. You need to rest for this many months. You need 9 months of rest. You need 8 months or 5 months of rest. But like the general said, a lot of players come back. They don't follow the advice of their doctors, and they end up going back and playing while injured. Okay, thus they risk re-injuring, and 9 times out of 10 end up re-injuring that same body part. And that's the thing with Greg Oden. Like I said, Greg Oden needed rest, and General's right on that. In college, Thad Matta, which was the coach of Ohio State, Thad Matta. Of course, he knew that Greg Oden was injured. Everybody knew that, but nobody cared, because they wanted to win, because winning is going to bring more money for that college. Okay, and Greg Oden, he wanted to go to the NBA, so he said, "Fuck it, I could do it. I could take a risk.
He'll risk it.
Take the risk, yeah."
By the way, gentlemen. He fucked up both his knees. He'd have microfracture on one knee, on his right knee. It also says here, let me look at this. Although drafted in 2007, he was classified as a rookie in the 08-09 season because of the knee injury. He entered the season listed at 250 pounds, but according to Blazers trainer Jay Jensen, he weighed about 290. Oh, in July.
That's why
think about that. That weight will be and also it says here he left his NBA debut with a foot injury while playing 13 scoreless minutes against the Lakers. He returned November 12, 2008, missing 2 weeks, and scored his first points in the first quarter against Miami. In July 19th, 2009, got a career high 24 points and 15 boards in a win over the Bucks. But February 13, 2009, he injured his left knee in a game against the Golden State Warriors by bumping knees with Corey Maggette and missed 3 weeks due to chipped kneecap.
But that was eventually after he became pro. After he went pro, he ended
This is his rookie year. This is rookie year. This is his rookie season.
After he became pro. What I'm speaking about with Greg Oden is before he decided to go pro. Before he went pro, he actually
Yeah.
injured one of his knees, and then
His
when
right
he
one.
went pro, he injured. He kept re-injuring that knee, but end up re-injuring his other knee, and end up injuring his foot too. So damn, he had a whole lot of health issues, but he kept.
Yeah.
But once again, he kept re-injuring that same right knee too.
What is it says here? Let's see. The right knee was already fucked up, but he was his next season, his sophomore season. He started out okay. This and that. December 5th, 2009, he injured his left knee in the first quarter of a game. He was taken off the court on two connected stretches. He underwent surgery for the fractured left patella and missed the rest of the season. Injury marked the second time he was injured. And then November 2010, it was announced he would have microfracture surgery on his left knee, ending his 2010-2011 season. The injury marked his third season being cut by his third one. This is the third time he missed out. Odin also suffered unspecific setback and left him less optimistic in summer 2011. Also says here he underwent arthroscopic surgery on his right knee in February 3rd, 2012. The 20th, he was scheduled for a procedure on his left knee. Some 17 days. However, during the operation, further damage of the articular cartilage was discovered, and he underwent his third microfracture surgery. I mean, with the Blazers, he was all fucked up. That's all I can say about that. So both knees were pretty damaged.
Yeah.
He spent 2012 and 2013 rehabbing. Then he went to
Uh-huh.
Miami for a year. It doesn't say he got any injuries in 2013, 2014 when he went to the Heat. But he went in 2015, 2016, he went to China, played for them. But it is what it is. So
Yeah,
he ended it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
I
just,
never knew he was from Buffalo. Okay, he's from Buffalo originally.
Yeah.
And he moved to Terre Haute. Terre Haute, that's where Larry Bird is from. Terre Haute,
Yeah.
Indiana.
Yeah.
French Licks.
French Lick. Mm-hmm.
French Licks,
French
Terre
Lick.
Haute.
But the
French
thing
Lick.
is,
Mhm.
he either Larry Bird is originally from French Lick or he grew up in French Lick. But Larry Bird was born in one part of Indiana, but grew up in another part of Indiana.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me find out where he went to, where he was born, if I may.
Okay. I'm gonna get off of Greg Oldham. Hold on. I got you on Larry Bird. Yeah, because he's
General, how's the drive so far?
Yeah, I'm just
Is the
dropping
general still
links
with
in
us?
the chat.
Destination, man. I'm good to go.
Okay.
And I'll be able to.
Okay, I got him right here.
Bad reception still.
Okay.
Shit.
He was born in Baden Springs in Indiana. Okay, he grew up in French Lick. He was a local. He was a local basketball phenom, highly recruited. He's initiated to play for Coach Bobby Knight from Indiana, but he chose Indiana State. We already know that. Sycamore, right?
He didn't want to get choked out.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Okay, my bad. Okay,
It's cool.
No.
Learn.
Hold on. Let me say something. Yo, my man. Throughout the whole time you've been talking while I'm talking. That's kind of annoying, bro.
My bad.
Come on, man.
Sorry. I fucked up. Oh shit! Where did I go?
Oh,
They'll be back. They'll be back.
Hold
They'll be
on.
back.
Okay.
Yo, welcome back.
Both of y'all had good points. Both of you was kind of right on the Indiana part. So yeah, Wacky will say he was born in another area, and all three of us, he grew up in it. Go ahead, Wacky.
No, but with Larry Bird, because I have his autobiography, the things with Larry Bird. His first college that he went to University of Indiana, but he went through. I'll say basically he went through a lot of trauma in his childhood, and he went through a lot of personal issues, which made him have to leave the University of Indiana to take care of certain things that was going on in his personal life.
Facts.
And then when he ended up going back to college, he went back to Indiana State, and from then on he got drafted. And people don't realize Larry Bird, I think he was drafted before his final year of college.
Yeah,
At that
in
time,
junior year.
at that time, you know, you could still go to college for one more year. You could be drafted and already signed to a team, but still play your last year of college basketball.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's facts. I mean, Wacky's telling the
Yeah.
truth. That autobiography he got, that's a great read as well. I mean, it's a lot you can get on Larry Bird. The reason I put his wiki in the back in the fucking chat, I want people to understand that, you know, that's Larry Bird information right there. But you know, but I already know his story and his childhood and stuff like that. And his parents, I think, killed themselves for one. That's awful.
Oh,
Yeah. He had a hard life. That trauma, similar. I ain't gonna say similar to what you had, but I'm just saying.
no, it's not what I had. Mine's a little different, but yeah. Hey, Wacky,
what's up?
You know it was at Indiana State where he first got acquainted with a certain Irvin Johnson, right?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, when that was
Michigan State.
Yeah,
I'm sure even back then Magic was just smiling at him when you think about it. Because that's all he did. He just smiled at you. Even though you track Charles, he just smiled at you like, yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Magic was a beast, man.
Let me see. Oh, my fault. See the general. Here you go. I saw the general. Name is right. They both went back up. They dropped off for a minute. I said, what happened?
Yeah.
Nah, I lost contact.
Perception.
Man, my fault. Yeah.
Oh, you good? You good, bro?
We were prepared for that because you gave us the heads up in advance, sir. So we knew what to expect.
Yeah,
so we
man,
were prepared.
I've been in some real furious confrontational conversations when it comes to sports. Again, for me, when I don't know something, when I do not know something, or I'm not as fluent in something, I'll shut the fuck up. I practice that because I understand that no one knows everything. So I will shut the fuck up, whether I have an opinion on it or not. If someone is saying something, they're talking above my head, what I do is research. Let me go look at it. Let me research it, and then let me attack it, from a different point of view. It's nothing personal against anyone, but that's just where I am. I was listening earlier, and I wanted to come on earlier, but I couldn't get the connection to act right when you guys were talking about politics, right? I didn't have anything to add. I was simply wanted to just, because I knew the conversation would eventually evolve. So I was going to sit there and listen to learn and go and research so that I could, see what it is for myself.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Man. I practice shutting the fuck up. When you don't know what you're talking about and people are talking about something, I'm not an aerospace engineer. So I can't tell a motherfucker about flying the goddamn space shuttle or building one. So I'll shut the fuck up when that conversation comes up.
Yeah.
But when it comes to sports, I'm not really schooled in, I'm not up on football as I used to be. Now basketball, boxing, NCAA.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I got you. We can rock out.
Yeah, football.
What about MMA?
Only thing I can get on football is the history of the teams, the players. My dad loves football and baseball normally because that's the only thing he knows, and I listen, and then I bounce it out with research. I do the same thing with politics. I research the ideologies first, like I did the two conservative streams I did with Mike V and SKC. I put the points out, like with what's his name, Goldwater and Lyndon Johnson. Yeah, there you go. And that's what I did. And it's just how I present my presentation of it. Just what I did with the drafts. You mentioned the 07 draft, and then I brought the 08 draft, and then I brought Greg Oden's injury. So it was a good build.
Yeah.
So I just put it in the chat. So people.
It's pretty passionate. This discussion was pretty passionate. That's all it is. It wasn't heated. It was just very passionate.
No, it's normal.
There's a lot of passionate people.
Yeah, it's
we got a lot of passion. Everybody's passionate about this stuff. It's not just heated. We're just passionate. Sometimes it just gets caught up.
I mean,
we all caught up in the moment.
That exchange with him and Cerulean was great because for 7 hours we did very good, like great conversation.
and then it
Mhm.
evolved into, you know, I wouldn't say no disagreement, but they both have different points of view, how they look at it, how they attack it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they both agree what they were saying, but we
Yeah.
already discussed it off air, so you know, it's a whole nother.
Sir, are you actually a general, by the way, if I may ask?
Who
Or that's just his nickname, the general?
down below?
Yeah. Is he actually a general? Sir?
I guess you got to ask him that, because I
Yeah, I
can't
was asking him, sir, are you actually a general? I think he muted up.
Yeah, he muted up.
Let me give him a minute. No, I'm a little curious about his, because I'm pretty sure. Has he ever been on DeAndre's Hangouts by any chance? I wonder.
He be around. They talk.
Oh, okay.
Him and Cerulean, they close. They all close. Him and Cerulean, they
Oh, okay.
comrades. They cool. I see him over at Kudos a lot. I be on panels with him. He's been on every other panel I done seen him on. I've seen him on Fantastics panel. I've seen him on a few others, you know, Ramil's, and he moves around. So he moves around. Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at his picture right now. I'm like, this man commands respect.
Yeah, he has his accomplishments, you know. Ain't nothing wrong.
Yeah, look at that smile. Because I got an uncle. He's about 6'7", 6'8", big man, jovial person.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He's not. He when I was a kid, you know, he didn't have to do anything. He just gave you that look, and you knew it was your ass.
Yeah.
So you end up having to punish yourself just to keep him from doing anything to you.
Yeah.
Not he would anything, but I'm just saying. It's like I'm just seeing now. See, like, you know.
General, he asked you a question about your military rank.
Senior non-commissioned officer, E9.
Oh, okay, that's respect. Oh, okay, that's respectful. You know, my dad was in the USACE.
24 years, man.
Oh, okay.
And I tell, and people have heard me say this before, right?
Mhm.
The military is what I do. It's not who I am. So I try not to even, bring that up, because people make a thing out of it.
Oh, okay, I understand. I understand what you mean, because I serve. First of all, I'm not U.S. I'm not an American. I'm actually East African.
That's okay.
But my father was in the USACE.
Okay.
So, you know, and like yourself, you know, it's what he does. It's not who he was.
Right. But see,
you
what
know, I
happens
respect
is
that.
a lot of people will come to this space and they hang their hat on. They hang their hat on the fact of I'm an attorney, or there's one guy here doing that quite a bit, and it's okay to tout out your achievements and accomplishments or what you do. And I'm like, okay, outside of that, where's your real personality? Like the lead
Fair
attorney,
point.
I like listening to the lead attorney. I think he makes some very, very valid points. He has a great show, but it's like, oh, I've been a divorce attorney for the past 20 plus years. That doesn't quantify you as the know-all, to-all, end-all. All right, great. Good, you've been a divorce attorney for 20 plus fucking years. But does that mean you know every fucking thing about divorces? And he's good at saying, I don't know everything, but my experience, and I get it. You know? That's just like somebody is telling me, I've been driving race cars for the past 30 years. I will tell you that, okay, you know more than I do about racing cars, granted. But do you know every fucking thing?
No man has.
You know what I mean?
I remember, if I may, sir, to use a quote where I come from, a great man once said, "No entity or person has a monopoly on wisdom and foresight." And even no man has all the answers. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Facts. Yeah.
You know, so I see what your point. And excuse me for chiming in every once in a while. It's just how I am. It's my personality and shit.
It's a conversation, bro. And it's okay. I get it. You know, people, and I was gonna change that particular avatar because people were like, oh well, yeah, and I'm like, man, come on, man, it's just a fucking avatar. You know, it
Yeah.
goes
No,
with the name. By the way, I was given that name. That name was given to me.
Mhm.
It had nothing to do with me picking that screen name or whatever. That was given to me when I first came on YouTube in 2012.
I
Okay.
see, sir. I was just intrigued. That's all I was wanted. That's why I was
Oh,
asking.
yeah. Yeah, that's
Not
okay,
to
man.
know.
I get it.
Um,
I get it. Trust me.
yeah.
And we was
I
talking
appreciate the
earlier this
laugh
morning
too, because I
about
like to make people. I appreciate you laughing because I like to bring the laugh every once in a while. I'm not
that's a
sure if
good
you're
thing.
familiar with, because I'm not sure if you're familiar with a gentleman named BGS Edmore.
Yes, very familiar.
Because
He's very familiar. He's very familiar.
Yeah, that was my first to hang out, and because I came into the space through him, sir, and I do refer to myself as the court jester of the Coliseum. So I like to bring jokes and everything, but I like to make people laugh that way, because when you get people laughing and everything, then you're on their good side. Because
Well, yeah, it's good to have allies, but I think that for me, I've always, and this is pre-military. This was how I was taught. As a young man coming up, as a preteen, coming up as a teenager, from a boy. This is what my father taught me. It is best for a man to stand on his merit, right? I'd rather stand on my merit, because reputation and your balls are the only two things you have. That's it. Your word and your balls. You see what I'm saying?
Thank you, Tony Montana.
I try not to do a lot of projecting, or I try not to do any projecting when I come on these panels. I simply speak from my position, my foxhole, my knowledge of whatever it is we're talking about. And there again, if I do not have or possess, a certain amount of knowledge, when somebody comes on a panel that does, I shut the fuck up.
Yes,
because
sir. Absolutely.
I understand what my level is. But you got a lot of people that, and this, again, I'm not pointing at anyone, but I've noticed this. You got a lot of people that, they want to, all right, let me do what I got to do and fuck everybody else. That's not the way to have a conversation.
Hey,
Oh no, yeah, you're right.
Right.
Some people. That's why. I mean, I remember we've had like on Officer Charles's. Have you reached your destination, sir?
I'm good.
All
I
right.
just had to go through a controlled access point. That's all. I'm good. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, the drive must be that pleasant, huh? Anyway, what was I gonna say? I'm in Scandinavia, and I'll tell you, I don't do a lot of driving, but I do enjoy the train rides, because you get to see the whole landscape and everything. Very beautiful thing. But anyway, I will say this, like, I'm very cautious. I have a tendency to be a bit cautious around other people for my own reasons. But, like I remember talking with Officer Charles on certain, or other people on their hangouts, for example. And I want to see what that person is about, like you said, because some people, they come into these spaces with disingenuine, with some level ulterior motives or disingenuous intents. So we got to be careful who we interact with, like you said, because there's some usurpers or people in here who just come here to stir shit up or to antagonize people. And that is one of the biggest problems we got to deal with.
I don't know if my brother Sir Obadiah was privy to the stream that SKC did this afternoon.
I was privy to it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was privy to it. I was there. I saw Big J.
Now, did you see the setup? Did you see how they tried to set? Did you see the setup that they tried to conduct?
Yeah, with Sheila E.
Miss Sheila.
And I didn't fall for it because Big J saw that too. Yeah, we was both talking.
Yeah. See that, and that's what happens in this space. A lot of people try to they try to do what's called verbal jesting. In other words, what they want to do is they want to prove that they're more intelligent than you are. They want to prove that they're smarter than you are. They want to prove that the points that they're making are more valid than yours. And that's what happened this afternoon when they had Sheila E up there, but she didn't fall for it, and Big J.
Yeah, he had her back. He had her back. I was in the chat agreeing with him, and I saw Sheila. She saw me, and we all saw it. And that one woman tried to belittle them, and what's her name, Alice, and she was in the wrong. And SKC let it play out. No, typical SKC, no problems with him or anything, because I knew it was coming. And Hoodservative kind of, I wouldn't say had her back, but he didn't really feel bad, but he understood the situation. Now Trey, on the other hand, tried to be egregious as he always been. So I don't know what his point is, but but that's
my question.
Trey. That's just Trey.
Here's my question.
Well, I don't.
Was this
okay.
Go ahead,
SDK doing the Cabbage Patch? Was he doing the Cabbage Patch? Because that's that type of dance move where you like stirring the pot and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
Seems
has
like
his
a lot of them doing that
hypothesis.
shit.
Yeah, he loves to do hypothesis things and talks about the Darwinist thing, the animal stuff. He did that with Bernard Riley, and that didn't work. And they came at him, and then Cerulean destroyed him on over here before the general came up. And then I saw it. He wanted to debate him and DeAndre, but see, really, DeAndre didn't really hate him. It's just he's toying with him, right? And then he kept calling him a water carrier because he wanted to be his friend. He wanted to fit in. And of course, Cerulean wasn't going for it. Neither one. And I wasn't either. I just let SK be SKC because he thought he wanted to tag in because he got upset that Cerulean got the best of him in trolling because he don't realize he was trolling him and soft trolling. It ain't like trolling like you doxing somebody. It's just like name flip. When you name flip a person, you get under their skin and then you make them mad, right? Because he thinks he got you. But his reaction, it was priceless because no one has ever done that. That's why Cerulean is so cerebral. What he does, Cerulean is cerebral.
You mean it's like kind of like Ric Flair in a sense? Once you think you got him, that's when he's got you, basically.
Yeah, that's what Cerulean does. And I sit back and just laugh, and me and him laugh off air. And I think the general, I don't know if he passed out, whatever. We talked for like at least about 3 to 4 hours. I mean, like an hour or two, before he hopped off, and I had to go to another stream. And I had to take a nap because it was a long stream that I did. And
man,
we
you do
talked
marathons, man.
Yeah,
I tried to do marathons, but he had to cut it down.
Yeah, I tried not to, but but people wanted to have a great discussion. It's cool, but but Cerulean wanted to talk, and I let him get it off. But Ism kind of changed the conversation. It was fun, it was entertaining.
Cool.
But
right. Oh, excuse me, sir, as you were saying.
Talking about the general.
Yeah, general. I refer to him as sir out of respect. Sir, do you have something you wanted to say something, I believe? I think you wanted to say something, didn't you?
I'm just listening in, man. I was just listening in to the whole response from my brother Sir Obadiah. And I listen, man. It's people like that. And I have nothing against either of those brothers. SKC is all right with me. I ain't got no issue. The other gentleman, Trey, I had no issues with him. He's a veteran. I get it. But
I get it too.
Our ideology is how we look at life and how we look at culture and how we look at race, how we look at the world and the way the world has been shaped is vastly different. I've asked SKC. I cannot believe.
I'll be right back.
This is my
okay.
This is me with the knowledge that I have. I cannot believe that an individual who is relatively educated, who's a member of a historically black fraternal organization. I know some of their belief systems. I have family members that I have a nephew that's a member of that organization. I have countless cousins and that are members of that organization. And I know the thought process that goes into it. So I don't understand what happened between then and now that shapes his worldviews. Like, how can you be a member of a prestigious, Greek lettered organization founded by blacks for blacks with black ideology? The poster man for the organization is the great Martin Luther King, and your ideologies don't line up at all. They don't line up at all, not one bit. And I get it. Maybe it's the talented 10th. Maybe that's what it is. But I'll pass it on. Somebody else can have it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you saying. When I saw it, it's just like it's a good conversation. But Sheila held her own. You know, I like her new avatar. She's the law and order. You know, I co-sign that. But you know, Big J had her back. You know, they try to get at him, and then but I was there in the chat, so I was witnessing what was going on. So, you know, but Alice was pretty rough on them too. You know, yeah,
Out of line. I'm sorry.
out of line.
And
Yeah,
motherfuckers just say I'm racist. Motherfuckers just say I'm racist or whatever you want to say. But I'm black. As a black man, I put black being a black American first.
right.
All right.
There you go.
I don't give a shit about what everybody else is doing, and you know that's just what it is.
Yeah,
Because you can best believe I've been in positions where other groups have put their people first. So don't tell me that racism doesn't exist. And if those two individuals at 40 plus years old, maybe they haven't experienced it. Maybe they haven't had their black wake up call yet, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Yeah. Could it be possible that some may have experienced it, but they just decided to just blot it out?
Well, very well possible, but
Mm-hmm.
see, here it is. At the end of the day, right? In America, you cannot turn left or right, go frontwards or backwards, up or down, without seeing it. It's always going to be in your face. It's always going to be in your face. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Case in point. So this country sent Bill Cosby to prison at 81 years of age for something he did 30 plus years ago, right? But the white woman who lied on Emmett Till is still alive, never been served, she's free. She's even come out and admitted to her role in the boy's death. No prosecution as of yet whatsoever. What is that? What does that tell you?
Hold on a second. I thought she confessed on her deathbed. Didn't she confess on her deathbed?
I don't know. Somebody might have to look it up.
Could you look that up, please?
What's that?
Emmett Till, his accuser. Is she still alive or did she pass away?
Okay, let me see.
Emmett Till, his accuser.
She is alive.
She's alive. She's alive.
Thank you, Chaos.
Okay.
And I
That's it.
know that because white women, like most people, live a little longer than everybody else. So she's still alive.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chaos. Oh, how you been, by the way?
Good.
All right, cool. You gotta love
So
it. how
where's the prosecution?
Mm-hmm.
So
Go ahead, sorry.
where's the prosecution? Where's the prosecution on the death of Emmett Till by her own admission? Where is
First
it?
of all,
When is it coming?
what state was this in? What's that state? Which state was this in?
It was
This is in
Mississippi,
where?
I believe.
Mississippi. You and knowing the prosecution over there, would they even bothered to want to prosecute a white woman there on some nonsense like that? I don't think they would have, even though it should have been the case. It's up to this. It's unfortunately, like you said, racism exists. It's also be based on that, the discretion of the prosecution. So I can understand. So I can see why they would do it. I don't agree with it, but I think they should. I mean, it's not. I mean, like what happened to the late Medgar Evers? They had to wait how many years to get his killer tried and convicted? How long are we talking? Like 40 years?
Yeah, it was quite some time. It was like 3-4 decades.
Yeah, 2-3 decades or something like that. I remember. Was it Whoopi Goldberg did the biopic as his widow? And just thinking about that just makes you realize, when will people have justice? It's never too late to have justice, but sometimes they just don't want to. They don't want to do it in the case of a white woman. And as far as Bill Cosby goes, I remember we had that discussion, and we realized, first of all,
Was somebody trying to lock Bill Cosby again, man? What's going on? I'm hearing his name again.
Yeah, no, somebody's
No.
trying to sue him on some bullshit.
No, I was talking about.
Mhm.
I was actually talking about the ideology of a couple of brothers, and I like how if you refer to anything in historical context, they're quick to say, "Well, why we got to go back and talk about that?" But they can bring it up, and it's not an issue. You see, that's what's called conversation manipulation. And unfortunately for me, I'm schooled in the art of communication, so I understand when it's being done. Like today, that's exactly what they try to do to Big J and She Lee. They try to come out and they
What they
pointed.
try to do with Big J? What's up? What's up, Big J now? What's wrong with Big J? What's good? What's up?
Well, it was a conversation that took place, and Big J had mentioned something from historical context.
On which stream?
SKC's stream.
I was
brother.
there.
So Big J had mentioned something from historical context. And what happened was, to stop the truth from being told, they quickly tried to shoot it down by saying, why do we have to go back and talk about slavery? Why do we have to go back and talk about something that happened 60 years ago? But then they'll turn right back around and do the exact same thing that they're trying to persecute you for doing. That's why I understand the method of communication that they try and use. It's always, we're going to ask all the questions, but we'll never answer any questions. That's one form of, if you will, trolling. And that's another form of trying to dominate and manipulate the conversation. So I understand that. That's why it can't be done to me.
Yeah, and SKC had he had a stream called his observations, and he did that as a tactic to see who was going to bite. But it was I don't say it's a good stream, but they tried to get at Sheila and Big J. It just didn't work, and they counted their points. But Alice was ruthless with them. I'm like, what the hell's going on, man? Yeah, they used her as a whip.
Right, but see, here's a whole, and if I'm not mistaken, she's a white woman, correct?
Yeah, she's a white woman. Ain't nobody listening to that bullshit.
Okay, so from and I understand, and they can say racism, whatever the fuck you want to say, I don't care. But Sheila E was right. She was like, "Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you to question anything that I'm doing? It's not your community."
Yeah. And she shut the fuck up. She didn't want to shut the fuck up, but she realized her mind said, damn, I fucked up. And her voice was trembling. I can tell the way she was on that mic. I said, bitch, you wasn't right. Like, she would have got cussed out. Like, I wouldn't have cared. But see, I don't take them seriously on these internet stuff. You know why? Because I don't listen to their bullshit. I don't want to treat them like black women. Because if they have that feminist mindset, I just cut them off. You got to treat people like that sometimes, because you got to pick your battles with them, and you got to let them hang the rope, man, because they're the worst ones. And see, these dudes want to get with them, right? Well, you're dealing with an actual person that doesn't like your ass. It's bad enough the white man don't like you, but the woman that deals with her rhetoric, her rhetoric.
Could you repeat that one more time? Repeat that one more time for the fools in the back.
Like I said, she's the same as the white man. She may not like you. If you try to date that person, she'll turn on you, man. Because like I saw over at SKC's, and I get it, but man, I just couldn't do it. I tell brothers, like, I just couldn't do that. And I understand if you like that, that's cool. But for me, in conversations, no. When we talk about race, we killed that. Now we could talk about politics and policies all day. That's separate. But when it comes to race and ethics, no, that's a no. That's why
I agree.
That's not what I meant, sir. Actually, that's not what I meant, sir.
Honest with you, Oya, I don't entertain certain people's channels like that, SKC, because not only he's in a different relationship, but I just don't entertain because he's the dude that I don't know who the hell is behind the avatar. You get me? Because they allow non-black people in these spaces to run their fucking mouth, shit on my people, and not one black man, black woman check these motherfuckers. Even to the thing with EMT, with that racist bastard, which shouldn't surprise me, because you entertain them, so they want to push limit. How far I can go far with these niggas? That's their thinking. Because they know this guy's white unless they tell you. Now I can't give respect, some do tell you, because now you know they can go and
excuse me.
Who that?
That's neighbor. Oh, my fault.
Yeah, they want to test us to see how far they could take their sick mentality on our space. And you see a lot of black people on the average fold Someone will sit there agree. Some will not even say nothing because they try and look and get favors from white people.
Mhm.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
I don't understand. See, that's why I don't understand certain content creators like that, because I don't know who you are, but you carry a lot of so-called talking points, which sometimes is suspect, number one. And it makes me want to say, you're not even in a relationship with a black woman. So why the hell you have anything to stand on? You get me?
Yeah, I get you.
So
Yeah, but I'm not in no relationship at all, period. I'm single right now. So I don't worry about that. I'm just saying in general, like I'm just saying, I tell brothers, if you date somebody like that, that's going to disagree on race, you kill the conversation. Now we could talk about politics all day. If you're for interracial marriage, that's cool. If that was me in that position, we would never talk about race. I would walk out that house and just leave your ass. That's just how it works. I mean, some people entertain that shit. See, you never see them on my panel. You know why? Because I'm not that dude that's going to be nice all the time. I live in the South, and I tell you, it's just what it is. We ain't going to like each other. That's just period. I don't care where they from. And I know how America gets down. They don't like guys that's intelligent like that. They'd rather have somebody done to entertain that, you know. And I get what SKC does. He does it in a way to mess with people, and people fall for the bait, like I did with I would say with Cerulean, but Cerulean wasn't going. I wasn't going. DeAndre wasn't going, and the general wasn't going, because what we do to him, we understand what he does. I mean, that's why white folks don't come over here like that. Now, if they did, and if I finally troll, if I see him in other chats through like you said, the space with black people entertain, like BMTs, he had a wake up call and he acknowledged it. He fucked up, and I'm glad he stand on and apologized to himself and said, "Look, I'm done with this now." And he did it like 2 in a row, and he shouted me out on a 9-minute live stream. He liked what I was doing, but see what it was. I don't try to pretend, you know. I dealt with them all the time in the comment section years ago, and I tell people, look, white folks gonna come at you sideways. You just got to be prepared. You know, they gonna test to see what you're made of. You know what
exactly. I mean? There's always a shit test. Said how far I could take it with these people,
right?
And that's what they do. So once they shit test a lot of black folks, they go back in their own little space and say, and they make the little slide comments, their little stupid jokes, and when people catch in their feelings, which most of them are people, could be emotional, let's say, "Oh, I can't believe you said it," but what do you expect? You brought a non-black person in your space. What are you supposed to really expect? Them just to open arms and say, "I'm the good white male"? Nah, they ain't gonna do that shit.
Right. They could say any derogatory stuff. That's why I don't really get upset over it, because I understand they need to learn. You know, most people need to learn. You know, what did DeAndre said? Black people need to learn to deal with them in business, but you can't let them be your friends. And I had to learn that while I was working, and while I was working as a barista once upon a time, and I had to study people. You got to treat people a certain way, man, because it's not a, hey, we're boys and we're in. You know, it doesn't work that way. You know, no, it's the opposite. You got to be on guard, especially in this country. But I know overseas is the same, but still in certain countries. But you know, but as a black man, we all we got over here at this point. You know,
that is just one way to look at it, because you know, I've actually had honest conversations with certain people about race and whatnot, but I had to be very careful what I said with them, because I wasn't sure if they were truly genuine. Especially on this side of the Atlantic, because you know they're dealing with racism in one way or another. Especially if, like you guys noticed, like in this past decade, because they're dealing with issues like immigration and whatnot. Especially with the whole the influx of migrants coming in, you know, from Africa, as well as from the Middle East and everything.
Some come from your area, come in droves.
Not really, because we're up far north, the Scandinavian. But was it 2015 when you had the migrant crisis? While everybody was focused on that big train of people that was trying to get to Germany from Greece, you started seeing the Scandinavian countries started seeing an influx of migrants coming in from Russia, because they have a border with Russia. So apparently there was so you understand, like, you know, and it tells you a lot about how well human trafficking is going on in certain parts of the world. I mean, You're focused on the migrants coming in from one direction, but they came in through the back door of sorts. But it was a small number because they came like usually like in the final months of the year of 2015. And you started seeing, and around that time, that's when you started seeing a lot of right-wing groups just springing out of nowhere, or old groups repackaging themselves and trying to raise like awareness of the sorts, but trying to intimidate people and such. But it was the same groups, just rebranding themselves and such. But having a conversation, and I've actually dealt with some racism myself. I've had people get in my face and call me the N-word a couple of times. I've had some people give me like weird looks. I've had people bug me a little bit. I've been in relationships with women of other races, and we had that discussion. I mean, one of my somebody who's really close to me, she's a non-white, and we had these discussions about who gets fetishized more often, and the problems we have with our respective races when it comes to interacting with white people, and how people have weird misconceptions. That's why most of the best conversations I've had was with people of immigrant backgrounds, because they can relate, I can relate, and we all talk about this stuff without any problems. But I understand that they have their history and they have their misconceptions about me. Like a lot of people don't know that the Western Hemisphere isn't the only place that had this history of slavery. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The Middle East and North Africa, they've had their history of slavery, and that's something I can understand. You'd be surprised that they're in parts of Turkey, throughout the Middle East, and in Iran, and even up into the Caucasus, you have black people who are descended from slavery from that period.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them are like, have become, Turkified, Persianized, or Arabized. And they don't know their ancestry. All they know is that they were brought here, so they were brought to their country. They're descended from people who were brought in from Africa, Eastern Africa to be exact. And all they know is how to be, of that nation. I mean, a lot of people forget, take World War I. During the First World War, Turkey's top fighter pilot, ace, was black. A lot of people didn't know that. In my case, being from Eritrea, Italy, their top Air Force pilot was a gentleman who was half Eritrean, half Italian.
Mm-hmm.
You've had actually also, like a lot of people forget about in World War I, the French brought in a lot of African troops to fight for them, because a lot of their troops were getting killed out in the no man's land. And a lot of it was based on pseudoscience and whatnot, that's thinking the blacks could resist the bullets better than whatnot. But you see the gist of it.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of things to think about. And just by the way Chaos is going, he's rubbing his chin just thinking about this. This is interesting to look up.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So racism and shit, that's nothing to me. So I understand, where you're coming from about that. And me, I personally have had those discussions with people about race and whatnot, but you got to be careful. You got to, like you said earlier, you got to pick your battles and what to say. And there's some people I just don't have that. I cannot have that conversation with, because I don't know if they're genuine about it.
Yeah, exactly. I try to stay away for a period on these panels. But, if you want that discussion, I can speak offline in person or whatever. That's different.
Yeah, fair point.
I've done that if I had like friends like that close to years ago, but I haven't spoke to them in years since I moved down here in Georgia. So it's a little different how I interact with other people. You know what I mean? Because I don't have that closeness like I was back home. So it's a little different, because
that's understandable.
It's interesting times we're in, then you're dealing with the pandemic, you're dealing with the January 6th incident, you just never know, man. You just never know.
It was a lot of things will bring. Or like in case of Europe, like when they had the economic crisis that started in 2010, you saw a lot of racism come out of people.
Right.
Like in Ireland, places like Portugal and whatnot. you saw the worst come out of people in situations like that. It does raises its ugly head. Fortunately, I was already prepared for that. So when I came to Europe, I already knew that because I grew up in the Middle East, understood that stuff. And when I came home, and I was explaining to certain people, that racism is what it is. But the problem is a lot of people throw the word racist out too much, too loosely.
Yeah.
I mean,
like willy nilly.
Willy nilly. I remember I've had conversations with certain white people and ask me certain questions. I don't get mad at them like that because I'm quick to call them racist. Or they say like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be this. I'm like, it's okay. I understand where you're coming from. I'm willing to give them a little leeway, but I'm looking at them seeing if they're truly about it because I don't want to react like they were expecting me to react because I know what happens. That's being set up. I could possibly be set up, or somebody's gonna get the wrong impression because if a black man gets angry, no matter where in the world you are, no matter where you're from, it's universal. They're gonna get that same misconception. They're gonna be, I feel threatened. My life could be in danger.
Yeah.
So you gotta watch your step.
Yeah.
There's still a lot. I mean, there's some people who have that naivety about it. But thankfully, I sound like you guys. That's one thing that's kind of saved my ass from a lot of situations. Because once I start talking like it, because a lot of them assume I'm an American, so when they hear me talk, it's like, where are you from? Oh, I'm from. Oh, what you sound so? Yes, it's my first language. So it's been a.
Well, basically, the word is called accountability, and
thank you.
And having been in the United States Armed Forces for as long as I have, and dealing with race diversity for as long as I have, in various varying positions at various points in time in my career. And that's the one thing that the military has always talked about. So yet again, here is something else that I'm very schooled at, right? I've seen racism rear its ugly head right here in an all-volunteer United States Army. So you can't tell me shit. When it comes down to dealing with other races of people, I've been around the world. I done dealt with Germans, I done dealt with Africans, I done dealt with Israelis, I done dealt with Italians, I done dealt with Spaniards, I done dealt with people from all over the world, all different backgrounds. And racism is permeated throughout societies, no matter where you are. So I saw that to be an atrocity, what they tried to do. It was an ambush. He knew what was going to happen, and I get it. It's picking on, on someone that you feel you have a little bit more intelligence than, and not a knock against Sheila E. nor Big J, but you won't go and deal with the heavy hitters, people who are actually schooled and trained and proficient at the art of dealing with race confrontations that way.
That's a fair point.
See, they won't try that shit with me or Cerulean or yourself or or BGS, or they won't try that shit with anybody else. They'll try it with layman's.
Oh yeah.
And I saw the statistic. I saw the stats that he called himself bringing up. Well, blacks have been. They did a poll and it shows where blacks are more violent. Never in the fucking history of this country have blacks ever killed more whites than they have us. Never.
Facts. I agree with that.
You can't show me a year. You can't show. Well, it's a sample size and it's a pretty good. No, get the fuck out of here. And the reason why I tell you that is because the numbers just don't fare out. I don't want to hear shit about percentages. I don't want to hear shit about per capita. I'm talking about the pure essence of the numbers. Pure essence. That's what you got to think about.
Yeah.
Does it happen on both sides? Yeah. One side more than the other? You goddamn right. Because the numbers say so.
You know what, General? I can tell you, I once remember something I once said when I was younger. I put this on a post, on a Facebook post. I said, regardless of what ethnicity, nationality, ethnicity, social status, religion, or wherever you come from, but if you're a black person, especially a black male, you always have the world against you. No matter where in the world you are, regardless of your nationality, race, religion, sexual orientation, you're a black male, you're going to be perceived a certain way. And it's always going to be an uphill struggle. So yeah, I understand what you mean, sir. So there's nothing I can't tell you about that. I'm not trying to tell you anything about that.
I've been in mixed company, black and white, mixed company, male, female, different parties, different things. And I've had some white women use some of the same, I guess you can say, what's the word I'm looking for?
Talking points?
Talking points, if you will. I've had white women say, I bet you're great in bed. And I said, what makes you say that? Well, you know, I've heard.
So?
And I'm looking at this bitch like, are you serious? And when it comes to the white boys, they've said things like, well, I'm not pounding my chest, I'm just telling you some of the things I've encountered. When it comes being overseas, for example, they were like, I bet you guys could run real fast and you guys could jump real high. You guys could play basketball. And I'm looking at these motherfuckers like, what makes you think that? Because I'm black? How do you even know I like basketball? How do you even know I like to run? How do you even know? You see, so it's racism on different levels. It doesn't always have to be straight up negative stereotyping. That's what I'm looking for, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this just didn't come from white people. This came from Europeans, Germans, Jews, Italians, Spaniards. Yeah. So
one of the biggest stereotypes I've had to.
I just didn't agree with that.
I'll give you one example. One of the biggest stereotypes people have about me is, first of all, I'm East African, Eritrean to be exact. And a lot of people have had the misconception assuming I'm Muslim or Somali. They automatically assume I'm Somali, so they automatically think I'm Muslim, even though I'm neither. And it's surprising to me. And sometimes I just learn to learn to roll with it or have fun with it, just messing with it about it. Or if I notice I have like a goatee, they automatically assume that way. I'm back there with it. My younger brother, he had that same problem once because, he went to a wine store to purchase something. Somebody said, well, isn't that against your religion? They look at him and said, what do you mean? I mean, because you have the beard and everything. I'm like, what are you assuming? I'm like, you're Muslim and Somali. He said, dude, first of all, I'm Eritrean and I'm a Catholic. Don't let anything fool you. I go to church on Sunday, but that's about it.
Don't they know if they study most of them Ethiopians can be Catholic too? I mean, people need to do research. I mean, it's not just Islam. They deal with all religions. Hell, they deal with Christianity.
Ethiopians and Eritreans were the first Muslims, were the first Christians, as well as the first Muslims. The oldest Muslim community is there. In fact, the first mosque built outside of Arabia was in Eritrea.
Yeah,
Masjid al-Sahaba outside the city of Massawa, to be exact.
Now I don't what I hate to say Falashes. Yeah, the Jewish.
It's
people.
Beta Israel. Israel.
Yeah, Beta Israel. Yeah.
If I ever use that other word, I better knuckle up. That's all I can tell you about that word.
Yeah. I don't know why people call them that, but I understand why. But
it's a derogatory term that's still been used because in Ethiopian history it's still referred to them. For example, another group of the Oromo people. If you look into the Ethiopian history books, they're usually referred to by a certain ethnic slur that was used about them, and I try to avoid using that word.
I see. Yeah, I might have to read some of the little books. Yeah. I remember years ago, I think one of those brothers on the street used to, I ain't gonna say debate him, but one of those dudes, but talked about that too. And I was like, yeah, it was a little controversial back then. And then I was looking at it like, okay, now I've heard the books that you mentioned, because I it's been a while since I did research on it, because if I see it, I'll be like, oh, okay, this is what they refer. Yeah, that's one of those conversations that can be like a one-on-one thing. It's one of those things. I ain't gonna do it on no panels like that. But if I met one of them in person and let's explain it or whatever, you gotta have it like a balance. It's like
I've had that interaction myself. I remember I met an ethnic Oromo, and he was blatant about, and he was honest about that. I said, yeah, I know what you mean about that word, because I had to explain to him where I'm from. There's a place, like, because I'm like next door, and I told him, there's a place in Eritrea, they use there's a town, part of its name is that ethnic slur. And he said, really? Yeah, because, in the 16th century, one of the emperors, they started sending troops of that ethnicity to that region.
Right.
Although the most of the people indigenous to that area were of my ethnicity. And I remember learning this in college, or the history teacher told us about this. And he said, like, a lot of the people there, they will never admit that they have that, they have Oromo blood in them. They'll just say, no, we're pure blood Tigrinya. Then why is the place called, that ethnic slur such and such? Well, because the soldiers came there. But I said, did they come with their families? No, they came by themselves. It's just the men. So don't you think some of them may have integrated with the local women or some shit like that? I said, no, not possible. I'm like, all right. But yeah, it's a lot of interesting history right there. But
yeah, it is. Yeah, because I'm curious about that, because I ain't gonna go scriptorial. I'm gonna leave that alone. That's a whole nother topic.
It's a bag of worms you gotta leave, but I see it. Like,
I'm trying to leave that alone. I understand those people, and I know they watch my stuff too, because I don't teach that anymore. That them days is gone. Them days is gone, and I'm gonna let the research and the guys digging up the bones, like I've been seeing on that website. I let them do the work. I just want the DNA test. Let's just resolve it that way, and just look back and be like, all right, it is what it is. Here you go. Boom.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if I may ask a question, when we were talking earlier, you said on Art of New Styles, one of Art of New Styles streams, you said that this one character, SKC, whatever his name is, he was like antagonizing the young and Bungus.
Yeah, true.
It
was a day stream, and I was there in that stream.
What was New Style sketching? Who was New Style sketching? Because he's always sketching somebody.
I forget who he was sketching, but I think he was talking about something else. Like, I think talking about education. Anytime he has those day streams, he opens up the panel. And then I think Truth was on there. Yeah. And he wants to talk to everybody. And I think Truth was trying to go against SKC, because he don't understand that SKC has a method. It's just like what we just talked about right now. We're circling back what we just said. Anytime they use that trick, like the general said, that's how they get you. And then I think Truth didn't understand. I felt sorry. I was going to go on the panel and help him, but I said, no, knowing me. And I'm like, nah. I know what SKC. I had to let him learn the hard way. He need to learn, because one thing at that age, he's gonna have to learn hard on the internet. No, he needs to know, because when I was his age, when I started out on YouTube, you got to learn different things, because the older you get, you're still learning, but you got to learn to adapt and listen to.
And there's certain things, and there's certain things in life you can only learn the hard way. That's one of the sad truths. That's one of the hard truths you got to deal with. And
I mean, he's a smart kid, but he needs to learn that sometimes you got to take that L, man, because that's a guy that's a little older than you. He's just got a lot of tricks on his sleeve. He asked him some great questions, but his emotions got the best of him, and sometimes they knock off your square. It's just one of those verbal battles that they had, and they was talking about race and science again, of course. The DNA. SKC likes to play games with people on, and people fall for it. Just don't fall for it. If you get emotional to him, that's how they get you. That's how a troll gets you. They live for your anger. That's what he does.
Emotional
for that.
vampirism.
Yeah, he lives for
It's
that.
called.
But see, when he tried to do that to
Mhm.
us, we don't get angry. We're just playing along with him, but we ask him simple questions. But see, Cerulean, how he does it is very simple. He walks him down. If he makes a mistake, and then he tries to get mad, he tries to say, Dre, quit being a water carrier. And I start laughing. I say, there he goes again. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny.
It's
And they accuse
it
him.
sounds like
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
They
But
accuse him of being a water
thinking.
carrier, but I understand
Mhm.
why they meant that. Like Dre told me, he said no, they want to be a friend or whatever, and Dre wasn't going, and Cerulean wasn't going for it. You know, I say you got to treat SKC. You know,
Yeah,
sometimes.
it sounds like some. If anybody watches mixed martial arts, this sounds like Conor McGregor. What he does, like he tries to play mind games with his fighters.
Right. There you go.
Or Chael Sonnen would do that. Or right now, Colby Covington would do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just to get into the opponent's head like that, just to get them emotionally drained. And when they're emotionally, they become weak and they're susceptible to attacks.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to break you mentally.
And that's why I saw over his panel over Sheila E's and Big J, they just didn't fall for it. You just got to study people like that. You can't get mad because those people do exist. I mean, I don't get mad when they say provocative terms and add other race in our little situation. You know what I do at that point? I don't argue with the other race. I argue him, but I step away. I ignore that person. They get mad when you ignore them because I did this on the job too, and they got mad at me for that. They said, why is he ignoring me? Well, you're not part of the conversation. You do that to us. Like if I go to their little circle, right, and try to start an argument, right, you better shut the. It's just like what DeAndre said. You better shut the. If you're just a friend, you ain't supposed to interfere and jump in people. It's like one of those situations. You just can't jump into stuff that ain't your business, you know. And I learned that at a young age, you know, because when I was younger, I used to do that, but I stopped doing it, and I realized that's just discipline, you know.
In my case,
go ahead.
In my case, it's happened to me a couple of times, and I didn't realize. And in hindsight, I realized I was dealing with somebody with something called narcissistic personality disorder. Because some of them are like, because that's like when you talk about trolls or psychic vampirism, as they say in esoteric, this is a telltale sign of somebody with having narcissistic personality disorder. What they're doing is they're trying to get you to react to them because they live off your energy, your emotional energy of sorts.
Yeah.
And that's took a toll on me, and I had to learn how to overcome that because that's also part of the trauma I've had to deal with.
Oh yeah.
And
you have to.
That is.
You have to be
Yes,
able
sir?
to code switch when you come in this space. You have to be able to code switch. You have to understand when you can have the real, like here tonight, and this specific conversation throughout the whole time. We talked about various topics. All right,
Yes,
there was
sir.
no need to code switch because everybody was being very genuine in thought, right?
Right.
Everybody, the way we were communicating was very genuine, right? We were simply giving our opinions. When you talk with some people like an SKC, you have to be able to code switch. You have to be able to read to a trade, the NBD or whatever his name is. You have to code switch because what they do is it's called conversational control, right? This is something I've learned through various NCOAs, going to different NCO academies and taking different courses in military history and ethics. What happens is Donald Trump, for example, he's perfected the art of conversational control, right? Not just because he's a billionaire or he was once the president, but he's been this way his whole life. Here's how a person takes conversational control. We're in a conversation. You ask me a question. What I do is I either, one, ignore the question, two, answer the question with a question, three, I'll flip it and put it back on you. In other words, I'll say, well, what do you think about that? Right? Well, what's your opinion? And you ask me, well, what do you think? Who do you think is going to win the NBA championship this year? And I'll flip it. I'll say, well, I don't know, man. Who do you think is going to win? All right. And then what happens right after that is I'll start a bombardment of questioning. I'll go down a line of questioning to see where you stand. What I'm looking for is a weakness. I'm looking for you to say, well, my team is this. This is who I root for, and that's what I'm looking for. And then what I'll do is I'll begin to dissect your team. That's conversational control.
You know what, General? I think I can think of another example of something like that. I can think of somebody of a similar example like that. Does the name Kellyanne Conway come to mind?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
She's
how she would never answer the question. She kept being deflected, sidestepped.
Yeah. That's a great example.
It's called. It's also looked upon as not necessarily taking a high ground, but it's called conversational impunity. In other words, I'm not going to answer any of your damn questions. I'm going to make statements and then I'm going to ask questions because I have impunity. I have impunity by looking at you as being inferior. You don't know the answer to the question. I'm definitely not going to give you the answer to the question. I'm going to let you come up with your own conclusions. That way, I'll never be wrong in conversation. It's called playing the middle ground for the layman. I'm not going to pick a side. I'm just going to play the middle ground.
I like this. This is very insightful. This is very insightful. This is just loud. Where was this 20 years? Where was this about 20 years ago? Shit.
I mean, you had to learn.
It's always been in existence. It's always been in existence,
20 years
but
ago?
people have never.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah.
It never came to. You never had to. Until this digital space and being on panels, and people do it in their everyday lives. For example, in relationships, women are the best at doing that. Okay? Why? Why are they the best at doing it? Because women have to negotiate things. Men typically, we don't have to negotiate. We just go and do it. One, by the virtue of the more physically stronger specimen, we can just go and do it. Women can't. They have to negotiate with you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So this is where the verbal sparring comes into play. I called you all day. You didn't think about calling me back. And we as a man can either just say, well, no, I didn't because I was working. I was busy. I didn't have time. But when you ask a woman that, what she's going to do is negotiate the question with you. She's going to give you 30,000 different reasons as to why. Well, I was going to call you back, but then such and such called, and then I had this meeting with the boss, and then I had this, and then this, and then this, and then before I knew it, time was gone. Instead of just saying, I didn't want to talk to you, so I didn't call you back.
You know what? There's actually, I remember I used to listen to Black Phillip, the Black Phillip show by Patrice O'Neill. And he would talk about this stuff a lot. But for me, because I'm up in Norway, there was a certain cheese commercial I remember where the whole where what you're talking about made sense. Where the woman was shit testing her partner. The scene starts. It's a series of four commercials, and with the exception of the last part. The first three parts starts off with her coming home from the supermarket, and he's asked her, "Did you get the Jarlsberg, which is the type of cheese he likes?" And she said, "I got you regular cheese." And he just looks at her and said, and he looks at her inquisitively and says, "You didn't get the Jarlsberg?" Then she looks at him and says, "It's all the same. It's just cheese." Now, this would not make sense to the States unless it was like beer or something like that, but you get the gist of it. But each time, the second half of that, but each time he would have to check her. Not then and there, but what he would do is he would do something, and then when she looks at him, he just takes her words against it and says, it's all the same, it's just such and such. You know what I'm saying? So I see exactly what you're talking about, General.
You know why every other car and auto manufacturer has to advertise on TV via radio or some form of advertisement? Have you ever seen Rolls-Royce advertised on TV?
No, not that I can recall.
You know why?
Why?
Because either you're going to buy it or you're not. Either you can afford it or you can't.
Ah, I guess the same would go for other brands like Aston Martin, maybe Bugatti,
Yes.
Ferrari, for that matter,
Yes.
Lamborghini.
Yes. Either you
What
can
else?
buy it.
Let me think of who else? Who else is that? Not Rolls Royce, but you said Rolls Royce, but I'm thinking Bentley. I guess you could say that about them because these are high end brands, luxury brands.
That's why they don't advertise. So
Everybody else advertises because they have to appeal to the common man.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so in
Really?
conversation, people will say,
Mm-hmm.
I only debate my equals. And if more people took to that line and more people scanned their lane and stayed out of
Mm-hmm.
what everybody else was doing, this space will be a lot better off. Because you don't see that happening in white spaces, for example.
No, you don't.
Oh no.
And that's a fact. I agree, General, that it don't. I don't care if they don't like each other, kill each other, but still they do business how they do accordingly. Even in the real, real world. You know, I just use the term realistically, but they don't do that at all. My observation, especially down here in Georgia,
They stay in their lane and everything, don't they? They just keep themselves and everything.
I mean, they have the class issue with each other. That's true, according to Cerulean, but they know how to stick together. And I agree with everybody when they say that. It's so true. I see it every day. That ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing new.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But
This
you know,
is
I know
insightful.
yeah, I know we lack that. I mean, it's only a handful that does stick together, but it's not a big unity thing. That's why I try to tell Black people, you got to get off that, because sometimes we have different, beliefs, but when you get online, it spills out on panels. And I study that stuff too. I get what SKC was trying to say. See, he's trying to poke the bear, our little problem. And I think DeAndre, I'm glad he laid this out. Black people need to deal with this problem right here, and we got to deal with it, because most of us haven't dealt with that growing up.
Yeah.
So me, I've dealt with it and I understand it, the mind games and people like that. And I adapt over time, especially on these spaces in the internet for years. And I learned how to handle myself. A lot of it, you just got to be around people that's like that. You just got to sit back and let them do their thing.
If you might recall on a recent chat on Officer Charles's chat, there was a certain individuals who was going in there just going at it. And some of the other guys in the Bay were challenging him. And he would say things, keep flipping things and trying to goad them emotionally.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Me and Bruce Almighty, I remember Bruce Almighty was there. I went in there. I said, can we please stop having this conversation? Does anybody not real? And I had to check a couple. I remember it was a couple guys that said, yo, stop, back up, fall back. But I guess they were just too emotionally bad.
Mm-hmm.
I said, can we please stop having this conversation? Do you not realize that this person is only here to antagonize us? This is a circle conversation. It's going nowhere.
Exactly.
And once he left, Bruce brought it up and how this guy was just, playing. He was just here just to antagonize everything. And by reacting in the way some of the cats in there were reacting, nothing against y'all. But all they did was provide this individual with whatever material he needed. He got what he needed out of them at the end of the day.
Oh yeah. And that's the whole point. I look at panels like that. I don't blame nobody. And it's like, it's very common, no matter the fallout or not. It's just what I see and what I observe. I'm like, I see the problem is, but it can be fixed, but it's hard for people's emotions and ideologies. It's just like religion, right? They hold on to them so dear. It's just like I mentioned in the Friday Special Madness stream, and I said about the idol worship. That's what you gotta get away from. But most people ain't gonna do that because it's how they raised. And sometimes it's hard to talk to those people, especially when it comes to race and religion. That's the most dangerous topics because people get emotional about that. That's why they stick to politics a little bit. I don't go in depth on politics as much. If you do the research and the links, like what Mike showed about the New York Times with the election, very, very brilliant what he did. But if it was like race and religion, any accord, it gets derailed. And sometimes you got to structure it the right way. It only takes, I would say now, 4 men, yes, 2 men, yeah. But you got to prepare for it. You know what I mean? You got to write notes, which questions you're going to ask. Be fair on both sides. Be like, all right, which part you agreed on. Well, let's not mention, slavery. That's half of history. Let's talk about the whole system. You know what I mean? And then we break it down. Right there. And you just break it down. Just see where the problem is. Where's the disagreement? That's what I look for. I look for the disagreement. I say, oh, okay. And then I do the research. Yeah. That's what you want. But what religion, I would say
too many emotions right there.
Yeah, too many emotions. But I'm just trying to see the idol worship. Okay, I ask one question. I ain't gonna say it serves you, but what does you like? I give it basic. What does it serve you? And I ain't gonna attack no God or anything. Do you believe in that stuff? And they'll probably say, yes, I believe in it. I love him. I love him to death. And let's get away from monotheism. What type of man worship? your superstar idol, let's use sports. It's your idol. But the fans ain't gonna do that. You know why? It's just like religion. You'd be like, oh shit, I done hit a nerve. But see, they don't want those conversations like that. And sometimes the biasness comes out. That's when you hear in their voices. And I try to
that thing about idol worship, like you said.
Yeah.
Especially like if you look in the political
yeah, there you go.
In the political arena, the political leaders, you look at them, their followers and their supporters, and in the eyes of their supporters, they can never do wrong, even if they've done some wrong. They'll never admit to it because that is destroying the false idol.
Yeah. And they will cape for him and they'll do anything, especially, I don't want to say idols of women too. Well, yes, our downfall of men. Yeah. We have a weakness of that. I know people like a certain taste. Next thing you know, boom, there you are. And it happens. It happens. I know it happens in warfare. I know it happens in different situations, but yeah, it's one of those things that you just got to get used to. I mean, I'm not even worried. But I look at it like this. I mean, yeah, you can have conversations like that, but it has to be structured. You got to ask the question, what's the problem? What's the disagreement? And then we can move forward. I try to be balanced with it. You just can't get mad all the time. Now, race and religion, I stay away from it as long as it's structured. If you give me some great information, oh, okay, I need to learn this. Okay. If I don't know that aspect of it, you tell me, just like Hinduism and Buddhism, right? Because those are the ones I don't know historically. Give me some information on that. I may not agree with it, but I will listen. Like your thoughts.
Sikhism, they've had the rivalries with both Hinduism and Islam. They've had their issues with both groups.
Right.
Then there's Jainism, and the Hindus of Hinduism. It's and Jainism, how they kind of conflict with one another, but they've been able to coexist. Same with Buddhism. Not to mention the social caste system, because I remember BGS mentioned the Dali, and I didn't know what he mean by Dali until I realized, that's what the untouchables are.
Yeah, Dravidians. Yeah, those Dravidians. Yeah.
No, Dravidians is something else. I think Dravidians that's a Christian. That's a Christian community right there.
Yeah, I'm saying they're like cousins to them. I didn't know why they call them the untouchables. I don't know. Like some people, it
has to do with caste. The caste, actually.
Yeah, the caste. Yeah,
the caste system. That's a system that's still in that part of the world, in the Indian subcontinent. It's not just in India itself, also in neighboring Pakistan, everything.
Yeah.
I asked an associate of mine from Pakistan. He explained to me that there's actually a bit of a caste system among the Muslim communities there. I'm like, oh, really? And I was like, oh, okay, that explains a lot. That explains a lot why there's some people are very provincial and whatnot. It's not just it's caste, religion, and where you are in the social class as well.
Yeah, it's like
because you can belong to the same caste, but if you're both of different social classes,
they say social order. Yeah, social order.
Social order.
Yeah, social order. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And one could be like one could be from the working class, the other could be upper and high society, but they belong to the same caste. But but where they are in the social order also determines how they're going to conduct themselves among themselves.
That's
They
interesting.
may not associate with themselves either.
I was thinking something. Every country has a social order. Now, I know our social order. I know our social order deals with race is one of our biggest issues. But I will say, yes, there is class in America. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, depends on. It's based off numbers, and I ain't gonna say money, but it's all numbers. It don't really matter because it depends on your profession. Now we can say, I don't want to say that's a caste system, but if you want to call it that, that's fair. I mean, some people say, yeah, I made 6 figures. Oh, okay, that's great. But you got also billionaires on top. Then you got some millionaires that are in the, I would say, double digits or triple digits, how you want to, slice it. And, we just talked about contracts, like the owners, yes, and their superstars control the way players move based off money,
influence.
And sponsor, and influence. And what we got out of that conversation is, yes, the NBA owners and I'll say high players like LeBron control the moves of players, and they ask suggestions who you like and who you don't like. It's kind of like an AAU thing, and that's one thing I don't care for that part of basketball, because they never touched the playground, the hard leather and all that stuff. That's the basketball I grew up around. But it's okay to play organized basketball in the gym. So you got to have both. But see, AAU, they have that sense of entitlement. That's my issue with them, because growing up and seeing it, I had friends that played in AAU. I just couldn't get into it. It's so much control. You know what I mean? It's so much oversight. Like the general said, bad diet. He said the video game playing, that's part of it. Well, it's a combination of that too, and
lifestyle.
exercise.
Actually, they don't train as much. They never grew up playing outside as much.
Right.
And if they did, it was probably structured, but they weren't allowed to do things like normal kids were doing. I mean, I recall being among the last generation to be able to play outside. I remember playing outside since I was a teenager.
Yeah,
we went out and played ball. But we also played soccer out in the streets or something like that, or we went and hung out and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was probably the last, I'll say one of the late or older millennials probably played outside. Actually did both, but I actually play outside in sports. I didn't get injured as much. The only injury I had was probably the rolled ankle, and that was it. And that was in high school. But after that, I was good to go. More of a
been there, done that twice. Sprained ankles, bad knees. I obviously got issues. I got pain. I got issues with my wrist because I played goalie. I'm trying to block shots.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Them days. I miss them days though. Yeah.
It was a simpler time, especially even when it came to the video game culture.
Yeah.
Because back if you recall the early 90s, this is before 94. Pre-94. The biggest debate was Sega Genesis versus Nintendo Super NES.
Right.
I mean, or unless of course you're in Europe, then it's called NES versus SNES versus Mega Drive. The Genesis was called the Mega Drive outside the US. So, and of course the Nintendo and the SNES was a PAL version. So you always had that big debate between those two over who was the better system, what are the better games.
Yeah.
It was Sega and Nintendo. They were the biggest ones at the time. And then Sony comes in.
Changed the landscape.
Changed the landscape, to speak.
Xbox came later after Sony.
2001. Microsoft 2001. It ended up competing with the PS2 and the GameCube. Sega, they had to put out the Dreamcast, but that didn't work out, and they had to close up. I love
the Dreamcast, but like you said, and GameCube. I mean, you could still get it in certain stores, but and Dreamcast, but they're gone now. It's just like you got Sony. I mean, Microsoft. Nintendo's been around forever, and they still. That's because China. That's China. Yeah, my fault. China. Japan. that sold
Japan.
it to
That's
LA. Yeah, they sold it to LA, America, even though they're connection. But I heard my man Malik said Walt Disney's trying to buy Sony. Well, it won't work because nobody's not gonna buy a place if you had bad chips. You just got ESPN. Yeah, you have that money, but it doesn't mean anything because
Wait, they got ESPN.
yeah, they've been had ESPN. You know that? Like the
How long
stuff.
how long they had them?
A few
How long they
years.
own?
A few years.
They own the IP and everything. Okay,
All
wow.
that. Why you think they getting censoring people and firing people in them jobs like that feminist stuff? Like there you go. That's why you think people watching Fox? I saw that in the workplace while I was working. I was like, and when I saw that, and I didn't want to believe it, someone pulled me to the side. I said, yeah, they bought ESPN. I'm scratching my head. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh man, I can't watch it anymore.
Wasn't Sports Center on Fox? Sports Center's on Fox, right?
No, it's on ESPN. That's ESPN.
Oh,
Fox
okay, right.
is undisputed. You talking about Shannon and Skip Bayless. Now they was on ESPN once upon a time, and Colin Cowherd. Another one, a good one. But
I remember, I forgot the name of the show. It was like a sports machine or the sports. It wasn't like. It had like they would like talk highlights of certain things. This is a show I remember back in the 80s. This is how far I go. And the general would know the network that I watched it on. AFRTS, later known as AFN. So I remember, I forgot, I think it was called the Sports Center. No, before so the ESPN Sports Center, there was another place. It was a gentleman. He was like, it looked like a control room of sorts, and he was talking about sports highlights.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I forget the name of that. Yeah, they've been around. Well, ESPN's been around since the 70s. Yeah. I mean, that style. Yeah, I know
but the show, but not the sports. I know they called it. I think they called it not Sports Center, but something like room or something like that. I forgot. It was like the sports machine or something like that, maybe.
Right.
That was a good show because the host was like really on point, making just him running it, just talking and everything. And you understand, but at the end of the day, sports is sports, and me, I had to stick to CNN Sports, World Sports, and everything, and that was pretty cool. Like in the 90s, that was good.
Yeah, CNN. I mean, CBS Sports. Oh yeah, they still around. They're still around. ESPN is
but you had two versions of CNN Sports. It was either you were watching it. They had at certain times you were watching from the from their CNN Center in Atlanta, or it was the one in London.
Yeah,
and the one in Atlanta was like I'm on the coast.
Yeah, Fox does that now with the NBA and the NFL. You have Fox Sports Atlanta. You got one in Cleveland. Well, actually, Ohio, my fault, and in New York. Right. They do it in territorial as well. Even when they had NBA League Pass, when certain games was on, they do that in college too.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of money in that.
Yeah, I mean, we just get all nostalgic just watching it, just thinking about this stuff and everything. Just realizing we had it easy. We had it okay. We were in that transit. We were like that. We're like that transition in generation. It was that gray area. It's just our generation just got hit by a lot of stuff. Over
time. Yeah,
I'm not economic crises and shit. I'm not saying we get mad at it. I'm just saying it is what it is, and we have to deal with this. And like now the Gen Zs, they're coming in and they're like gonna have to deal with some of this shit because of the fallout, especially with this pandemic being one.
Well, one thing I like about Gen Z, it's only I have my biases on a few of them. The smartest dude that I met on the panel the other day, Garris, he learns a lot about the older generations. Now, it's rare to see a 24-year-old pick up the knowledge of not just in these spaces, but dealing with men on panels that he's been on. I said, Garris, if you keep that up and learn different things, man, you're going to be all right at that age, because when you learn, that's when you're going to evolve. Even though 25 is the learning age too, you already got it, but you're still learning because you're trying to adapt to the next level. You're not going to think like that when you're 30, because that's a whole nother ball game. Because when you're 40,
he's got that mindset already. He already inherited that mindset from
I think his parents.
Depending on who.
His parents, I believe, and what he told me, and I said, okay, he's a young guy. Yeah, you.
What generation are they?
They could be. I have to ask them next time. I don't know if they're X. I don't know if they're Boomer, because because the millennials do have Boomer parents as well. So it's kind of depends on how old you are. Now, if they're Boomer parents, I see why. I see why, but I'm not mad
or they could be Gen Xers, but they had them later on in life. They put it all.
Yeah,
they put it all.
Yeah, that too. And like I said, just keep doing your thing, because I've yet to see. I have my bias in each generation. Yes, I like them each. Same with Boomers. Same with X. Same with so I hate to say that. We all do. I mean, if you notice in conversations, yes, I have my favorites. I mean,
you also have Generation Alpha now who are coming into this world. They're being born.
Yeah, I have my favorites.
What you have to do is you have to take the points, the good points and the bad points from each generation, and you have to evaluate them and put them in their proper context. Right.
Absolutely.
And I've talked about this ad nauseum, right, throughout this particular YouTube space. In other words, this is just how I see it. Let me tell it. Okay. So when you talk about the boomer, the silent generation, for example, right? Great grandparents for you guys, great grandparents, right? They didn't have shit. It was basically at the turn of the century, fresh off the plantation, 20s, 30s, 40s, and into the 50s. And then they went away. They died. They passed on. Okay, and then you got the boomer generation, right? From the 40s, 50s, 60s, because it was each generation kind of intermingles itself, right? And you got the boomer generation. So the boomers generation, and I hear people say this all the time, they didn't, especially from the younger generation, they didn't leave us shit. They fucked up, but they didn't have shit to leave you in the first place. You got to remember, a lot of when you talk about black people in this country, a lot of us lineage comes from the plantation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what did let's think about this now. Slavery ended in 1865, right? Then you had the black codes, you had Jim Crow, you had, later on you had the civil rights movement and the NAACP, and all these different movements came into play. Okay, so what did the silent generation have to lead the next generation? They were basically fresh off the plantation.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did they have to leave you? It's just a question. Think about it. What did they have to pass on to the next generation? Okay, so now we move forward, get into the boomer generation, right? The boomer generation, they were just, baby boomers were just kind of getting their foot in the door, and opportunities were just kind of beginning to open up. We had a few sprinklings here and there, and then what did they have? They didn't have shit, because they were just getting a foothold in society. So then you move from the boomers to Generation X. Generation X picked up the torch and carried it on and moved it forward to the generation that we have now, right? I'm a late Xer, okay? So we moved the torch forward to what you have now. Martin Luther King, X, and all them dudes, they were boomers.
Yeah.
Now take those people out of the equation.
Don't you mean silent?
No, they would be boomers, baby boomers.
Wait. What year were they born? Because X was born in 1930s, wasn't he?
No, 1925, and Martin Luther King was born 1920. That's what. No, that's World War II generation. That's World War II generation.
Right. Remember as I said, the generations kind of intermingle. They cross over. So you have early silent generation, you have late silent generation, you have early boomer, you have late boomer, you have early Xers, you have later Xers, you have early millennials, you have later millennials.
I get what he's saying. Yeah,
I get what you're saying, because my argument about my disagreement, sir, is this: because before the early silent generation, you also had the the golden generation. That's the generation that predominantly fought in World War II, if I'm not mistaken. That's why they're called the greatest generation.
Yeah, well, it was
Most of them were
not the golden, but the greatest generation, right?
greatest
So you
generation.
have to.
And then and then preceding them is the generation known as the lost generation. That's the generation that fought in World War One, if you might recall.
The lost generation.
Yeah, the generation that
Yeah,
fought in World War One. They're
I've
called the
heard
lost
them call.
generation.
I heard them call them the lost generation, but they had another name too. But but that's a
They were
whole.
okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, we can look it up and quantify it, but what I'm saying is basically you really don't get a foothold into your generation until you consider what's called an adult. That means 18 and above, right?
Correct.
Because
correct.
prior to that, you're a kid. You really have no say, so you can't vote. You can't do anything. So basically, you become responsible for your generation when you hit legal voting age. Okay, 18 forward. So it's all about what you do there. All right. As a man, 21 forward. As a woman, 18. But we don't need to split hairs and atoms. Okay. So
Okay.
when I hear this later generation saying, well, they fucked us up because they didn't leave us anything. They didn't have shit to leave you. There was nothing passed down from generation to generation, not by and large as a whole, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing.
Yeah.
So that's one part. That's a negative part. Well, what are the positive parts? The positive parts is that had it not been for people like X, had it not been for people like Martin Luther King, had it not been for said generations, the Panthers, had it not been for all of these people who were in generations that preceded yours, you would not have the opportunities afforded to you that you have today.
That's very true. That's very true. Yeah.
Right? Because remember, schools, the military didn't integrate until 1951, 52. Schools didn't start integrating until 1955.
These are all during the Eisenhower administration, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Right.
So remember, the complete integrations of schools was not complete until the early 70s is when the schools across the nation were somewhat completely integrated. And in the Deep South, it still wasn't integrated to a certain degree. Right? So when people talk history, you have to put it into its proper context. And this is why you have all this. This is why you have all this generational beef and this ageism, which doesn't affect me any. I don't really give a fuck because you got to cut a niche out in the world for yourself. If your parents didn't have shit to pass down to you, it's probably because your grandparents didn't have shit to give to them. It's probably because their grandparents didn't have shit to give to them. So suck it up, be a fucking man or a woman, and goddamn get out here and grind and get something so that you can create some generational wealth where the cycle will end. That's what you have to do. And when you look at the millennials, they don't give a fuck about owning homes or building any type of anything to pass down to the next generation, which is the zillennials. The millennials ain't trying to build shit to pass down to them. They too busy trying to get it for themselves, trying to front and frost for themselves. So it's a vicious cycle.
Yeah.
Right.
Same vicious cycle.
You ask the ones who are critical of the prior generations, well, what have you amassed to pass down to your offspring? They can't tell you.
Yes, fair point. Yeah.
See, that's the funny part about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So be critical. So be critical all you want, but where does the cycle break? Where does the cycle end?
And some people have found a niche in that, because you like to hear all these talking heads. They like to work on they like to be divisive as much as possible, stirring the pot and everything, because that's how they make bank. That's why you see on all these news channel shows, you always have all these talking heads just run around talking about this, talking about that, and then sometimes they go against each other. If you might remember, sir, or General, there was a show called The Firing Line by a gentleman that was set up by a gentleman named William Buckley.
Yeah,
I vaguely heard it.
Well, you might recall Jon Stewart. He was invited on the show, And he just called them out for being divisive. And I said, can you please stop this division? Because all we're doing is hurting the country right now, especially right now because we have 2 wars and everything. And of course, one of the people who were the host of that was a gentleman named Tucker Carlson, in case anybody familiar with him.
Yeah, I
Yes,
remember the
that
fire
very
guy
same.
now.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, he was on it. He was looking at him, and I guess one is either him or his co-host looked at Stewart and said, "Dude, maybe you need to go back to doing jokes. That's where we need you to be doing jokes." And he looked at him and said, "Well, you need to go back to journalism school." He just destroyed the credibility of that show, and the ratings went down. And within a matter of days or weeks, the show was canceled because of what he
Well,
said.
see,
Because he was calling out the division on that.
right.
And I've seen
Well,
that clip actually, and I was like, "Wow."
see, this is also what you have in this particular space, right? With certain content creators and so forth. What you have is a group of people who are too afraid to separate as they say they want to, right? And they want to take as many black people with them as they possibly can. It's okay if you want to be SYSBM or Passport Bro. I don't have a problem with that's your decision. I don't have a problem with that. But then if you're separating, just like the divestment women, if you were divesting and you're saying kill, abort all black male babies and all of this jazz, why don't you just go on over to the other side? Well, here's the reason why you can't go over to the other side, because you won't be widely accepted on the other side. That's the problem. So hence again is the fear, right? Because you can't go into white YouTube spaces and be accepted. So you stay over here, to be divisive. Because those guys that are SYSBM, those black men who have decided to go Passport Bros, you don't see them going over on, and if they are, they'll never tell you. They're not going over onto white channels and interacting with white content creators. By and large, they're not doing it. Separation means separate yourself completely. If you and I don't see eye to eye and you have a problem with the community as a collective, then what you should do is separate and leave. Why are you here? Why do you continuously dwell in certain spaces that you know are have a template to be pro-black? Why?
It pays to be a troll.
Because well, see, this is yet again, we spoke about that right here on this channel, and I said it before.
Yes,
what we're experiencing is the black dysfunction being put on display. Black men, some black men and some black women want to be anything other than a black man or a black woman.
Facts.
So the scapegoat that they use for some is to say, well, I see myself as an American. Okay. But then when you pit yourself up against other groups in this country, they don't say, well, I see myself as an American. What they say is, I see myself as, yes, I'm white American. I'm Irish American. I'm Hispanic American. I'm, their nationality not their nationality, but their race goes in front of their nationality. It would be a beautiful thing if we could all say that we see ourselves as just Americans. It would be. But the fact of the matter is, this country was based and developed and built on racism. That's the fact of the matter. So when you are SYSBM, when you go over onto a white content creator's page, you say, hey, accept me because I date out my race and my alignment, my ideologies and my alignments are more so along the lines of your thinking. They're going to boot your ass off the panel. They're going to make a mockery of you. They're going to say that you are a fucking coon. That's what they're going to tell you. Because you're not going to be widely accepted, period. Now, there are some groups out there that may say, okay, hey, yeah, sure, come on in. But sooner or later, that underlining blackness is going to rear its ugly head. You can take a lot of things. You can take a lot of shit. I can take a lot of shit. but somebody's gonna say something. It may not be the N word, it may not be, the coon, it may not be but somebody's going to say something that's going to boil your skin. And then before you know it, the nigga is going to come out. It's going to surface. It's inevitable.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh wow,
It's inevitable.
that's surprising. I
Well,
guess
it's a
it's
fact
like,
of life. It's a fact
yeah,
of life.
I understand what you
No
mean,
matter
because
how.
I've had that I've had that kind of interaction with certain people. They said some things, and one of them said like the word "you people." I understand what he meant. I understand what he's trying to say, but he was like saying in a word. I think in a way he should not. His choice of words was not right. And I was like, excuse me. What do you mean? He said like, I mean, not like, this and that, but you know what I mean. And he apologized for using that term basically because he didn't have the right, the vocabulary. He didn't find an alternative word to use, a more accurate word to use at the time.
Right. Didn't I hear you
But
say something about BMT? I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to cut you. I heard you say something about BMT got a wake up call or something.
Oh, that was me. That was me. He had a white person on his panels, and I went to his chat room the other weekend. I think it was Saturday, and he got upset. They was threatening his kids or whatever. They was saying some sexual derogatory stuff. They was joking, right, on another panel, and he used a fair use, and that got him tight because he thought they were his friends, when in reality he had a wake up call, and he apologized to himself and to the people, in the chat room and our witnesses, and he can come up here and explain what happened because he knows that he did another stream prior to that, and he was standing on what he was saying, and he talked to, I think, the same people that attacked Big J and Sheila. I was surprised they was on that panel the next stream, the next day, but before that he was tight, he was upset, and I could tell his venom, and he was a father and everything, and he was tested, really was tested, because they were saying all the sexual jokes about children, and of course the in graphic detail, but I ain't gonna go into detail. He'll explain what it really happened. Then the guys show up, but the one, it said, "Oh, I had to go to work. I couldn't hit the panel." Yeah, you confront them. Yeah, at least you confront them, and they cop a plea, and try to, and he wasn't going for it, but see, he had to react quick on his feet. So, that's what I saw from BMT, and I was amazed that.
So who went over there? Did SKC go over there and say anything?
No, SKC didn't go over there. This is all BMT. All the black people was there, and the white boys was confronted. People was watching, But the next day, of course, them fools came right behind after that situation. They was talking about it, and I saw that, and I was in the chat the next day.
So what did BMT what did SKC have to say about that?
I don't know what he had to say about it because I don't think he ever responded. He's
What
probably,
did Trey MBD or whatever his name is? What did he have to say?
They was asking those same weird questions like they always try to do everybody, and then BMT wasn't going for it, because that's his family. He stand on what he stand on that Saturday. But you got to see his 2 latest streams that he did. But that part with the kids, the jokes they were saying, yeah, that got him, and that
crossed the line.
Yeah, that's where he realized, man, I gotta confront this, and he had a cam up, and he was hurt by that. So shouts out to BMT for doing that. So,
and I told,
I
told motherfuckers that no matter how, listen, man. Listen, I believe that the United States military is one of the fairest organizations that we have in a modern day society, right? It is, because it's still a merit-based society. It's still based on what you can do, what you have done, and what you have the potential to do, right? That's the way it's supposed to be ran and designed. But when you add the human element, the human factor in there, and you got, and we went over the numbers, and you have other than people who look like yourself in certain positions that have control over your promotion, for example, they have control over your assignments, for example, then it won't be fair. Because I've seen soldiers who have had the criteria and the credentials who have met the educational criteria and have the educational credentials to hold and get certain positions and yet be passed over. I've seen it. I've seen they've checked all the blocks, and I've seen it. Yet you get passed over. Like, come on, man. Sooner or later there has to be you have to get that wake up bell. That little bell has to go off like bing. Oh, I see now. Oh, I get it now. Oh, I understand. This whole fairy tale that you're living in your head that says, well, race is not a factor, and I can't believe, just like Trey was trying to do to me. And I wasn't going for it because I know better. And he wanted to twist the words, and I get it. I've sat in Article 15 hearings. I've sat in, I've sat in court-martial hearings, and I've seen how black soldiers who have committed the same offenses as a white soldier that were working in the same field, doing the same job, they were same rank. I've seen how they were treated vastly different. And so when those soldiers that come to me, that's part of what I do, mentorship and guidance. So to say, hey, Sergeant, how come Wentworth did this and I did the same thing? I ain't never been in trouble before, but he only got a slap on the wrist compared to what I got. I can't sit there and act like I don't see it and say, well, I'm an American. I can't sit there and act like I don't see the injustice. That will be fraudulent on my behalf, and vice versa. I've had white soldiers that come to me, both male and female, and say, well, I did the same thing. I was late 3 times, and they were late. They've been late plenty of times. Why is it that I get, this punishment and they get that punishment? And I have to call it out equally and just, fair and impartial when recommending both rewards and punishment. But see, Trey tried to push a different narrative, and I get it. I understand what he was trying to do. He wanted to push this, we're all American, and I'm an American. I'm an American. Like, man, if you don't shut the fuck up with that, I'm just as American as anybody else. But I also know that there are certain tiers that my Americanism will get me. The fuck out of here.
General, sir?
Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken, but in the military courts, you do have an automatic appeal on any decision, on any verdict that's been handed out, especially in the cases of punitive discharge and such. While in the civilian court, you have to file that, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's not an automatic appeal. It's just like the UCMJ, the justice system, the UCMJ system is a mirror of the civilian court system. It's a mirror. So it's not an automatic appeal. You can appeal. You have to do just like you would in any other court system. You have to file your appeal. You have to go and you have to see legal. You have to see JAG. You have to say, hey, this is unfair. This is unjust. It's not. It's not.
It's like easier. Is it easier for them to get that appeal or not? Is my question.
It's just as easy as it is to get one in the military as it is to get one in the civilian court of law. However, there are a few things to be considered. You see, the military law is a little bit different than civilian law. You see what I'm saying? Sir. It's just a tad bit different. And as far as the levy of punishment that can be handed down and the way it's handed down. You see what I'm saying?
You see the bias and everything in there. You see the double standards.
Yes, you see a double standard. And see, this is coming from supposedly a 20-year veteran, and I don't take nothing away from. I wouldn't dare take anything away from his career as a soldier. That's something that I would never do. I respect his service to the country just like I would expect him to do mine. But however, he failed to do that. He wanted to make a mockery and say, well, you enter race into it. Motherfucker, race is in it. I didn't have to enter race into it. When I fill out a fucking report, I have to say how many black soldiers, how many white soldiers, how many Mexican soldiers, how many whatever color soldiers I have. The Army the military keeps stats on race and statistics on race just like every other organization does. So race is already here.
Whoa. I mean, that's a factor of life you can never escape. At the end of
No,
the
you
day,
can't escape that. Even when
you
you
can
get your
never
fucking
escape.
passport, even when you get your fucking passport, you're gonna have to put your race on your passport.
Just like what I said earlier, no matter
You
what your
don't just say
nationality, your
American.
ethnicity, whatnot.
Yeah.
If you're black, you are going to. If you're a black person, you're always going to have an uphill struggle.
Yeah.
You know.
That's
But
just
certain
the
groups.
that's just the
Go ahead, Al.
reality of it. You have to accept it. It's just like I said, and shouts out to Cerulean in the journal, like you said, you're going to have to accept it in life and responsibility. And of course, when you
Yeah.
see race on certificates, anything, you're going to have to put it down. You can't run from it and you can't hide from it. It's just day to day, and you got to know that it exists. You can't deny it doesn't exist. You got to see it for
Yeah.
yourself. You know,
I
you can't run
mean, prime example is me. Like I remember, like what the general said about going to other groups and whatnot. I mean, I can tell you, like living among other groups, I know where I know by whom I'm accepted and by whom I'm not. I've had interactions with locals at one time or another, and even though I talk like this, I'm very disarming and very sociable. I understand that there's some people who are not really susceptible to what I say, or not receptive. Others who are just a little who approach me, but they do it in a very disingenuous way. And it doesn't matter to me because at least I get to see who you really are.
And that's the whole factor behind it. When you walk into a crowded auditorium or into a crowded conference room, do you just walk in and sit down? Is that what you do?
No.
You just walk in and go, "Hey, no, not you. It's a rhetorical question for anybody. For sir, when you walk into a conference room, into a meeting, or into an auditorium, or into a cafeteria where there's more than 50, 60, 70, 100 people in, and do you just walk in and just find a nearest seat and sit down? No. People socialize within their group.
Mm.
You can see it in the Army. You can see it in the Navy. And if the brothers was up here, they could tell you. You walk into the into the DFAT, and you don't just walk in and just sit with a random group of people. You look for people that you have things in common with. Now, they will come up here on this panel and lie and say, "Well, I don't do that. I just walk in and I just find me a seat and I just join in wherever I want to join in." Stop lying. Stop lying. It's all different types of group. Infantrymen sit with infantrymen, tankers sit with tankers, blacks sit with whites, Mexicans sit with Mexicans. It's a little more diverse now, but that's generally how it's done. I don't just walk in. You look for your friends or people you have things in common with. Be it the skin complexion, be it your job, be it your unit. That's just the nature that's human nature. So miss me with that we're all American bullshit, and I'm just gonna join in and sit down. And they try to throw out the dude down there, George Floyd. They tried to throw that up, and I said, okay, so what about the kid down in Ohio that the police just pulled up on him and shot him? What about him?
Oh wow. Watch them just go. Watch their faces get all contorted and such.
Okay. Eric Gardner. Well, he was selling illegal cigarettes.
You realize that the officer planted his taser on him and tried to make it look like he took his taser from him. That officer, then that police officer was found guilty. He was convicted actually of murder. Was given 20 years. A lot of people forget.
They don't see how the dominant society has criminalized black men to a degree of where now when you look at it and you start dissecting it, it's like, well, he got what he deserved. Tookie Williams, one of the leaders of the Crip organization, was locked up for murder, right? They executed him. Charles Manson is he dead? Did he die of natural causes? Is he still alive in prison?
He died in prison. He died in prison, not of illness.
He died in prison, but they didn't execute him.
No, they gave him a life sentence.
Where's the justice system at in that?
And he was responsible for the Manson killings, if you might remember. One of them
Yeah,
was Roman
but
Polanski's wife and shit.
again, where is the justice in that? So when you bring that narrative up to them, to an SKC or to a Trey MVD, guess what they'll say?
Mhm.
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't care about them. Well, no, I want you to be fair and just across the board. Let's compare and contrast.
How often do people do that? That's the problem.
Well, again, this goes back to what I said earlier. It's about conversational control. It's about
Mhm.
I must push the narrative to win the point. I'm going to filibuster. I figured so many people out, just by the nature of training and what I do, right?
Mhm.
The way for me to have conversational control is to ask all the questions. I'm not gonna answer any of yours. And then when you start answering the question to where it's some moniker of truth, and
Mhm.
you're making a valid point, I must then filibuster. I must then begin talking while you're talking, and I must talk over you to filibuster your point, so no one will hear you. You see what I'm saying?
To muddy the waters, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. To muddy the waters.
Mm.
Because I don't want your
You're
truth
trying
to
to
be
cause
buttered.
a lot of confusion, a lot of things. You don't want anything to be. You're trying to be disruptive as much as possible, be antagonistic, try to get the person to be emotional instead of logical.
See, so for everyone, when we talk about police killings in this country, so for everyone you can point to and they can say, well, he was a criminal. He was high on fentanyl. Well, wait a minute. What about Philando Castile, who had a permit to carry his weapon legally?
And when
Well, there was
he
video
explained
evidence.
that to the officer pulled the gun out and shot him 4 or 5
Shot him.
times. Shot him.
With his kids and
The
family in the
woman in
car.
his Diamond Reynolds, his partner at the
His
time,
girlfriend.
his girlfriend. She pulled out her phone and just started broadcasting on Facebook
Yeah.
Live because that's what kept her from getting killed. But she also had her daughter in the car, a 4-year-old. Imagine if they shot a 4-year-old little girl in that car.
There you have it. But I bet you you won't get SKC or Trader MVD to talk about that. What about the white woman down in Dallas who said she went into the wrong apartment and she got spooked and she thought it was an
Amber
intruder in
Geiger.
her apartment? Amber Geiger. And
Botham
shot and killed
Jean.
that brother.
Botham Jean.
Sitting in his own fucking home.
In his own
Minding his
apartment.
business. But
I felt
SKC
danger.
and
He was
Trey,
in my
but
apartment.
SKC and Trey won't talk about that one. You see? What about the other sister down in Fort Worth where the police went around her house? She was in there playing a video game with her goddamn nephew, and they shot and killed her in her own house. Explain. See, these are the questions that you ask these individuals when they start trying to point to how fucked up the black community is. You want to say, well, why? Why is it that way? Why is there a moniker of violence? Why is there a moniker of seems like there's a moniker of more violence from black to whites than it is the other way around? Well, I'll tell you why. Look at all the terrorizing that's been done within our community. But they don't want to have the conversation as we're having it now, because see, then you make too much sense. Then you put a chink in their armor. Then they can't answer those questions. They won't answer those questions. What they'll do is try to deflect back to the sketchy characters. That's what they'll do.
You know what?
You see what I'm saying? See how the game works?
You know what? I will say, like in the early 2000s, during the Bush administration, especially like halfway through his first, like sometime at the later stage of his first term into his second term, when people started, expressing their opinions of the war in Iraq and whatnot. The way they tried to shut them down is saying, you don't support the troops? You don't love America? Are you sympathizing with the terrorists and shit like that? Just to shut down the conversation. Now they got to do backpedaling.
Right.
And I remember Patrice O'Neal said, my issue is not with the troops. It's with the brass. It's with the politicians who sent them in that position.
Right.
That's what I'm talking. That's my issue.
And when we start having these conversations and they want to point to George Floyd, there are many others that you could point back to and say, well, what about this person? What about that person? Well, what about this scenario? Oh, you want to talk about old shit? Well, wait a minute, brother. All of this is y'all was rioting and all that calamity and shit y'all did. What about the brother that was chased down there in Georgia by the two white boys, 3 white boys? What about him? They tried to make him out to be, and what's the nigga name? What's the nigga name that got the show? The conservative nigga name that always be running his mouth. Dark skinned, bald headed, peanut head ass nigga. The fuck is that dude's name?
You mean YouTuber?
Yeah, he a YouTuber. I see him all the time. Pretty big YouTuber. I see him all the time. What that nigga name is? Man,
Anton Slum, I think you're talking about.
No, give me a second. Because he was the one talking about the brother who was chased down and killed, and he was the one saying he was a criminal and all this other kind of shit.
Man,
I can't think of this nigga name for
I'm glad I am what I am. But at the same time, I realize a lot of my own brethren who are over there in the States, they say, at least we're not y'all. But not forgetting that y'all can still get fucked with by the cop, by the racists as well, because you're just as black as everybody else. Only difference is when they tell you to go back to Africa, they know, at least they know you came from there. At least they know where the fuck to send you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
what
I'm like,
this motherfucker's name?
I like
God
how
damn it,
I like
man.
how this guy's just straight. This guy's just right. The other general's just blunt about everything he says. He can be articulate at times, and then there are times where he just got to be just downright vulgar.
Well,
I like this guy.
Well, hold on. Think about Cerulean, for example. That's what he does. And they think before they speak. And he told me this on that long live stream. That he said, you know why I don't talk real fast? And he told this to Mike V. You just got to study people, and you got to be very, very careful how you speak. In speech, it matters, especially in the military too. And
Absolutely.
ABL, and that's very important.
ABL, that's that Negro.
Yeah.
ABL,
And he was on, and we talked about him yesterday. Not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. That stream. I was on that 11 hours, and me and Mike V talked about it. And Keep It Telke was there at the beginning of that stream, and and he forgot everybody in the space, and that's what Mike V was saying. I said, of course he will. Once you get big, you're gonna get different things handed to you. But here's the thing: you cannot make a fun of any version of Islam on that channel, because they will take your shit down. They are not having it, because I know they're pro the other religions, but what I've noticed about their platform over the years, it wasn't like that. You can go at anybody, but once they sign off to America in DC or whatever alternative or media, you're going to have to. It's one of those tactics that you got to have. You got to pick a religion you're going to attack against or dispute or whatever, these little silly debates they have, right? So they have to pick one. So one, CNN don't want you to talk about the people over there in Israel, right? And the rest of them, right? Then the other media, but the Christian media, of course, Fox got the Christians, then RT's got, the Muslim people, the ones no matter which denomination or wherever what we say, what's the one? Is it Sunni? Is it
Sunni,
Shia?
Yeah,
Sunni
them
and
two.
Shia.
Yeah, they one of them, they gotta protect one another, them, and then RT say if you say anything bad, if they're covering Iran or one of those countries or any Mideast countries, they'll get you for it. Because I remember a journalist said something about that, and they just yank them, anything.
RT. Let's not forget TRT. That's another outlet. That's
another
an English
outlet.
speaking. It's owned by Iran. By Iran. That's state run. We also have Al Jazeera. Based in Qatar.
Another one. If you say anything about it, yank you up out of there. It's just the same thing what we do with CNN when we talk to people in Israel. It's the same thing.
You say anything you say anything critical
negative,
about the
anything,
Palestinians, you get yanked.
You get yanked. It's saying what we do with them over in Israel. See, I know it's people say that's a bias. Yeah, of course it's a bias, but you cannot act a fool on that. You gotta be professional. If you wanted that job, you want to stay on there. I ain't gonna
You
say
shut the
kiss
fuck up and
ass.
do what you're told.
Yeah,
You
it's
do what
like
you're supposed to do.
Yeah. It's nothing you can do about it. You
Something
sign up
people
for
have
it.
noticed on the Al Jazeera staff, or people I've seen before, on like on BBC or on CNN. I'll
Right.
tell you that much.
There you go. And we talked about that a couple of days ago, and we said, hey man, that's part of it. And that's what Cerulean said. Yeah, speech matters, and the speech
I mean, prime
matters.
examples I can think of is like Chris Hedges.
Yeah.
He can't get a show on any of the TV channels, so he has to do his stuff on RT.
Right.
Abby Martin, if you're familiar with that woman.
Yeah, I
White
remember
woman.
her. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
her.
I'm familiar with her.
She's had to battle the anti-Semitism against the pro-Israeli, the IPAC of lobby and such, because of her coverage
Yeah.
of what's going on in Palestine and being accused of anti-Semitism and whatnot.
Yeah, RT don't want to talk about that. See, if she was talking about the Jews, they wouldn't matter. As long as you don't make fun of the Palestinians or any form like RT from Al Jazeera and like you said, the other news outlet, that right there, it's a wrap. It's kind of like CNN in a way. You cannot.
I've met people on
speak
both sides.
Yeah.
Being East African here, I mean, I know what it's like to be in the crossfire. That shit.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, because you see what it's like for like black folks in Israel right now.
Yeah.
And black Arabs also, they have to deal with those same problems. So it's like,
yeah.
I'm sure Kat would. I'm sure Kat, if she was here, she would talk about that.
My point is,
yeah. Go ahead.
My point is that's what I was talking about with. That's how SKC and the Brother of Trade operate. They only want to pick and choose what they can, what you talk about, and anytime you say, well, let me put this in your face, right? You mentioned, the police killings or whatever, it always goes back to this person, but yeah, he was high on fentanyl. Well, what about the kid? Like I said, when you ask them, what about the kid over in Columbus, Ohio, that the police just pulled up on and shot for doing what every other kid in America does, playing with
Tamir
the red
Rice?
fucking cap gun. Yeah,
Tamir Rice?
What about
that? Was in Cleveland.
Tamir Rice. That's what I'm talking about. But Cleveland, okay,
12-year-old in
Cleveland doesn't
Cleveland.
matter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry,
That's cool.
brother. I might get
I
places
nitpick. That's me. That's how I am. I nitpick.
That's fine. Okay, well, wherever it was, Tamir Rice, that's the kid. But they don't want to talk about that.
Even Ahmaud Arbery, they won't talk about that.
Ahmaud Arbery. Yeah, the one in Tennessee, the one in Georgia. Ahmaud Arbery, yeah.
And I'll tell you why they did that in the news. They took him out the news and they said, "Here's George Floyd." They said, "Ooh, we got one." In their minds, I'm like, and I saw that last year. I'm like, what's the point?
Also, let's not forget over down in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
But with the drugs,
and
with
that's
the
how
fentanyl,
SKC and them little groups operate.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And Trey
That's how they
told me, he said there was no fentanyl in his. No, they execute him on TV on his shoulder and his neck. I tried to tell that to oh boy, what we call Agent F, fantastic. We said, hey, and he made a stream about it. He said, I stand on it. The guy took drugs. Okay.
You realize,
yeah, and it's crazy.
Just like the professionals, they're not really serious about this. They're just doing it just to make money or something like that, or get notoriety.
But I'm just saying, I'm using him as an example. He hangs with those guys because those guys that he attracts on his channel, that's where it stems from. Now, he can't do that when he goes, off of his little duties in the Navy. And they told me this on that long live stream. When he has to come back, he has to refrain from saying that because of your track record matters, even with the COVID medicine and the shots. That's why Google trying to say don't do that, because especially if you're in the military criticizing that and try to mislead people, they'd be like, oh, this is what you be saying on panels. They be screaming
hydroxychloroquine.
Right. And this is why you would never hear me, when people ask me, well, they forcing you, you'll never hear me talk about 19. You'll never hear me. You won't hear me say nothing about it.
That negative.
Yeah. You cannot. You're not in no position to say though. That gets you Article 15 possibly.
Yeah.
You're not. I understand the rules and how it operates and how to play the game. That's why I shut the fuck up. I'm like, yeah, y'all go ahead and talk about it.
You got
I hear you.
y'all go be anti. That's why Ramil said I'm taking it to Patreon. Well, that ain't gonna save you if you take it on Patreon.
Like somebody once said, you know, like hydroxychloroquine. I just want to look at him and say, have you ever tried that stuff? Because I can tell you from my own experience, you don't want to mess with that.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this, but hydroxychloroquine, if I remember it, and there's certain tastes you don't forget, to say the least. But that's used to treat malaria in certain parts, to treat or prevent malaria in certain parts of the world, especially the region I come from.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's primarily used for. So use that to treat COVID. First of all, we were given small amounts of it. Given how potent it is, they give us any small green pills. And because of how nasty it was, it tasted and everything, some people refused to take it and they said, you know what, I'll just risk the malaria. I'm like, okay, good luck to you. I just take that shit. And I'm like,
But yeah,
so
like
you don't want to mess with that stuff and all that shit because
People have got
and I remember
to
go ahead.
learn to shut the fuck up. People have got to learn to shut the fuck up and stop projecting. And see, that's what those individuals over there do. And that's why I'm like, okay, off with your motherfucking head, because here's where we are now. And you got dumbass people in the audience that ride with that dumb shit, even though they don't believe it, because it's a popularity thing. We spoke about it right here. It's a popularity
And
thing. Oh, I
entertaining.
like him better. He sounds better. Yeah, he sounds better, and I like him better. So I'm just gonna, regardless of
and
whether
it's
or
just
not
like I
what the other
spoke on
person
it.
is saying is right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
It's just like I spoke on the praising idols, that part right there. See, their idol don't say nothing wrong. If you criticize their idol, then they be like, "Oh, you're the bad guy." You know, it's just like me and the story said. Yes, they love their idol, man. And if
It's
you
that
say
Jackie
something
Gleason
wrong,
thing, you know?
there they go. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Well, I call it the Cynthia G effect, and the
Right.
Cynthia G effect
Don't you
works
mean
like
synthetic
this, right?
G?
Yeah, synthetic. Yeah. Well, I try to, be reserved. I can't believe that you have women, and particularly black women, who are over there cheering that bullshit on, who have black male babies, who have a black father, or who have a black uncle or a black brother. I can't believe it. But this is the dumbing down of this space.
Yeah.
This is the dumbing down of this space. And they want to take the word community, the communita, and they want to make it as though it is a legitimate community. Well, no, you know damn well what we mean. We're talking about across the black diaspora, right?
Mm-hmm.
And black people in this
Divesting out of
country have more in
Blackistan and
common.
such.
Yeah, black people in this country have more in common than, in my opinion, than just like every other group does. I can go from California to goddamn Arkansas to Texas to goddamn Cleveland to New York, and you can always find something similar that's going on with black people. Yeah, it's going to be varying differences because of the community and society in which you live and dwell in. You know, people from New York, they typically faster with the tongue, faster with the mouth than people that are from down south. Typically, right? They're typically a fast pace because that's the nature of how it is. People in LA tend to be a little more, in California tend to be a little more laid back. People up north, black people up in the Pacific Northwest, they tend to be a little bit more on the nerdy white side because that's what's up there. People down south tend to be a little bit more on the country black side. That's the nature of it. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, we're different across the diaspora, but I have more in common with them than I would have more in common with a person from Timbuk, motherfucking Arkansas, than I would a black person from Timbuk, Arkansas, than I would with a white person from Bucktooth, Arkansas. No doubt about it. So that's the community that we speak of. Get the fuck out of here, man. They niggas just run their mouth.
Yeah.
That's all.
What's
I
going on,
remember.
Good morning. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, it's more than
I'm
be
just thinking.
yeah,
Sergeant General had to leave.
yeah.
Or this is a bad reception again. Maybe his phone is dead.
Yeah.
What time is it over your end?
It's 3:42 a.m. Eastern time over here. I'm in Georgia, so you know. I know your time is faster than mine because
6 hours to be exact. 6 hours.
6 hours. That's
Central European time. Central CET.
CET. Yeah, that's about right.
You guys haven't
DeAndre's
ended
got-
daylight savings yet, or what?
That will be next month. That's in November 7th. An American
Oh,
GMT.
well, for us, it's this coming Sunday. We're gonna be ending
Yeah, that's
daylight
about right.
savings.
That's
We're gonna
right.
be
Yeah,
100. We're gonna be Halloween on Halloween night. Damn.
Ours is on the 7th of November. That's GMT time. That's how that works. Interesting.
Oh.
It's about
Well,
different time zones in the world.
Yeah. Now different countries have different schedules on when they're going to end daylight savings. So I never understood how they figured that out, but it works.
I guess they use I don't want to say astrology and shit. You know, I know time is I can say, well, I ain't gonna say it's man-made naturally, but you know, it deals with numbers. You know, I ain't gonna get into that. That's a good history lesson to learn about time, but how they use it is that's a great question. So I'm not gonna argue that. I don't know. If I do the research, cool. If I don't get it, I get an expert to handle that for me. All right, send me the link. I'll learn it for myself. And here you are. You know, I'm not gonna argue with that. Now that I don't know. That's I will shut the fuck up on and learn because I want to soak in the knowledge. You know, I ain't one of those people that's not willing to learn because some people say, I ain't gonna learn it. No, you need to learn it.
I will say this though. In some parts of the world, they don't practice it. And so in certain places, they stopped doing it altogether. Take Russia, for example. They used to adhere to daylight saving, but then they just did not afterwards. The Middle East, that's an alien concept to them. In Africa, they don't do daylight savings. So anytime I call my relatives, I got to let them know, from now, it's going to be winter time. We're not going to use summertime. We're going to use the winter time. They say, okay. So they know that in winter, it's going to be a 2-hour difference. As everybody else. In summertime, it's a 1-hour difference.
Yeah. Interesting.
It kind of is but then I got used to it. I mean, especially when I started watching like watching CNN, for example. You're watching something like that. We had to get used to like, okay, it's daylight saving. That's why it's an hour earlier than usual. That's why the schedule's all messed up for us at the moment. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So it comes daylight savings being that way, and yeah. I bet you're pretty exhausted right now. You got shit to do in the morning, don't you?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to shut this down. It's been 8 hours.
Yeah,
Great
okay.
discussion. Yeah. Enjoy.
It's a marathon. It's been a marathon.
Over here. Yeah, I know, but it turned into Tuesday morning talk. Yeah, man. I mean, appreciate it. Everybody came through. What's going on? Pepe, Jersey Hammer, the Libertarian himself. Big J came through. Third Ward, Wacky World, New, Zero the Infinity, Degenerate. Era Black, first time. Okay, appreciate you coming through. Frank, Mike Matro, the fourth. MTGV TV, Kali Jane, I'm listening. And who else came through? DeAndre. Shouts out to him, Scott Diggy, of course. Yeah,
that's me.
Yeah. Oh, it's you? Yes.
Sick Diggy, that's me.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, it's a pleasure, man. Yeah, we build off of it today, man. So
yeah, it's just like the 5%ers. It's a build. We always have to have them building sessions.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. And you just like learn about the lessons in life and not like, but I've had my influences by all kinds of groups and whatnot. So I can see how like when Malik talks about, he's been influenced by it. I've been influenced by a lot of things. So I understand different concepts, different knowledges, different understandings or comprehensions of certain topics. It gives you like a very diverse way of looking at things, especially that's why like, at Panthros, aka Officer Charles, we do have something called the multifaceted men. We say that we are multifaceted men.
Right.
You know, so comes in handy like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I better put an end to this because I don't want to delay the ending. So you have a good morning. Get some sleep, my brother.
All right.
Stay safe
Appreciate
now.
you.
All right, bro.
All right.
All right,
Peace.
one. My best to General. Bye.